Welcome on in, empanadas. Always good to see you. Hello there. Also, yay, Mix It Up is working. Good to see you. Hi, wizards. Welcome on in. We'll get started in just a few minutes. Oddly enough, this song didn't get flagged at all last time, so we'll see how my luck goes with that. You would think. Forgot to fill up my water here. What was I doing? I was posting things. I forgot to say what we were reading. Oh, well. Part 2 of Phantom of the Opera. Thank you, Dance Macabre. Did that link work? It did. There we go. Alright. Now I can do the thing. Hey, Steven! Someone let me know you prefer Steven. You can always correct me on stuff like that, it's okay. But also sorry for all the times I called you Steve. I'm glad I can call you Steven. Steven is a good name. Sorry, doing the posty things while the beginning ads go, and then I'll be right there. I think that's it. I think that's it. There you go. No, it's okay. I'm glad I know the right one now. Well, come on in. Okay, the beginning ads just went on. Thank you, Moobot. Who else have we got? Wizards, Steven, Empanadas. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Everything is looking good, I think. And also the discount thing is a new thing. I don't know how it works, but Twitch kept telling me about it. I'm like, why not? Why not try a new thing? Why not? After all, why not? Hopefully everyone is comfortable. Hopefully everyone is beating the heat. It was ridiculous here in New York. Absolutely ridiculous. I'll go ahead and switch over. Well, that transition animation went a little chonky today. Yeah, give folks a chance to settle on in. Checking audio. Could lower that a little bit. And also, feel free to let me know at any time how the audio is for you. And I hope you're all having a wonderful time. If it is a scorcher where you are as well, I hope that you are keeping cool, keeping hydrated, and doing your best to take care of yourself. Make sure to take care of yourself, especially in the heat, especially for all my friends that are on various medications or any types of medication. Many of them can make you more sensitive to the heat, so you just want to make sure that you're taking care of yourself in any way that you need to. But yeah, it is very strange looking outside the window and seeing the night skyline. I haven't seen that in a while here. It's been a minute since I've done a night stream here. And I miss streaming, as I mentioned, so anywhere where I've been promoting it, I've been missing streaming. At first I was like, oh, I can't stream during the days where it's too hot. But then I saw the heat wave extend from one day, because I thought, well, okay, I just won't do it on Monday. Maybe I can do a makeup stream on Tuesday. And then I saw it was going to last until Wednesday and basically not break until Thursday. And I was like, no, I refuse. I also am trying to conserve energy and conserve some electricity here. So my grand plan is that I am being nocturnal for the 3 nights of the 3 days of heat wave, so that I only have to keep one side of my house cool, and I encourage the cats to join me by just keeping one room very dark, very cold. And they have been, so they adjusted to the new sleeping schedule very quickly. And no, it was nice. I slept through the hottest parts of the day and just didn't have to fuss with it, and that was such a better plan. I woke up going like, oh, I actually got sleep. And yeah, I got sleep, woke up in the afternoon, got a lot done in the morning as well. And voila, here we are. So let me think if there's any other housekeeping things. I've updated a few things around the stream, nothing really noticeable. Updated some of the bots that will do their thing, updated some of their commands, but I will try to have at least something a little bit new to look at, something a little bit nicer to look at every time we do one of these streams. Because I'm actually finding waking up in the afternoon and like working until the early morning, my ideal working times kind of tend to be, for some reason, between like 4 to 8 in the morning. It's usually when I'm the most productive. Apparently that's still true, even if it's from me not sleeping the night before. So I don't think I can keep this nocturnal schedule. I will hopefully get a job that will not let me. But, no. Oh, Remy, thank you. Thank you for the Prime. Yeah, and see, okay, that's one of the things. You got to test out one of the things that I updated in time for the stream, which was I have updated the Moobot so that everybody who does something very kind, like Remy, gets a little thank you to make sure that you get thank yous like right when that happens. Yeah, no, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. And I'm glad it worked. So yeah, there's just a little thank you. You're the first person to get to see that new thank you command from Moobot. And I'm glad it actually works. Sometimes I set these things up and I'm just not sure. Like there will be a test function and then somehow inevitably it just won't work. But let me think. Is there anything else to cover? Yeah, I will keep trying to do new things. During the streams too, Twitch has this discount program available, so I was like, oh, why not give that a try? So I'm using up my tokens, at least some of them, during these next few streams that I'm going to be doing at night to provide discounts if anybody wants them. There's no pressure. You being here is more than enough always. And I've updated alerts too so that somebody was very kind and gifted me the amount that I needed to get a sketchbook, I think like a stream or two ago, and I didn't see it. But whoever that was, thank you so much. I'm just waiting for Throne to do that payout, and then I'm going to order that sketchbook. So thank you very much. But in order to not miss things like that, I've updated my Coffee and Throne alerts so that if anybody is so kind to help out there, I can catch it right away, and you can also get thanked right away too. So thank you for your patience while I figure all that stuff out. I've been streaming for a little bit over a year. It's like a year and a few weeks change. And I was thinking about where I started, like I have a VOD from the very, very beginning. And I don't know, the whole stream looks so much different now. I'm really happy to be here and really thankful for all of you. Literally would not be here without you. So, yeah. I think that's all. Enough stuff. Enough emotions. Let me know if I need to adjust anything with the audio, but otherwise, get cozy, relax, sit back. We will start with the second part until we reach the end of the Phantom of the Opera. Now, the last time that we joined the story, we found out that Gaston Leroux, our brave author, is investigating a strange set of murders that took place in the Opera House of Paris. I think the framing story is about 2 decades after the events of the story, somewhere around there. And he investigates the legends of the opera ghost, and he tells us, the readers, that he is sure, he is positive, from the evidence that he has collected and that he is presenting to us through this story, that the opera ghost is indeed a real man and not a ghost at all. And so he is presenting all of the evidence here, and we are looking back through time to the story as it unfolded. The opera ghost has made himself known to the 2 new owners of the opera house. And the 2 new owners have been skeptical, to say the least, about the opera ghost. They have been not compliant with the demands of the opera ghost, which include a salary and also that he always has the private box of Box 5 open to him for his use. We also know that there is an angel of music who has been mysteriously visiting Christine Daae, a young and talented opera singer who has suddenly burst onto the scene with extraordinary talent and has been taking lessons from this strange and mysterious angel. But An old suitor of hers, an old childhood friend who now loves her dearly, the Vicomte de Chagny, Raoul, has found her, has been hoping to make her acquaintance again, and has been in despair as he realizes that something is not right about this angel of music. And Christine is starting to seem more and more scared of her teacher. So we are joining back our heroes at a masquerade party, where Christine Daae and Raoul had agreed to meet in secret and tell no one. Christine, before this party, had been missing for quite a while from the opera house despite her rave reviews and everybody wondering where this wonderful, talented voice came from. But after a sudden set of events where tragedy broke out and befell the whole opera house in order to teach the new owners of the opera house a lesson they would never forget, in which their giant chandelier crashed down and actually killed one of the spectators in the audience. The managers are starting to believe in the opera ghost, and Raoul is starting to wonder if there's something to this opera ghost and the angel. So that's about where we are, for anybody who missed the first one. I also have the VOD up if you ever want to catch up with that. But otherwise, let's get into it. I'm going to go back a page from where we last left off because I had to leave because I suddenly got a frog in my throat, much like Carlotta. And so I'm going to start back. Hey! Oh, welcome on in, Ezra. Hello. You're in just in time. Come and get cozy and enjoy your drink. This ball was an exceptional affair. Given some time before Shrovetide in honor of the anniversary of the birth of a famous draftsman, and it was expected to be much gayer, noisier, and more bohemian than the ordinary masked ball, numbers of artists had arranged to go, accompanied by a whole cohort of models and pupils, who by midnight began to create a tremendous din. Raoul climbed the grand staircase at 5 minutes of 12, did not linger to look at the motley dresses displayed all the way up the marble steps, in one of the richest settings of the world, allowed no facetious mask to draw him into a war of wits, replied to no jests, and shook off the bold familiarity of a number of couples who had already become a trifle too gay. Crossing the big crush room and escaping from a mad whirl of dancers, in which he caught for a moment, he at last entered the room mentioned in Christine's letter. He found it crammed, for this small space was the point where all those who were going to supper in the rotunda crossed those who were returning from taking a glass of champagne. The fun here waxed fast and furious. Hi, Neutral. Welcome on in. And also, Remy, I'm glad you enjoyed the new redeem that I have there. Raoul leaned against a doorpost and waited. He did not wait long. A black domino passed and gave a quick squeeze to the tips of his fingers. He understood that it was she and followed her. "Is that you, Christine?" he asked between his teeth. The black domino turned round promptly and raised her finger to her lips, no doubt to warn him not to mention her name again. Raoul continued to follow her in silence. He was afraid of losing her, after meeting her again in such strange circumstances. His grudge against her was gone. He no longer doubted that she had nothing to reproach herself with, however peculiar and inexplicable her conduct might seem. He was ready to make any display of clemency, forgiveness, or cowardice. He was in love, and no doubt he would soon receive a very natural explanation of her curious absence. The black domino turned back from time to see if the white domino was still following. As Raoul once more passed through the great crush room, this time in the wake of his guide, he could not help noticing a group crowding round a person whose disguise, eccentric air, and gruesome appearance were causing a sensation. It was a man dressed all in scarlet, with a huge hat and feathers on the top of a wonderful death's head.
From his shoulders hung an immense red velvet cloak, which trailed along the floor like a king's train, and on this cloak was embroidered in gold letters, which everyone read and repeated aloud. "Don't touch me. I am Red Death, stalking abroad." Then one, greatly daring, did try to touch him, but a skeleton hand shot out of a crimson sleeve and violently seized the rash one's wrist, and he, feeling the clutch of the knuckle bones, the furious grasp of death, uttered a cry of pain and terror. When Red Death released him at last, he ran away like a very madman, pursued by the jeers of the bystanders. It was at this moment that Raoul passed in front of a funeral masquerader who just happened to turn in his direction, and he nearly exclaimed, the death's head of Perrault Giroc. He had recognized him. He wanted to dart forward, forgetting Christine, but the black domino, who was also seeing prey to some strange excitement, caught him by the arm and dragged him from the crush room, far from the mad crowd through which Red Death was stalking. The black domino kept on turning back, and apparently, on 2 occasions, saw something that startled her, for she hurried her pace and Raoul's as though they were being pursued. They went up 2 floors. Here the stairs and corridors were almost deserted. The black domino opened the door of a private box and beckoned to the white domino to follow her. Then Christine, whom he recognized by the sound of her voice, closed the door behind them and warned him, in a whisper, to remain at the back of the box and on no account to show himself. Raoul took off his mask. Christine kept hers on, and when Raoul was about to ask her to remove it, he was surprised to see her put an ear to the partition and listen eagerly for a sound outside. Then she opened the door ajar, looked out into the corridor, and in a low voice said, "He must have gone up higher." Suddenly she exclaimed, "He is coming down again." She tried to close the door, but Raoul prevented her, for he had seen on the top of the staircase that led to the floor above a red foot, followed by another, and slowly, majestically, the whole scarlet dress of Red Death met his eyes, and once more saw the death's head of Perrault Giroc. "It's he!" he exclaimed. "This time he shall not escape me." But Christine had slammed the door at the moment when Raoul was on the point of rushing out. He tried to push her aside. "Whom do you mean by he?" she asked in a changed voice. "Who shall not escape you?" Raoul tried to overcome the girl's resistance by force, but she repelled him with a strength which he would not have suspected in her. He understood, or thought he understood, and at once lost his temper. "Who?" he repeated angrily. "Why, he, the man who hides behind that hideous mask of death. The evil genius of the churchyard at Perrault, Red Death. In a word, madame, your friend, your angel of music. But I shall snatch off his mask, and I shall snatch off my own, and this time we shall look at each other in the face, he and I, and with no veil and no lies between us, and I shall know whom you love and who loves you." He burst into a mad laugh, while Christine gave a disconsolate moan behind her velvet mask. With a tragic gesture, she flung out her 2 arms, which fixed a barrier of white flesh against the door. "In the name of our love, Raoul, you shall not pass." He stopped. What had she said? In the name of their love? Never before had she confessed that she loved him, and yet she had had opportunities enough. Only her object was to gain a few seconds. She wished to give the Red Death time to escape, and in accents of childish hatred he said, "You lie, madame, for you do not love me, and you have never loved me. What a poor fellow I must be to let you mock and flout me as you have done. Why did you give me every reason for hope at Perrault? For honest hope, madame, for I am an honest man, and I believed you to be an honest woman, when your only intention was to deceive me. Alas, you have deceived us all. You have taken a shameful advantage of the candid affection of your benefactress yourself, who continues to believe in your sincerity, while you go about the opera ball with Red Death. I despise you." And he burst into tears. She allowed him to insult her. She thought of but one thing to keep him from leaving the box. "You will beg my pardon one day for all of those ugly words, Raoul, and when you do, I shall forgive you." He shook his head. "No, no, you have driven me mad. And when I think I had only one object in life, to give my name to an opera wench."
"Raoul, how could you?"
"I shall die of shame."
"No, dear, live,"
in Christine's grave and changed voice.
"And goodbye. Goodbye, Raoul."
The boy stepped forward, staggering as he went. He risked one more sarcasm. "Oh, you must let me come and applaud you from time to time."
"I shall never sing again, Raoul."
"Really?" he replied, still more satirically. "So he is taking you off the stage. I congratulate you. But we shall meet in the Boy one of these evenings."
"Not in the Boy, nor anywhere, Raoul. You should not see me again."
"May one ask, at least, to what darkness you are returning? For what hell you are leaving, mysterious lady? Or for what paradise?"
"I came to tell you, dear, but I can't tell you now. You would not believe me." "You have lost faith in me, Raoul. It is finished."
She spoke in such a despairing voice that the lad began to feel remorse for his cruelty. "But look here," he cried. "Can't you tell me what this all means? You are free. There is no one to interfere with you. You go about Paris. You put on a domino to come to the ball. Why do you not go home? What have you been doing this past fortnight? What is this tale about the angel of music which you have been telling Mamma Valerius? Some one may have taken you in, played upon your innocence. I was a witness of it myself at Pero. But you know what to believe now. You seem to me quite sensible, Christine. You know what you are doing, and meanwhile Mamma Valerius lies waiting for you at home and appealing to your good genius. Explain yourself, Christine, I beg of you. Anyone might have been deceived as I was. What is this farce?"
Christine simply took off her mask and said, "Dear, it is a tragedy."
Raoul now saw her face, and could not restrain an exclamation of surprise and terror. The fresh complexion of former days was gone. A mortar pallor covered those features, which he had known so charming and so gentle, and sorrow had furrowed them with pitiless lines and traced dark and unspeakably sad shadows under her eyes. "My dearest, my dearest," he moaned, holding out his arms. "You promised to forgive me."
"Perhaps. Some day, perhaps,"
she said, resuming her mask, and she went away, forbidding him, with a gesture, to follow her. He tried to disobey her, but she turned round and repeated her gesture of farewell with such authority that he dared not move a step. He watched her till she was out of sight, and then went down among the crowd, hardly knowing what he was doing, with throbbing temples and an aching heart. And as he crossed the dancing floor, he asked if anybody had seen Red Death. And yes, everyone had seen Red Death. But Raoul could not find him, and at 2 o'clock in the morning he turned down the passage behind the scenes that led to Christine Daae's dressing room. His footsteps took him to that room where he had first known suffering. He tapped at the door, and there was no answer. He entered, and as he entered, he looked everywhere for the man's voice. The room was empty. A gas jet was burning, turned down low. He saw some writing paper on a little desk. That's rude. There's a little bug. It keeps trying to dance onto my book. Shoo shoo, little bug. Shoo shoo. Little bug wants to hear the story too. His footsteps took him... Oh wait, let me see. He saw some writing paper on a little desk. He thought of writing to Christine, but he heard steps in the passage. He had only time to hide in the inner room, which was separated from the dressing room by a curtain. Christine entered, took off her mask with a weary movement, and flung it on the table. She sighed and let her pretty head fall into 2 hands. What was she thinking of? Of Raoul? No, for Raoul heard her murmur, "Oh, poor Eric." At first, he thought he must have been mistaken. To begin with, he was persuaded that, if anyone was to be pitied, it was he, Raoul. It would have been quite natural if she had said, "Poor Raoul." But what had happened between them? but shaking her head, she repeated, "Poor Eric." What had this Eric to do with Christine's sighs, and why was she pitying Eric when Raoul was so unhappy? Christine began to write deliberately, calmly, and so placidly that Raoul, who was still trembling from the effects of the tragedy that separated them, was painfully impressed. What coolness, he said to himself. She wrote on, filling 2, 3, 4 sheets. Suddenly she raised her head and hid the sheets in her bodice. She seemed to be listening. Raoul also listened. Whence came that strange sound, that distant rhythm? A faint singing seemed to issue from the walls. Yes, it was as though the walls themselves were singing. The song became plainer, the words now indistinguishable. He heard a voice, very beautiful, very soft, very captivating voice, but for all its softness it remained a male voice. The voice came nearer and nearer. It came through the wall, it approached, and now the voice was in the room, in front of Christine. Christine rose and addressed the voice as though speaking to someone. "Here I am, Eric," she said. "I am ready, but you are late." Raoul, peeping from behind the curtain, could not believe his eyes, which showed him nothing. Christine's face lit up. A smile of happiness appeared on her bloodless lips. A smile like that of sick people when they receive the first hope of recovery. The voice without a body went on singing, and certainly Raoul had never in his life heard anything more absolutely and heroically sweet, more gloriously insidious, more delicate, more powerful, in short, more irresistibly triumphant. He listened to it in a fever, and now he began to understand how Christine Daae was able to appear one evening before the stupefied audience with accents of beauty hitherto unknown, of a superhuman exaltation, while doubtless still under the influence of the mysterious and invisible master. The voice was singing the wedding night song from Romeo and Juliet. Raoul saw Christine stretch out her arms to the voice as she had done, in Peril Churchyard, and to the invisible violin playing the resurrection of Lazarus, and nothing could describe the passion with which the voice sang. "Fate links thee to me forever and a day." "Hi, damsel. Have a good lurk. Aren't you streaming?" The strains went through Raoul's heart, struggling against the charm that seemed to deprive him of all his will and all his energy and almost all his lucidity at the moment when he needed them the most. He succeeded in drawing back the curtain that hid him, and he walked to where Christine stood. She herself was moving to the back of the room, the whole wall of which was occupied by a great mirror that reflected her image, but not his, for he was just behind her and entirely covered by her. "Fate links thee to me forever and a day." Christine walked towards the image in their glass, and the image came toward her. The two Christines, the real one and the reflection, ended by touching and... Hi. All right, let's put you somewhere safe, okay? Come on. No? All right, making a mental note. I have a stowaway inside of my book. It just poked its little head out to see me. Where was I? The real one and the reflection ended by touching, and Raoul put out his arms to clasp the two in one embrace. But by a sort of dazzling miracle that sent him staggering, Raoul was suddenly flung back with an icy blast swept over his face. He saw not 2, but 4, 8, 20 Christines spinning round him, laughing at him, and fleeing so swiftly that he could not touch one of them. At last, everything stood still again, and he saw himself in the glass. But Christine had disappeared. He rushed up to the glass. He struck at the walls. Nobody. And meanwhile, the room still echoed with a distant, passionate singing. "Fate links thee to me forever and a day." Which way? Which way had Christine gone? Which way would she return? Would she return? At last, had she not declared to him that everything was finished? And was the voice not repeating, "Fate links thee to me forever And a day. To me? To whom? Then, worn out, beaten, empty-brained, he sat down on the chair which Christine had just left. Like her, he let his head fall into his hands. When he raised it, the tears were streaming down his young cheeks, real heavy tears like those which jealous children shed, tears that wept for a sorrow which was in no way fanciful, but which is common to all lovers on earth, and which he expressed aloud. "Who is this Eric?" he said. I wonder. Chapter 10. Forget the name of the man's voice. Oh, girls, don't fight. Okay, they just had a little tussle. The day after Christine had vanished before his eyes in a sort of dazzlement that still made him doubt the evidence of his senses, Monsieur le Vicomte de Chagny called to inquire at Mamma Valeria's. He came upon a charming picture. Christine herself was seated by the bedside of the old lady, who was sitting up against the pillows knitting. The pink and white had returned to the young girl's cheeks. The dark rings round her eyes had disappeared. Raoul no longer recognized the tragic face from the day before. If the veil of melancholy over those adorable features had not appeared to the young man as the last trace of the weird drama in whose toils that mysterious child was struggling, he could have believed that Christine was not its heroine at all. She rose, without showing any emotion, and offered him her hand. But Raoul's stupefaction was so great that he stood there dumbfounded, without a gesture, without a word. "Well, Monsieur de Chagny," exclaimed Mamma Valerius, "don't you know our Christine? Her good genius has sent her back to us." "Mamma," the girl broke in promptly, while a deep blush mantled to her eyes, "I thought, Mamma, that there was to be no more question of that. You know there is no such thing as the angel of music." "But, child, he gave you lessons for 3 months." "Mamma, I have promised to explain everything to you one of these days, and I hope to do so, but you have to promise me, until that day, to be silent and to ask me no more questions whatever." "Provided that you promise never to leave me again." "But have you promised that, Christine?" "Mamma, all this cannot interest Monsieur de Chagny." "On the contrary, mademoiselle," said the young man, in a voice which he tried to make firm and brave, but which still trembled. "Anything that concerns you interests me to an extent which perhaps you will one day understand. I do not deny that my surprise equals my pleasure at finding you with your adopted mother, and that, after what happened between us yesterday, after what you said and what I was able to guess, I hardly expected to see you here so soon. I should be the first to delight at your return, if you were not so bent on preserving a secrecy that may be fatal to you. And I have been your friend too long not to be alarmed. With Mademoiselle Valerius at a disastrous adventure, which will remain dangerous so long as we have not untraveled its threads, and of which you will certainly end by being the victim, Christine." At these words, Mamma Valerius tossed about in her bed. "What does this mean?" she cried. "Is Christine in danger?" "Yes, madame," said Raoul courageously, notwithstanding the signs which Christine made to him. "My God!" exclaimed the good, simple old woman, gasping for breath. "You must tell me everything, Christine. Why did you try to reassure me? And what danger is it, Monsieur de Chagny?" "An impostor is abusing her good faith." "Is the angel of music an impostor?" "She told you herself that there is no angel of music." "But then what is it, in heaven's name? Oh, you will be the death of me." "There's a terrible mystery around us, madame, around you, around Christine, a mystery much more to be feared than any number of ghosts or genii." Mamma Valerius turned a terrified face to Christine, who had already run to her adopted mother and was holding her in her arms. "Don't believe him, Mummy! Don't believe him!" she repeated. "Then tell me what you will never leave me again," implored the widow. Christine was silent, and Raoul resumed. "That is what you must promise, Christine. It is the only thing that can reassure your mother and me. We will undertake not to ask you a single question about the past, if you promise us to remain under our protection in future." "That is an undertaking which I have not asked of you, and a promise which I refuse to make you," said the young girl haughtily. "I am a mistress of my own actions, Monsieur de Chagny. You have no right to control them, and I will beg you to desist henceforth. As to what I have done during the last fortnight, there is only one man in the world who has the right to demand an account of me. My husband. Well, I have no husband, and I never mean to marry." She threw out her hands to emphasize her words, and Raoul turned pale, not only because of the words which he had heard, but because he had caught sight of a plain gold ring on Christine's finger. "You have no husband, and yet you wear a wedding ring." He tried to seize her hand, but she swiftly drew it back. "That's a present," she said, blushing once more, and vainly striving to hide her embarrassment. "Christine, as you have no husband, the ring can only have been given by one who hopes to make you his wife. Why deceive us further? Why torture me still more? That ring is a promise, and that promise has been accepted." "That's what I said," exclaimed the old lady. "And what did she answer, madame?" "What I chose," said Christine, driven to exasperation. "Don't you think, monsieur, that this cross-examination has lasted long enough? As far as I am concerned—" Raoul was afraid to let her finish her speech. He interrupted her. "I beg your pardon for speaking as I did, mademoiselle. You know the good intentions that make me meddle just now in matters which, you no doubt think, have nothing to do with me. But allow me to tell you what I have seen. And I have seen more than you suspect, Christine, or what I thought I saw, for, to tell you the truth, I have sometimes been inclined to doubt the evidence of my eyes." "Well, what did you see, sir? Or think you saw?" "I saw your ecstasy at the sound of a voice, Christine. The voice that came from the wall or the next room to yours. Yes, your ecstasy. And that's what makes me alarmed on your behalf. You are under a very dangerous spell. And yet it seems that you are aware of that imposture, because you say today that there is no angel of music. In that case, Christine, why did you follow him that time? Why did you stand up with radiant features as though you were really hearing angels? No, it is a very dangerous voice, Christine. For I myself, when I heard it, was so much fascinated by it. You vanished before my eyes without my seeing which way you passed. Christine, Christine, in the name of heaven, in the name of your father who is in heaven now, and who loved you so dearly, and who loved me too, Christine, tell us, tell your benefactress and me, to whom does that voice belong? If you do, we will save you in spite of yourself. Come, Christine, the name of the man who had the audacity to put a ring on your finger." "Monsieur de Chagny," the girl declared coldly, "you shall never know." Thereupon, seeing the hostility with which her ward had addressed the Viscount, Mamma Valeria suddenly took Christine's part. "And if she does love the man, Monsieur le Vicomte, then it is no business of yours." "Alas, madame," Raoul humbly replied, unable to restrain his tears. "Alas, I believe that Christine really does love him. But it is not only that which drives me to despair, for what I am certain of, madame, is that the man who Christine loves is worthy of her love." "It is for me to be the judge of that, monsieur," said Christine, looking Raoul angrily in the face. "When a man," continued Raoul, "adopts such romantic methods to entice a young girl's affections, well, the man must be either a villain or the girl's a fool, is that it?" "Christine!" "Raoul, why do you condemn a man who you have never seen, whom no one knows, and whom you yourself know nothing?" "Yes, Christine, yes, I at least know the name that you thought to keep from me forever. The name of your angel of music, mademoiselle, is Eric." Christine at once betrayed herself. She turned as white as a sheet, and stammered. "Who told you?" "You yourself." "How do you mean?" "By pitying him the other night, the night by the masked ball. When you went to your dressing room, did you not say, 'Poor Eric'? Well, Christine, There was a poor Raoul who overheard you. This is the second time that you have listened behind the door, Monsieur de Chagny. I was not behind the door. I was in the dressing room, in the inner room, mademoiselle. Oh, unhappy man, moaned the girl, showing every sign of unspeakable terror. Unhappy man, do you want to be killed? Perhaps. Raoul uttered his perhaps with so much love and despair in his voice that Christine could not keep back a sob. She took his hands and looked at him with all the pure affection of which she was capable. Raoul, she said, forget the man's voice and do not even remember its name. You must never try to fathom the mystery of the man's voice. Is the mystery so very terrible? There is no more awful mystery on this earth. Swear to me that you will make no attempt to find out, she insisted. Swear to me that you will never come to my dressing room unless I send for you. Then you promise to send for me sometimes, Christine. I promise. When? Tomorrow. Then I swear to do as you ask. He kissed her hands and went away, cursing Eric and resolving to be patient. Goodness. The drama. Chapter 11. Above the trapdoors. The next day he saw her at the opera. She was still wearing the plain gold ring. She was gentle and kind to him. She talked to him of plans which he was forming, of his future, of his career. He told her that the date of the polar expedition had been put forward and that he would leave France in 3 weeks, or a month at latest. She suggested, almost gaily, that he must look upon the voyage with delight, as a stage toward his coming fame, and when he replied that fame without love was no attraction in his eyes, she treated him as a child whose sorrows were only short-lived. How can you speak so lightly of such serious things? He asked. Perhaps we shall never see each other again. I may die during that expedition. Or I, she said simply. She no longer smiled or jested. She seemed to be thinking of some new thing that had entered her mind for the first time, and her eyes were all aglow with it. What were you thinking of, Christine? I'm thinking that we shall not see each other again. And does that make you so radiant? And that in a month we shall have to say goodbye forever? Unless, Christine, we pledge our faith and wait for each other forever. She put a hand on his mouth. Hush, Raoul. You know there is no question of that. And we shall never be married, that is understood. She seemed suddenly almost unable to contain an overpowering gaiety. She clapped her hands with childish glee. Raoul stared at her in amazement. But, she continued, holding out her 2 hands to Raoul, or rather giving them to him, as though she suddenly resolved to make him a present of them. But if we cannot be married, we can be engaged. Nobody will know but ourselves, Raoul. There have been plenty of secret marriages. Why not a secret engagement? We're engaged here for a month. In a month you will go away, and I can be happy at the thought of that month all my life long. She was enchanted with her inspiration, and she became serious again. This, she said, is a happiness that will harm no one. Raoul jumped at the idea. He bowed to Christine and said, Mademoiselle, I have the honor to ask for your hand. Why, you should have both of them already, my dear betrothed. Oh, Raoul, how happy we shall be. We must play at being engaged all day long. It was the prettiest game in the world, and they enjoyed it like children that they were. Oh, the wonderful speeches they made to each other, and the eternal vows they exchanged. They played at hearts as other children might play at ball, only, as it was really their 2 hearts that flung to and fro, and had to be very, very handy to catch them, each time, without hurting them. One day, about a week after the game began, Raoul's heart was badly hurt, and he stopped playing and uttered these wild words. I shan't go to the North Pole. Christine, who, in her innocence, had not dreamed of such a possibility, suddenly discovered the danger of the game and reproached herself bitterly. She did not say a word in reply to Raoul's remark, and went straight home. This happened in the afternoon in the singer's dressing room, where they met every day and where they amused themselves by dining on 3 biscuits, 2 glasses of port, and a bunch of violets. In the evening she did not sing, and he did not receive his usual letter, though they had arranged to write each other daily during that month. The next morning he ran off to Mamma Valerius, who told him that Christine had gone away for 2 days. She had left at 5 o'clock the day before. Raoul was distracted. He hated Mamma Valerius for giving him such news as that with such stupefying calmness. He tried to sound her, but the old lady obviously knew nothing. Christine returned on the following day. She returned in triumph. She renewed her extraordinary success of the gala performance since the adventure of the toad. Carlotta had not been able to reappear on the stage. The terror of a fresh croak filled her heart and deprived her of all of her power of singing, and the theatre that had witnessed her incomprehensible disgrace had become odious to her. She contrived to cancel her contract. Daae was offered the vacant place for the time. She received thunders of applause in the Juve. The Viscount, who of course was present, was the only one to suffer on hearing the 1,000 echoes of this fresh triumph, for Christine still wore her plain gold ring. A distant voice whispered in the young man's ear. "She is wearing the ring again tonight, and you did not give it to her. She gave her soul again tonight and did not give it to you. If she will not tell you what she has been doing the past 2 days, why, you must go and ask Eric." He ran behind the scenes and placed himself in her way. She saw him, for her eyes were looking for him. She said, "Quick, quick, come!" And she dragged him to her dressing room. Raoul at once threw himself on his knees before her. He swore to her that he would go, and he entreated her never again to withhold a single hour of the ideal happiness which she had promised him. She let her tears flow. They kissed like a despairing brother and sister who had been smitten with a common loss, and who meet to mourn a dead parent. Suddenly she snatched herself from the young man's soft and timid embrace, seemed to listen to something, and, with a quick gesture, pointed to the door. When he was on the threshold, she said in so low a voice that the Viscount guessed rather than heard her words, "Tomorrow, my dear betrothed, and be happy, Raoul. I sang for you tonight." He returned the next day, but those 2 days of absence had broken the charm of their delightful make-believe. They looked at each other in the dressing room with their sad eyes, without exchanging a word. Raoul had to restrain himself not to cry out. "I am jealous. I am jealous. I am jealous." And she heard him all the same. And she said, "Come for a walk, dear. The air will do you good." Raoul thought that she would propose a stroll in the country far from the building which he detested as a prison, whose jailer he could feel walking within the walls, the jailer Eric. But she took him to the stage and made him sit on the wooden curb of a well, in the doubtful peace and coolness of a first scene set for the evening's performance. On another day, she wandered with him hand in hand along the deserted paths of a garden whose creepers had been cut out by a decorator's skillful hands. It was as though the real sky, the real flowers, the real earth were forbidden her for all time, and she condemned to breathe no other air than that of the theatre. An occasional fireman passed, watching over their melancholy ideal from afar, and she would drag him up above the clouds, in a magnificent disorder of the grid, where she loved to make him giddy by running in front of him along the frail bridges, among the thousands of ropes fastened to the pulleys, the windlasses, the rollers, in the midst of a regular forest of yards and masts. If he hesitated, she said, with an adorable pout of her lips, "You, a sailor!" And then they returned to terra firma, that is to say, some passage that led them to the little girls' dancing school, where brats between 6 and 10 were practicing their steps in the hope of becoming great dancers one day, covered with diamonds. Meanwhile, Christine gave them sweets instead. She took him to the wardrobe and property rooms, took him all over her empire, which was artificial but immense, covering 17 stories from the ground floor to the roof, inhabited by an army of subjects. She moved among them like a popular queen, encouraging them in their labors, sitting down in the workshops, giving words of advice to the workmen whose hands hesitated to cut into the rich stuffs that were to clothe heroes. There were inhabitants of that country who practiced every trade. There were cobblers, there were goldsmiths. All had learned to know her and to love her, for she always interested herself in all their troubles and all their hobbies. She knew unsuspected corners that were secretly occupied by the little old couples. She knocked at the door and introduced Raoul to them as a Prince Charming who had asked for her hand, and the two of them, sitting on some worm-eaten property, would listen to the legends of the opera, even as, in their childhood, they had listened to the old Breton tales. Those old people remembered nothing outside the opera. They had lived there for years without number. Past managements had forgotten them. Palace revolutions had taken no notice of them. The history of France had run its course unknown to them, and nobody recollected their existence. The precious days sped in this way, and Raoul and Christine, by affecting excessive interest in outside matters, strove awkwardly to hide from each other the one thought of their hearts. One fact was certain, that Christine, who still then had shown herself the stronger of the two, became suddenly inexpressibly nervous. When on their expedition she would start running without reason or suddenly stop, and her hand, turning ice cold in a moment, would hold the young man's back. Sometimes her eyes seemed to pursue imaginary shadows. She cried, "This way," and then "this way," and then "this way," laughing a breathless laugh that often ended in tears. Then Raoul tried to speak, to question her in spite of his promises, but even before he had worded his question, she answered feverishly, "Nothing. I swear it's nothing." Once they were passing before an open trap-door on the stage. Raoul stopped over the dark cavity. "You have shown me over the upper part of your empire, Christine, but there are strange stories told in the lower part. Shall we go down?" She caught him in her arms, as though she feared to see him disappear down the black hole, and in a trembling voice whispered, "Never! I will not have you go there. Besides, it's not mine. Everything that is underground belongs to him." Raoul looked her in the eyes and said roughly, "So he lives down there, does he?" "I never said so. Who told you a thing like that? Come away. I sometimes wonder if you're quite sane, Raoul. You always take things in such an impossible way. Come along. Come." And she literally dragged him away, for he was obstinate and wanted to remain by the trapdoor. That hole attracted him. Suddenly the trapdoor was closed so quickly, and they did not even see the hand that worked it, and they remained quite dazed. "Perhaps he was there," Raoul said at last. She shrugged her shoulders, but did not seem easy. No. It was the trapdoor shutters. They must do something, you know. They open and shut the trapdoors without any particular reason. It's like the door shutters. They must spend their time somehow." "But suppose it were he, Christine?" No, he has shut himself up. He is working." "Oh, really? He's working, is he?" "Yes, he can't open and shut the trapdoors and work at the same time." She shivered. "What is he working at?" "Oh, something terrible. But it's all the better for us. When he's working at that, he sees nothing. He does not eat, drink, or breathe for days and nights at a time. He becomes a living dead man and has no time to amuse himself with the trapdoors." She shivered again. She was still holding him in her arms, then she sighed and said in her turn, "Suppose it were he?" "Are you afraid of him?" No, of course not." For all that, on the next day, the following days, Christine was careful to avoid the trapdoors. Her agitation was only increased as the hours passed. At last, one afternoon, she arrived very late, with her face so desperately pale and her eyes so desperately red, that Raoul resolved to go at all lengths, including that which he foreshadowed when he blurted out that he would not go to the North Pole expedition unless she first told him the secret of the man's voice. "Hush, in heaven's name. Suppose he heard you, you unfortunate Raoul." And Christine's eyes stared wildly at everything around her. "I will remove you from his power, Christine, I swear it. And you shall not think of him any more." "Is it possible?" She allowed herself this doubt, which was an encouragement, while dragging the young man up to the topmost floor of the theatre, far, very far from the trapdoors. I shall hide you in some unknown corner of the world where he cannot come to look for you. You will be safe, and then I shall go away, as you have sworn never to marry." Christine seized Raoul's hands and squeezed them with incredible rapture, but suddenly becoming alarmed again, she turned away her head. "Higher!" was all she said. "Higher still!" And she dragged him up toward the summit. He had a difficulty in following her. They were soon under the very roof in the maze of timber work. They slipped through the buttresses, the rafters, the joists. They ran from beam to beam as they might have run from tree to tree in a forest. And despite the care which she took to look behind her at every moment, she failed to see a shadow which followed her, like her own shadow, which stopped when she stopped, which started again when she did, and made no more noise than a well-conducted shadow should. As for Raoul, he saw nothing either, for, when he had Christine in front of him, nothing interested him that happened behind. And we are about to go to our first little ad break and give my voice a little rest and drink some tea, and then we will get back to it. Take a stretch. I hope to see you on the other side of the ads, and I will see you again and continue very soon. I hope you are having a wonderful night. Hi, seatbelt. Hello, Miss Seatbelt. Do you like it when I read? Oh, that's good. Come here, sweet girl. Here you go. Oh, careful. Don't get tangled in the wires. Here, go on this side. There's less wires on this side. Come here. Good girl. There you go. Yes, you get lots of pets. Lots of pets for sale. Oh, you could definitely hear that gulp that time, sorry. Oh my goodness, you're pushing the door all by yourself. You're so strong. You're so strong. I love you too. I love you too. For anyone not stuck in ads, I gave Seatbelt a little scritch just for you. Don't tell the people that are in ads. That one's just for you. Just sat back down. And welcome back.
Thank you for sticking through.
Chapter 12. Apollo's Lyre. In this way, they reached the roof. Christine tripped over it as lightly as a swallow. Their eyes swept the empty space between the 3 domes and the triangular pediment. She breathed freely over Paris, the whole valley of which was seen at work below. She called Raoul to come quite close to her as they walked side by side along the zinc streets and the leaden avenues. They looked at their twin shapes in the huge tanks full of stagnant water where, in the hot weather, the little boys of the ballet, score or so, learned to swim and dive. The shadow had followed behind him, clinging to their steps, and the 2 children little suspected its presence when they at last sat down, trustingly, under the mighty protection of Apollo, who, with a great bronze gesture, lifted his huge lyre to the heart of a crimson sky. It was a gorgeous spring evening. Clouds, which had just received their gossamer robe of gold and purple from the setting sun, drifted slowly by, and Christine said to Raoul, "Soon we shall go further and faster than the clouds, to the end of the world, and then you will leave me, Raoul. But if, when the moment comes for you to take me away, I refuse to go with you, well, you must carry me off by force." "Are you afraid that you will change your mind, Christine?" "I don't know," she said, shaking her head in some odd fashion. "He is a demon." And she shivered and nestled in his arms with a moan. "I'm afraid now of going back to live with him, in the ground." "What compels you to go back, Christine?" "If I do not go back to him, terrible misfortunes may happen. But I can't do it. I can't do it. I know one ought to be sorry for people who live underground, but he is too horrible, and yet the time is at hand. I have only a day left. If I do not go, he will come and fetch me with his voice, and he will drag me with him underground and go on his knees before me with his death's head, and he will tell me that he loves me, and he will cry. Oh, those tears, Raoul, those tears in the 2 black eye sockets of the death's head. I cannot see those tears flow again." She wrung her hands in anguish, while Raoul pressed her to his heart. "No, no, you shall never again hear him tell you that he loves you. You shall not see his tears. Let us fly, Christine. Let us fly at once." And he tried to drag her away then and there, but she stopped him. "No, no," she said, shaking her head sadly. "Not now. It would be too cruel. Let him hear me sing tomorrow evening, and then we will go away. You must come and fetch me in my dressing room at midnight exactly. He will then be waiting for me in the dining room by the lake. We shall be free, and you shall take me away. You must promise me that, Raoul, even if I refuse, for I feel that if I go back this time I shall perhaps never return." And she gave a sigh to which it seemed to her that another sigh behind her replied. "Didn't you hear?" Her teeth chattered. "No," said Raoul. "I heard nothing." "It's too terrible," she confessed, "to be always trembling like this. And yet we run no danger here. We are at home in the sky, in the open air, in the light. The sun is flaming, and night birds cannot bear to look at the sun. I have never seen him by daylight. It must be awful. Oh, the first time I saw him, I thought he was going to die." "Why?" asked Raoul, really frightened at the aspect which this strange confidence was taking. "Because I had seen him." This time Raoul and Christine turned round at the same time. "There is someone in pain," said Raoul. "Perhaps someone has been hurt. Did you hear?" "I can't say," Christine confessed. "Even when he is not here, my ears are full of his sighs. Still, if you heard—" They stood up and looked around them. They were quite alone on the immense lead roof, and they sat down again, and Raoul said, "Tell me how you saw him first."
"I love sick. Welcome in."
"I had heard him for 3 months without seeing him. The first time I heard it, I thought, as you did, that that adorable voice was singing in another room. I went out and looked everywhere, but as you know, Raoul, my dressing room is very much by itself, and I could not find the voice outside my room, whereas it went on steadily inside. And it not only sang, but it spoke to me and answered my questions, like a real man's voice, with this difference, that it was as beautiful as the voice of an angel. I had never got the angel of music whom my poor father had promised to send me as soon as he was dead. I really think that Mamma Valerius was a little to blame. I told her about it, and she at once said, "It must be the angel. At any rate, you can do no harm by asking him." I did so, and the man's voice replied that yes, it was the angel's voice, the voice which I was expecting and which my father had promised me. From that time onward, the voice and I became great friends. It asked leave to give me lessons every day. I agreed and never failed to keep the appointment which it gave me in my dressing room. You have no idea, though you have heard of the voice, of what those lessons were like. "No, I have no idea," said Raoul. "What was your accompaniment?" "We were accompanied by a music which I do not know. It was behind the wall and wonderfully accurate. The voice seemed to understand mine exactly, to know precisely where my father had left off teaching me. In a few weeks' time I hardly knew myself when I sang. I was even frightened. I seemed to dread a sort of witchcraft behind it. But Mamma Valerius reassured me. She said that she knew I was much too simple a girl to give a devil a hold of me. My progress, by the voice's own order, was kept a secret between the voice, Mamma Valerius, and myself. It was a curious thing, but outside the dressing room I sang with my ordinary everyday voice, and nobody noticed anything. I did all that the voice asked. It said, "Wait and see. We shall astonish Paris." And I waited and lived on in a sort of ecstatic dream. It was then that I saw you for the first time one evening, in the house, and I was so glad that I never thought of concealing my delight when I reached my dressing room. Unfortunately, the voice was there before me and soon noticed, by my air, that something had happened. It asked what was the matter, and I saw no reason for keeping her story a secret or concealing the place which you filled in my heart. Then the voice was silent. I called to it, but it did not reply. I begged and entreated, but in vain. I was terrified lest it had gone for good. I wish to heaven it had, dear. That night, I went home in a desperate condition. I told Mamma Valerius, who said, "Why, of course, the voice is jealous." And that, dear, first revealed to me that I loved you. Hi, Alan. Welcome on in. Enjoy your drink. Hope you're having a good week so far and that it's not too hot where you are. Christine stopped and laid her head on Raoul's shoulder. They sat like that for a moment, in silence, and they did not see, did not perceive the movement, at a few steps from behind them, of the creeping shadow of two great black wings, a shadow that came along the roof so near them, that it could have stifled them by closing over them. The next day, Christine continued with a sigh, I went back to my dressing room in a very pensive state of mind. The voice was there, spoke to me with great sadness, and told me plainly that if I must bestow my heart on earth, there was nothing for the voice to do but to go back to heaven. And it said this with such an accent of human sorrow that I ought then and there to have suspected and begun to believe that I was the victim of my deluded senses. But my faith in the voice, with which the memory of my father was so closely intermingled, remained undisturbed. I feared nothing so much as that I might never hear it again. I had thought about my love for you and realized all the useless danger of it, and I did not even know if you remembered me. Whatever happened, your position in society forbade me to contemplate the possibility of ever marrying you, and I swore to the voice that you were no more than a brother to me, nor ever would be, and that my heart was incapable of any earthly love. And that, dear, was why I refused to recognize or see you when I met you on the stage or in the passages. Meanwhile, the hours during which the voice taught me were spent in a divine frenzy until at last the voice said to me, "You can now, Christine Daae, give to men a little of the music of heaven." I don't know how it was that Carlotta did not come to the theater that night, nor why I was called upon to sing in her stead, but I sang with a rapture I had never known before, and I felt for a moment as if my soul were leaving my body. "Oh, Christine," said Raoul. "My heart quivered that night at every accent of your voice. I saw the tears stream down your cheeks, and I wept with you. How could you sing like that while crying?" "I felt myself fainting," said Christine. "I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, you were by my side. But the voice was there also. Raoul, I was afraid for your sake, and again I would not recognize you, and began to laugh when you reminded me that you had picked up my scarf in the sea. Alas, there is no deceiving the voice. The voice recognized you, and the voice was jealous. It said that if I did not love you, if I would not avoid you, but treat you like any other old friend, it made me scene upon scene. At last I said to the voice, 'That will do. I'm going to Perros tomorrow to pray on my father's grave, and I shall ask Monsieur Raoul de Chagny to go with me.' 'Do as you please,' replied the voice. 'But I shall be at Perros too, for I am wherever you are, Christine, and if you are still worthy of me, if you have not lied to me, I will play you the resurrection of Lazarus on the stroke of midnight on your father's tomb and on your father's violin.' That, dear, was how I came to write you the letter that brought you to Perros. How could I have been so beguiled? How was it, when I saw the personal, the selfish point of view of the voice, that I did not suspect some impostor? Alas, I was no longer mistress of myself. I had become his thing." "But, after all," cried Raoul, "you came to know the truth. Why did you not at once rid yourself of the abominable nightmare?" "Know the truth, Raoul? Rid myself of that nightmare? But my poor boy, I was not caught in the nightmare until the day when I learned the truth. Pity me, Raoul. Pity me. You remember the terrible evening when Carlotta thought that she had been turned into a toad on the stage, and when the house was suddenly plunged into darkness through the chandelier crashing to the floor? There were killed and wounded that night, and the whole theater rang with terrified screams. My first thought was for you and the voice. I was at once easy, where you were concerned, for I had seen you in your brother's box, and I knew that you were not in danger. But the voice had told me that it would be at the performance, and I was really afraid for it, just as if it had been an ordinary person who was capable of dying. I thought to myself, the chandelier may have come down upon the voice. I was then on the stage and was nearly running into the house to look for the voice among the killed and the wounded, when I thought that, if the voice was safe, it would be sure to be in my dressing room, and I rushed to my room. The voice was not there. I locked my door, and, with tears in my eyes, besought it, if it were still alive, to manifest itself to me. The voice did not reply, but suddenly I heard a long, beautiful wail, which I knew well. It was the plaint of Lazarus when, at the sound of the Redeemer's voice, he begins to open his eyes and see the light of day. It was the music which you and I, Raoul, heard at Perros. And the voice began to sing the leading phrase, 'Come and believe in me. Whoso believes in me shall live. Walk. Whoso hath believed in me shall never die.' I cannot tell you the effect which that music had upon me. It seemed to command me, personally, to stand up and to come to it. It retreated, and I followed. 'Come and believe in me.' I believed in it. I came, and this was the extraordinary thing. My dressing room, as I moved, seemed to lengthen out. Evidently it must have been an effect of mirrors, for I had the mirror in front of me, and suddenly I was outside the room without knowing how." "What? Without knowing how? Christine! Christine, you must really stop dreaming." "I was not dreaming, dear. I was outside my room without knowing how. You who saw me disappear from my room one evening may be able to explain it, but I cannot. I can only tell you that suddenly there was no mirror before me and no dressing room. I was in a dark passage. I was frightened and I cried out. It was quite dark, but for a faint red glimmer at a distant corner of the wall. I cried out. My voice was the only sound, for the singing and the violin had stopped, and suddenly a hand was laid on mine. Or rather, a stone-cold, bony thing that seized my wrist and did not let go. I cried out again. An arm took me around the waist and supported me. I struggled for a little while and then gave up at the attempt. I was dragged toward the little red light, and then I saw that I was in the hands of a man wrapped in a large cloak and wearing a mask that hid his whole face. I made one last effort. My limbs stiffened, my mouth opened to scream, but a hand closed it, a hand which I felt on my lips, on my skin, a hand that smelt of death. And then I fainted away. When I opened my eyes, we were still surrounded by darkness. A lantern standing on the ground showed a bubbling well. The water splashing from the well disappeared almost at once under the floor on which I was lying, with my head on the knee of the man in the black cloak and the black mask. He was bathing my temples, and his hands smelt of death. I tried to push them away and asked, "Who are you? Where is the voice?" His only answer was a sigh. Suddenly, a hot breath passed over my face, and I perceived a white shape beside the man's shape. In the darkness, the black shape lifted me onto the white shape. A glad neighing greeted my astounded ears, and I murmured, "Cesare!" The animal quivered. Raoul, I was lying half back on a saddle, and I had recognized the white horse out of the Profeta, which I had so often fed with sugar and sweets. I remembered that one evening there was a rumor in the theater that the horse had disappeared and that had been stolen by the opera ghost. I believed in the voice, but had never believed in the ghost. Now, however, I began to wonder, with a shiver, whether I was the ghost prisoner. I called upon the voice to help me, for I should never have imagined that the voice and the ghost were one. You have heard about the opera ghost, have you not, Raoul? Yes, but tell me, what happened when you were on the white horse of the Profeta? I made no movement and let myself go. The black shape held me up, and I made no effort to escape. A curious feeling of peacefulness came over me, and I thought that I must be under the influence of some cordial. I had the full command of my senses, and my eyes became used to the darkness, which was lit here and there by fitful gleams. I calculated that we were in the narrow circular gallery, probably running all around the opera, which is immense underground. I had once been down into those cellars, but had stopped at the third floor, though there were two lower still, large enough to hold a town. But the figures of which I caught sight had made me run away. There are demons down there, quite black, standing in front of boilers, and they wield shovels and pitchforks and poke up fires and stir up flames. And if you come too near them, they frighten you by suddenly opening the red mouths of the furnaces. Well, while Cesare was quietly carrying me on his back, I saw those demons in the distance, looking quite small. In front of the red fires of their furnaces, they came into sight, disappeared, and came into sight again, as we went on our winding way. Hello! Welcome on in, Creative Garden, and thank you for the raid. Here, let me give you a quick shout out. I hope that you had a very good stream. If any of you need to raid and run, please feel free to. But whether you are here to stay or just here for a very little bit, my name is Ale. I run the CatBaronCafe, which you are happily in right now, and I do a variety of things. Tonight, we are finishing The Phantom of the Opera. Lovely to meet you. Welcome on in, Writer Woman. And welcome on in, Garden. I hope you had a lovely stream. Feel free to let me know what you did today. But yeah, The Phantom of the Opera is a fantastic book from the early 1900s that is the basis for the many movie adaptations over the years, and of course, the infamous musical by Andrew Lloyd Webber. It's a very, very fun book. So I hope you can stay. Exactly. Right now, Raoul and Christine are on the roof, and Christine is telling how she met the opera ghost, who she now realizes was her angel of music. But they are being watched. But we don't know exactly by whom yet. Well, I mean, we kind of know. It's a little bit obvious. But, you know, we'll pretend we don't know yet, because the book hasn't told us yet. At last, they disappeared together. The shape was still holding me up, and Cesaria walked on, unled and sure-footed. I could not tell you even approximately how long this ride lasted. I only know that we seemed to turn and often went down a spiral stair into the very heart of the earth. Even then, it may be that my head was turning, but I don't think so. No. My mind was quite clear. At last Cesare raised his nostrils, sniffed the air, and quickened his pace a little. I felt a moistness in the air, and Cesare stopped. The darkness had lifted. A sort of bluey light surrounded us. We were on the edge of a lake, whose leaden waters stretched into the distance, into the darkness. But the blue light lit up the bank, and I saw a little boat fasten to an iron ring on the wharf. Oh, been reading through a retelling of the Robin Hood story. A fellow reader! Yay! I'm gonna give you a follow. Real quick. So hopefully I can catch you read sometime in the future. The King Raven Trilogy by Stephen Lawhead. Ooh, that's very fun. And yeah, Phantom is very fun. It has a lot of quippy dialogue. So I highly recommend reading it, and it's very fun to read out loud. A boat! Yes, but I knew that all that existed, and that there was nothing supernatural about that underground lake and boat. But think of the exceptional conditions in which I arrived upon that shore. I don't know whether the effects of the cordial had worn off when the man's shape lifted me onto the boat, but my terror began all over again. My gruesome escort must have noticed it, for he sent Cesare back, and I heard his hoofs trampling up a staircase while the man jumped into the boat, untied the rope, and held it and seized the oars. He rowed with a quick, powerful stroke, and his eyes, under the mask, never left me. We slipped across the noiseless water in the bluey light which I told you of, and when we were in the dark again, and when we touched shore, and I was once more taken up in the man's arms. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I cried aloud, and then suddenly I was silent, dazed by the light. Yes, a dazzling light in the midst of which I had been put down. I sprang to my feet. I was in the middle of a drawing room that seemed to me to be decorated, adorned, and furnished with nothing but flowers. Flowers both magnificent and stupid, because of the silk ribbons that tied them to baskets, like those which they sell in the shops on the boulevards. They were much too civilized flowers, like those which I used to find in my dressing room after the first night. Then, in the midst of all these flowers, stood the black shape of the man in the mask, with arms crossed, and he said, "Don't be afraid, Christine. You are in no danger." And it was the voice. My anger equaled my amazement. I rushed at the mask and tried to snatch it away so as to see the face of the voice. And the man said, "You are in no danger so long as you do not touch the mask." And taking me gently by the wrist, he forced me into a chair, and then went down on his knees before me and said nothing more. His humility gave me back some of my courage, and the light restored me to the realities of life. However extraordinary the adventure might be, I was now surrounded by mortal, visible, tangible things. The furniture, the hangings, the candles, the vases, and the very flowers in their baskets, of which I could almost have told whence they came and what they cost, were bound to confine my imagination to the limits of a drawing room, quite as commonplace as any that. At least, had the excuse of not being in the cellars of the opera. I had, no doubt, to do with a terrible, eccentric person who, in some mysterious fashion, had succeeded in taking up his abode there under the opera house 5 stories below the level of the ground. And the voice which I had recognized under the mask, was on its knees before me. And he was a man. And I began to cry. The man still kneeling must have understood the cause of my tears, for he said, "It is true, Christine. I am not an angel, nor a genius, nor a ghost. I am Eric." Christine's narrative was again interrupted. An echo behind them seemed to repeat the word after her. "Eric!" What echo? They both turned round and saw that the night had fallen. Raoul had made a movement, as though to rise, but Christine kept him beside her. "Don't go," she said. "I want you to know everything here." "But why here, Christine? I'm afraid of your catching cold." "We have nothing to fear except the trapdoors, dear. And here we are miles away from trapdoors, and I am not allowed to see you outside of the theater. This is not the time to annoy him. We must not arouse his suspicion." Christine, something tells me that we are wrong to wait till tomorrow evening, and that we ought to fly at once." "I tell you that if he does not hear me sing tomorrow, it will cause him infinite pain." "It is difficult not to cause him pain, and yet to escape from him for good." "You are right in that, Raoul, for certainly he will die of my flight." And she added in a dull voice, "But then it counts both ways, for we risk his killing us." "Does he love you so much?" "He would commit murder for me." "But one can find out where he lives. One can go in search of him. Now that we know that Eric is not a ghost, one can speak to him and force him to answer." Christine shook her head. No, there is nothing to be done with Eric except to run away." "Then why? When you were able to run away, did you go back to him?" "Because I had to. And you will understand that when I tell you how I left him." "Oh, I hate him," cried Raoul. "And you, Christine, tell me, do you hate him too?" "No," said Christine simply. "No, of course not. Why, you love him. Your fear, your terror, all of that, it's just love, and love is the most exquisite kind. The kind which people do not admit even to themselves," said Raoul bitterly. "That kind that gives you a thrill when you think of it, picture it. A man who lives in a palace underground." And he gave a leer. "Then you want me to go back there?" said the young girl cruelly. "Take care, Raoul. I have told you I should never return." There was an appalling silence between the 3 of them, the 2 who spoke and the shadow that listened behind them, in case you forgot. "Before answering that," said Raoul at last, speaking very slowly, "I should like to know with what feeling he inspires you, since you do not hate him." "With horror," she said. "That is the terrible thing about it. He fills me with horror. I do not hate him. How can I hate him, Raoul? Think of Eric at my feet, in the house on the lake, underground. He accuses himself, he curses himself, he implores my forgiveness. He confesses his cheat. He loves me. He lays at my feet an immense and tragic love. He has carried me off for love. He has imprisoned me with him, underground, for love. But he respects me, he crawls, he moans, he weeps. And when I stood up, Raoul, and told him I could only despise him if he did not, then and there, give me my liberty, he offered it. He offered to show me the mysterious road, only he rose too, and I was made to remember that, though he was not an angel, nor a ghost, nor a genius, he remained the voice, for he sang, and I listened and stayed. That night we did not exchange another word, and he sang me to sleep. When I woke up, I was alone, lying on a sofa in a simply furnished little bedroom, with an ordinary mahogany bedstead, lit by a lamp standing on the marble top of an old Louis Philippe's chest of drawers. I soon discovered that I was prisoner. and that the only outlet from my room led to a very uncomfortable bathroom. On returning to my bedroom, I saw in the chest of drawers a note in red ink which said, "My dear Christine, you need have no concern as to your fate. You have no better nor more respectful friend in the world than myself. You are alone at present in this home which is yours. I am going out shopping to fetch you all the things that you can need." I felt sure that I had fallen into the hands of a madman. I ran round my little apartment, looking for a way of escape which I could not find. I upbraided myself for my absurd superstition, which had caused me to fall into the trap, and I felt inclined to laugh and to cry at the same time. This was the state of mind in which Eric found me. After giving 3 taps on the wall, he walked in quietly through a door which I had not noticed and which he had left open. He had his arms full of boxes and parcels and arranged them on the bed in a leisurely fashion, while I overwhelmed him with abuse and called upon him to take off his mask if it covered the face of an honest man. He replied serenely, "You shall never see Eric's face," and he reproached me with not having finished dressing at the time of day. He was good enough to tell me that it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He said he would give me half an hour and, while he spoke, wound up my watch and set it for me, after which he asked me to come to the dining room, where a nice lunch was waiting for us. I was very angry, slammed the door in his face, and went to the bathroom. When I came out again, feeling greatly refreshed, Eric said that he loved me, but that he would never tell me so except when I allowed him, and that the rest of the time would be devoted to music. "What do you mean the rest of the time?" I asked. 5 days, he said with decision. I asked him if I should then be free, and he said, "You will be free, Christine, for when those 5 days are past, you have learned not to see me, and then from time to time you will come to see your poor Eric." He pointed to a chair opposite him at a small table, and I sat down, feeling greatly perturbed. However, I ate a few prawns and the wing of a chicken, and drank half a glass of tokay, which he had himself, he told me, brought from the Koningsberg cellars. Eric did not eat or drink. I asked him what his nationality was, and if the name of Eric did not point to his Scandinavian origin. He said that he had no name and no country, and that he had taken the name of Eric by accident. After lunch, he rose and gave me the tips of his fingers, saying he would like to show me over his flat, but I snatched away my hand and gave a cry. What I had touched was cold and at the same time bony, and I remembered that his hand smelt of death. "Oh, forgive me," he moaned, and he opened a door before me. "This is my bedroom, if you care to see it. It is rather curious." His manners, his words, his attitude gave me confidence, and I went in without hesitation. I felt as if I were entering the room of a dead person. The walls were all hung with black, but instead of white trimmings that they usually set off at that funeral upholstery, there was an enormous stave of music with the notes of Dies Irae, many times repeated. In the middle of the room was a canopy, from which hung curtains of red brocaded stuff, and under the canopy, an open coffin. "This is where I sleep," said Eric. "One has to get used to everything in life, even eternity." The sight upset me so much that I turned away my head. Yeah, don't they? I would take some prawns and chicken wings. Then I saw the keyboard of an organ which filled one whole side of the walls. On the desk was a music book covered with red notes. I asked to leave to look at it, and read Don Juan Triumphant. "Yes," he said, "I compose sometimes. I began that work 20 years ago. When I have finished, I shall take it away with me in that coffin and never wake up again." "You must work at it as seldom as you can," I said. He replied, "I sometimes work at it for 14 days and nights together, during which I live on music only, and then I rest for years at a time." "Will you play me something out of your Don Juan Triumphant?" I asked, thinking to please him. "You must never ask me that," he said in a gloomy voice. "I will play you Mozart if you like, which will only make you weep, but my Don Juan, Christine, burns, and yet he is not struck by fire from heaven." Thereupon we were returned to the drawing-room. I noticed that there was no mirror in the whole apartment. I was going to remark upon this, but Eric had already sat down to the piano. He said, "You see, Christine, there is some music that is so terrible that it consumes all those who approach it. Fortunately, you have not come to that music yet, for you would lose all your pretty coloring, and no one would know you when you return to Paris. Let us sing something from the opera, Christine Daae." He spoke these last words as though he were flinging an insult at me. And what did you do? I had no time to think about the meaning he put into his words. We had once began the duet in Othello, and already the catastrophe was upon us. I sang Desdemona with a despair, a terror which I had never displayed before. As for him, his voice thundered forth his revengeful soul at every note. Love, jealousy, hatred burst out around us in harrowing cries. Eric's black mask made me think of the natural mask of the Moor of Venice. He was Othello himself. Suddenly, I felt a need to see beneath the mask. I wanted to know the face of the voice, and, with a movement which I was utterly unable to control, swiftly my fingers tore away the mask, and... Oh, horror! 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 Christine stopped at the thought of the vision that had scared her, while the echoes of the night, which had repeated the name of Eric, now thrice moaned the cry, "Horror! Horror! Horror!" Raoul and Christine, clasping each other closely, raised their eyes to the stars that shone in the clear, peaceful sky, and Raoul said, "Strange, Christine, that this calm, soft night should be so full of plaintive sounds. One would think that it was sorrowing with us." "When you know the secret, Raoul, your ears, like mine, will be full of lamentations." She took Raoul's protecting hands in hers, and with a long shiver continued, "Yes, if I lived to be 100, I should always hear the superhuman cry of grief and rage which he uttered when the terrible sight appeared before my eyes. Raoul, you have seen death's heads, and when they have been dried and withered by the centuries, and perhaps, if you were not the victim of a nightmare, you saw his death's head at Paros. And then you saw Red Death stalking about at the last mass ball. But all those death heads were motionless, and their dumb horror was not alive. But imagine, if you can, Red Death's mask suddenly coming to life in order to express with the 4 black holes of its eyes, its nose, and its mouth the extreme anger, the mighty fury of a demon, and not a ray of light from its sockets. For, as I learned later, you cannot see his blazing eyes except in the dark." I fell back against the wall, and he came up to me, grinding his teeth, and as I fell upon my knees, he hissed mad, incoherent words and curses at me. Leaning over me, he cried, "Look, you want to see? See, feast your eyes, glut your soul on my cursed ugliness. Look at Eric's face. Now you know the face of the voice. You women are so inquisitive. Well, are you satisfied? I'm a very good-looking fellow, eh? When a woman has seen me as you have, she belongs to me. She loves me forever. I am a kind of Don Juan, you know." And drawing himself up to his full height, and with his hands on his hip, wagging his hideous thing that was his head on his shoulders, he roared, "Look at me! I am Don Juan triumphant!" And then I turned away my head and begged for mercy. He drew it to him brutally, twisting his dead fingers into my hair. "Enough, enough," cried Raoul. "I will kill him. In heaven's name, Christine, tell me where the dining room on the lake is. I must kill him." "Be quiet, Raoul, if you want to know." "Yes, I want to know. And why you went back, I must know. But in any case, I will kill him." "Oh, Raoul, listen. Listen. He dragged me by my hair, and then... Oh, it is too horrible." "Well, what? Out with it!" exclaimed Raoul fiercely. "Out with it, quick!" Then he hissed at me. "Oh, I frighten you, do I? I dare say perhaps you think that I have another mask, eh? That this my head is a mask? Well," he roared, "tear it off as you did the other. Come along, I insist. Your hands, give me your hands." And he seized my hands and dug them into his awful face. He tore his flesh with my nails. tore his terrible dead flesh with my nails. No, he shouted, while his throat throbbed and panted like a furnace. Know that I am built up from death from head to foot, and that is a corpse that loves you and adores you and will never, never leave you. Look, I am not laughing now, I am crying. Crying for you, Christine, who have torn off my mask and who therefore can never leave me again. As long as you thought me handsome, you could have had come back. I know you would have come back, but now that you know my hideousness, you would run away for good, so I shall keep you here. Why did you want to see me? Oh, mad Christine who wanted to see me, when my own father never saw me, and when my own mother, so as not to see me, made me a present of my first mask. Yeah, the dialogue is really, really good in the book. Yeah, I like a scary. It's so scary. He had let go of me and was dragging himself about on the floor, uttering terrible sobs. And then he crawled away like a snake. Oh, thank you for the follow. It's been nice having you here. You're providing very nice company. Where was I? He let go of me and was dragging himself about on the floor, uttering terrible sobs. And then he crawled away like a snake, went into his room, closed the door, and left me alone to my reflections. Presently I heard the sound of the organ, and then I began to understand Eric's contemptuous phrase when he spoke about opera music. What I now heard was utterly different from what I heard up until then. His Don won, triumphant, for I had not a doubt but that he had rushed to his masterpiece to forget the horror of the moment. Seemed to me at first one long, awful, magnificent sob, but little by little it expressed every emotion, every suffering of which mankind is capable. It intoxicated me, and I opened the door that separated us. Eric rose as I entered, but dared not turn into my direction. "Eric," I cried, "show me your face without fear. I swear that you are most unhappy and sublime of men, and if ever again I shiver when I look at you, it will be because I am thinking of the splendor of your genius." Then Eric turned round, for he believed me, and I also had faith in myself. He fell at my feet with words of love in his dead mouth, and the music had ceased. He kissed the hem of my dress and did not see that I closed my eyes. What more can I tell you, dear? Now you know my tragedy. It went on for a fortnight during which I lied to him. My lies were as hideous as the monster who inspired them, but they were the price of my liberty. I burned his mask, and I managed so well that even when he was not singing, he tried to catch my eye, like a dog sitting by its master. He was my faithful slave and paid me endless little attentions. Gradually, I gave him such confidence that he ventured to take me walking on the banks of the lake, and to row me in the boat on its leaden waters. Toward the end of my captivity, he let me out through the gates and that closed the underground passages in the Rue Scribe. Here a carriage awaited us and took us to the boy. That night, when we met you, was nearly fatal to me, for he is terribly jealous of you, and I had to tell him that you were soon going away. Then at last, after a fortnight of that horrible captivity during which I was filled with pity, enthusiasm, despair, and horror by turns, he believed me when I said, "I will come back." "And you went back, Christine," groaned Raoul. "Yes, dear, and I must tell you that it was not his frightful threats when setting me free that helped me to keep my word, but the harrowing sob which he gave on the threshold of the tomb. That sob attached me to the unfortunate man more than I myself suspected when saying goodbye to him. Poor Eric. Poor Eric." "Christine," said Raoul, rising, "you tell me that you love me, but you had recovered your liberty hardly a few hours before you returned to Eric. Remember the masked ball." "Yes, and do you remember those hours which I passed with you, Raoul, to the great danger of us both?" "I doubted your love for me during those hours." "Do you doubt it still, Raoul?" then know that each of my visits to Eric increased my horror of him, for each of those visits, instead of calming him, as I hoped, made him mad with love. I am so frightened, so frightened. You are frightened, but do you love me? If Eric were good-looking, would you love me, Christine? She rose in her turn, putting her 2 trembling arms round the young man's neck. Oh, my betrothed of a day, if I did not love you, I would not give you my lips. Take them, for the first time and the last. He kissed her lips, but the night that surrounded them was rent asunder. They fled at the approach of a storm, and their eyes, filled with the dread of Eric, showed them before they disappeared, high up above them, an immense night bird that stared at them with its blazing eyes and seemed to cling to the string of Apollo's lyre.
Smoochy. They did a smooch. They did a smooch.
Oh, wow. Holy jeez, that's crazy. We're 2 followers away from 300, and that is a number I never thought I would reach. So, thank you, everybody. That's a lot to thank you all for. We'll do one more chapter before the next ad break. Chapter 13. A masterstroke of the trapdoor lover. Raoul and Christine ran, eager to escape from the roof and the blazing eyes that showed only in the dark, and they did not stop before they came to the 8th floor on the way down. There was no performance at the opera that night, and the passages were empty. Suddenly a queer-looking form stood before them and blocked the road. No, not this way. And the form pointed to another passage by which they were to reach the wings. Raoul wanted to stop and ask for an explanation, but the form, which wore a sort of long frock coat and a pointed cap, said, "Quick! Go away quickly!" Christine was already dragging Raoul, compelling him to start running again. "But who is he? Who is that man?" he asked. Christine replied, "It's the Persian." "What's he doing here?" "Nobody knows. He is always in the opera." "You're making me run away for the first time in my life. If we really saw Eric, what I ought to have done was to nail him to Apollo's lyre, just as well as we nailed the owls to the walls of our Breton farms. And there would have been no more question of him." "My dear Raoul, you would first have had to climb up to Apollo's lyre. That's no easy matter. The blazing eyes were there. Oh, you are getting like me now, seeing him everywhere. What I took for blazing eyes was probably a couple of stars shining through the strings of the lyre." And Christine went down another floor, with Raoul following her. "And as you have quite made up your mind to go, Christine, I assure you it would be better to go at once. Why wait for tomorrow? He may have heard us tonight." No, he is working, I tell you, at his Don Juan triumphant, and not thinking of us." "You're so sure of that. You keep on looking behind you. Come to my dressing room. Hadn't we better meet outside the opera?" "Never till we go away for good. It would bring us bad luck if we do not keep my word. I promised him to only see you here." "It's a good thing for me that he allowed you even that. Do you know," said Raoul bitterly, "that it was very plucky of you to let us play at being engaged." "Why, my dear, he knows all about it. He said, 'I trust you, Christine. Monsieur de Chagny is in love with you and is going abroad before he goes. I want him to be as happy as I am.' Are people so unhappy when they love?" "Yes, Christine, when they love and are not sure of being loved." They came to Christine's dressing room. "Why do you think you are safer in this room than on the stage?" asked Raoul. "You heard him through the walls here, therefore he can certainly hear us." "No. He gave me his word not to be behind the walls of my dressing room again, and I believe Eric's word. This room and my bedroom on the lake are for me exclusively, and not to be approached by him." "How can you have gone from this room into that dark passage, Christine? Suppose we try to repeat your movements, shall we?" It is dangerous, dear, for the glass might carry me off again, and instead of running away, I should be obliged to go to the end of the secret passage to the lake, and there call Eric.
Would he hear you?
Eric will hear me wherever I call him. He told me so. He is a very curious genius. You must not think, Raoul, that he is simply a man who amuses himself by living underground. He does things that no other man could do. He knows things which nobody in the world knows.
Take care, Christine. You are making a ghost of him again.
No, he is not a ghost. He is a man of heaven and earth, that is all.
A man of heaven and earth, that is all. A nice way to speak of him. And are you still resolved to run away from him?
Yes, tomorrow.
Tomorrow you will have no resolve left.
Then, Raoul, you must run away with me in spite of myself. Is that understood?
I shall be here at 12 tomorrow night. I shall keep my promise, whatever happens. You say that, after listening to the performance, he is to wait for you in the dining room on the lake.
Yes.
And how are you to reach him if you don't know how to go out by the glass?
Why, by going straight to the edge of the lake.
Christine opened a box, took out an enormous key and showed it to Raoul. What's that? He asked.
The key of the gate to the underground passage in the Rue Scribe.
I understand, Christine. It leads straight to the lake. Give it to me, Christine, will you?
Never, she said. That would be treacherous.
Suddenly Christine changed color. A mortal pallor overspread her features.
Oh, heavens, she cried. Eric! Eric, have pity on me!
Hold your tongue, said Raoul. You told me he could hear you. But the singer's attitude became more and more inexplicable. She wrung her fingers, repeating, and with a distraught air,
Oh, heaven! Oh, heaven!
But what is it? What is it? Raoul implored.
The ring! The gold ring he gave me.
Oh, so Eric gave you that ring.
You know he did, Raoul. But what you don't know is that when he gave it to me, he said, I give you back your liberty, Christine, on condition that this ring is always on your finger. As long as you keep it, you will be protected against all danger and Eric will remain your friend. But woe to you if you ever part with it, for Eric will have his revenge. My dear, the ring is gone. Woe to us both.
They both looked for the ring, but could not find it. Christine refused to be pacified.
It was while I gave you that kiss up above under Apollo's lyre, she said. The ring must have slipped from my finger and dropped into the street. We can never find it. And what misfortunes are in store for us now? Oh, to run away.
Let us run away at once, Raoul insisted once more. She hesitated. He thought that she was going to say yes, but then her bright pupils became dimmed, and she said,
No. Tomorrow. Ooh, hi, Cheesy. Welcome on in. Wanted to show you oh, yeah. I'll look at it during the ad break. Hope your conference goes well.
She hesitated. He thought that she was going to say yes, and her bright pupils became dimmed, and she said, No, tomorrow. And she left him hurriedly, still ringing and rubbing her fingers as though she hoped to bring her ring back like that. Raoul went home, greatly perturbed at all that he had heard. If I don't save her from the hands of that humbug, he said aloud as he went to bed, she is lost. But I shall save her. He put out his lamp and felt a need to insult Eric in the dark. Thrice over he shouted, Humbug! 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 Then suddenly he raised himself on his elbow. A cold sweat poured from his temples. Two eyes, like blazing coals, had appeared at the foot of his bed. They stared at him fixedly, terribly in the darkness of the night. Raoul was no coward, and yet he trembled. He put out a groping, hesitating hand toward the table by his bedside, and he found the matches and lit his candle. The eyes disappeared. Still uneasy in his mind, he thought to himself, She told me that his eyes only showed in the dark. His eyes disappeared in the light, but he may be there still. And he rose, hunted about, went round the room. He looked under his bed like a child. Then he thought himself absurd, got into bed again and blew out the candle.
The eyes reappeared. He sat up, stared back at them with all the courage he possessed, then he cried, "Is that you, Eric? Man, genius, or ghost, is it you?" He reflected. "If it's he's on the balcony." And then he ran to the chest of drawers and groped for his revolver. He opened the balcony window, looked out, saw nothing, and closed the window again. He went back to his bed, shivering, for the night was cold, and put the revolver on the table within his reach. The eyes were still there at the foot of the bed. Were they between the bed and the window pane, or behind the pane? That is to say, on the balcony? That was what Raoul wanted to know. He also wanted to know if those eyes belonged to a human being. He wanted to know everything. Then patiently, calmly, he seized his revolver and took aim. He aimed a little above the two eyes. Surely, if there were eyes, and if above those two eyes there was a forehead, and if Raoul was not too clumsy... The shot made a terrible din among the silence of the slumbering house, and while footsteps came hurrying along the passages, Raoul sat up with outstretched arm, ready to fire again if need be. This time, the two eyes had disappeared. Servants appeared, carrying lights. Count Philippe, terribly anxious. "What is it?" "I think I may have been dreaming," replied the young man. "I fired at 2 stars that kept me from sleeping." "You're raving. Are you ill? For God's sake, tell me, Raoul, what happened?" And the count seized hold of the revolver. No, I'm not raving. Besides..." "We shall soon see." He got out of bed, put on a dressing gown and slippers, and took a light from the hands of a servant and, opening the window, stepped out on the balcony. The count saw that the window had been pierced by a bullet at a man's height. Raoul was leaning over the balcony with his candle. "Aha!" he said. "Blood. Blood. Here, there, more blood. That's a good thing. A ghost who bleeds is less dangerous," he grinned. "Raoul! Raoul! Raoul!" The count was shaking him as though he were trying to waken a sleepwalker. "But my dear brother, I'm not asleep," Raoul protested impatiently. "You can see the blood for yourself. I thought I had been dreaming and firing at 2 stars. It was Eric's eyes. And here is his blood. After all, perhaps I was wrong to shoot, and Christine is quite capable of never forgiving me. All this would not have happened if I had drawn the curtains before going to bed." "Raoul, have you suddenly gone mad? Wake up!" "What still?" "You would do better to help me find Eric, for after all, a ghost who bleeds can always be found." The count's valet said, "That is so, sir. There is blood on the balcony." The other manservant brought a lamp, by the light of which they examined the balcony carefully. The marks of blood followed the rail until they reached a gutter spout, and they went up the gutter spout. "My dear fellow," said Count Philippe, "you have fired at a cat." "The misfortune is," said Raoul with a grin, "that it's quite possible. With Eric, you never know." "Is it Eric? Is it the cat? Is it the ghost?" "No. With Eric, you can't tell." Raoul went on making this strange sort of remarks, which corresponded so intimately and logically with the preoccupation of his brain, and which, at the same time, tended to persuade many people that his mind was unhinged. The count himself was seized with this idea, and later the examining magistrate, on receiving the report of the commissary of police, who came to the same conclusion. "Who is Eric?" asked the count, pressing his brother's hand. "He is my rival, and if he's not dead, it's a pity." He dismissed the servants with a wave of his hand, and the 2 Chagny's were left alone. But the men were not out of earshot before the count's valet heard Raoul say, distinctly and emphatically, "I shall carry off Christine Daae tonight." This phrase was afterward repeated to Monsieur Frau, the examining magistrate, but no one ever knew exactly what passed between the 2 brothers at this interview. The servants declared that this was not their first quarrel. Their voices penetrated the wall, and it was always an actress called Christine Daae that was in question. At breakfast, the early morning breakfast, which the count took in his study, Philippe sent for his brother. Raoul arrived, silent and gloomy. The scene was a very short one. Philippe handed his brother a copy of the Epoque, and said, "Read that." The Viscount read. "The latest news in the Faubourg is that there is a promise of marriage between Mademoiselle Christine Daae, the opera singer, and Monsieur le Vicomte Raoul de Chagny. If the gossips are to be credited, Count Philippe has sworn, for the first time on record, the Chagnys shall not keep their promise. But as love is all-powerful, At the opera as, and even more than, elsewhere. We wonder how Count Philippe intends to prevent the Viscount, his brother, from leading the new Margarita to the altar. The two brothers are said to adore each other, but the Count is curiously mistaken if he imagines that his brotherly love will triumph over love pure and simple. You see, Raoul, said the Count, you are making us ridiculous. That little girl has turned your head with her ghost stories. The Viscount had evidently repeated Christine's narrative to his brother during the night, and all that he now said was, Goodbye, Philippe. Have you quite made up your mind? You are going tonight, with her? No reply. Surely you will do nothing so foolish. I shall know how to prevent you. Goodbye, Philippe, said the Viscount again, and left the room. The scene was described to the examining magistrate by the Count himself, who did not see Raoul again until that evening, at the opera a few minutes before Christine's disappearance. Raoul, in fact, devoted the whole day to his preparations for the flight. The horses, the carriage, the coachman, the provisions, the luggage, the money required for his journey, the road to be taken. He had resolved not to go by train so as to throw the ghost off the scent. All this had to be settled and provided for, and it occupied him until 9 o'clock at night. At 9 o'clock, a sort of travelling barouche, with the curtains of its windows closed down, took its place in the rank on the rotunda side. It was drawn by two powerful horses, driven by a coachman whose face was almost concealed in the long folds of a muffler. In front of this travelling carriage were 3 broughams, belonging respectively to Carlotta, who had suddenly returned to Paris, to Sorelli, and to the head of the rank, the Comte Philippe de Chagny. No one left the barouche. The coachman remained on his box, and the 3 other coachmen remained on theirs. A shadow in a long black cloak and a soft black felt hat passed along the pavement between the rotunda and the carriages, examined the barouche carefully, went up to the horses and the coachman, and then moved away without saying a word. The magistrate afterward believed that this shadow was that of the Vicomte Raoul de Chagny, but I do not agree, seeing that this evening, as every evening, the Vicomte de Chagny was wearing a tall hat, which hat, besides, was subsequently found. I am more inclined to think that the shadow was that of the ghost, who knew all about the whole affair, as the reader will soon perceive. They were giving Faust, as it happened, before a splendid house. The Faubourg was magnificently represented, and the paragraph in the morning's Epoque was already produced its effect, for all eyes were turned to the box office in which Count Philippe sat alone, apparently in a very indifferent and careless frame of mind. The feminine element in the brilliant audience seemed curiously puzzled, and the Viscount's absence gave rise to any amount of whispering behind the fans. Christine Daae met with a rather cold reception. That special audience could not forgive her for aiming so high. The singer noticed this unfavorable attitude of a portion of the house and was confused by it. The regular frequenters of the opera who pretended to know the truth about the Viscount's love story exchanged significant smiles at certain passages in Margarita's part, and they made a show of turning and looking at Philippe de Chagny's box when Christine sang, I wish I could, but know who was he that addressed me, if he was noble, or at least what his name is. The Count sat with his chin on his hand and seemed to pay no attention to these manifestations. He kept his eyes fixed on the stage, but his thoughts appeared to be far away. Christine lost her self-assurance more and more. She trembled. She felt on the verge of a breakdown. Carolus Fonta wondered if she was ill, if she could keep the stage until the end of the garden act. In front of the house, people remembered the catastrophe that had befallen Carlotta at the end of that act, and the historic crock, which had momentarily interrupted her career in Paris. Just then, Carlotta made her entrance in a box facing the stage, a sensational entrance. Poor Christine raised her eyes upon this fresh subject of excitement. She recognized her rival. She thought she saw a sneer on her lips. That saved her. She forgot everything in order to triumph once more. From that moment the prima donna sang with all her heart and soul. She tried to surpass all that she had done till then. She succeeded. In the last act, when she began the invocation to the angels, she made all the members of the audience feel as though they too had wings. In the center of the amphitheater, a man stood up and remained standing facing the singer. It was Raoul. "Holy angel, in heaven blessed," and Christine, her arms outstretched, her throat filled with music, the glory of her hair falling over her bare shoulders, uttered the divine cry, "My spirit longs with thee to rest." It was that moment that the stage was suddenly plunged in darkness. It happened so quickly that the spectators hardly had time to utter a sound of stupefaction, for the gas at once lit up the stage again, but Christine Daae was no longer there. What had become of her? What was that miracle? All exchanged glances without understanding, and the excitement at once reached its height. Nor was the tension any less great on the stage itself. Men rushed from the wings to the spot where Christine had been singing that very instant. The performance was interrupted amidst the greatest disorder. Where had Christine gone? What witchcraft had snatched her away before the eyes of thousands of enthusiastic onlookers from the arms of Carlos Fonta himself? And it was as though the angels had really carried her up to rest. Raoul was still standing up in the amphitheater, and he uttered a cry. Count Philippe had sprung to his feet in his box. People looked at the stage, at the Count, at Raoul, and wondered if this curious event was connected in any way with the paragraph in the morning's paper. But Raoul hurriedly left his seat. The Count disappeared from his box, and, while the curtain was lowered, the subscribers rushed to the door that led behind the scenes. The rest of the audience waited amid an indescribable hubbub. Everyone spoke at once. Everyone tried to suggest an explanation of the extraordinary incident. At last, the curtain rose slowly, and Carlos Fonta stepped to the conductor's desk and in a sad, serious voice said, "Ladies and gentlemen, an unprecedented event has taken place and thrown us into a state of greatest alarm. Our sister artist Christine Daae has disappeared before our eyes, and nobody can tell us how." And we will take a quick commercial break. And then get back to it. I'll see you again in just a few moments. Thank you. Let me note the exact amount of time that I had to freshen up my tea. And if you're all like, it's a historic heat wave in New York City, why are you having tea? I don't know, it's probably an addiction, isn't it? Also, I have AC. Let's see. Superman. I'm actually looking forward to that Superman movie. Burger King, Claritin, Oreo, Nissan. I like the emoji reviews of the ads. That's very good. Thank you very much, writer woman. Tea addiction is just England. We learned it from you. Alright, lower the music back down a bit again. But we are starting to get to the climactic finale of the Phantom of the Opera. And also, yeah, I really like this edition of the book. It has a bunch of other stories, so it's like giant. So settle in. And let's see what happens next. I start queuing up the very spooky music because it just gets spookier from here. Make sure I don't knock over my tea. There we go. Chapter 14. The singular attitude of a safety pin. Behind the curtain, there was an indescribable crowd. Artists, scene shifters, dancers, supers, choristers, subscribers were all asking questions, shouting and hustling one another. What became of her? She's run away. With the Vicomte de Chagny, of course. No, with the Count. Oh, here's Carlotta. Carlotta did the trick. No, it was the ghost. And a few laughed, especially as a careful examination of the trapdoors and boards had put the idea of an accident out of the question. Amid this noisy throng, 3 men stood talking in a low voice, with despairing gestures. They were Gabrielle, the chorus master, Mercier, the acting manager, and Remy, the secretary. They retired to a corner of the lobby, by which the stage communicates with the wide passage leading to the foyer of the ballet. Here they stood and argued behind some enormous properties. I knocked at the door, said Remy. They did not answer. Perhaps they are not in the office. In any case, it's impossible to find out, for they took the keys with them. They were obviously the managers, who had given orders during the last entr'acte that they were not to be disturbed on any pretext whatever. They were not in to anybody. All the same, exclaimed Gabrielle, a singer isn't run away with from the middle of the stage every day. Did you shout that to them? Asked Mercier impatiently. I'll go back again, said Remy, and disappeared at a run. Thereupon the stage manager arrived. Well, monsieur, are you coming? What are you two doing here? You're wanted, Mr. Acting Manager. I refuse to know or to do anything before the commissary arrives, declared Mercier. I have sent for Milfroid. We shall see him when he comes. And I tell you that you ought to go down to the organ at once. Not before the commissary comes. I've been down to the organ myself already. And what did you see? Well, I saw nobody. Do you hear? Nobody. What do you want me to do down there for? You're right, said the stage manager, frantically pushing his hands through his rebellious hair. You're right. But there might be someone at the organ who could tell us how the stage came to suddenly be darkened. Now, Mauclair is nowhere to be found. Do you understand that? Mauclair was the gas man who dispensed day and night at will on the stage of the opera. Mauclair is not to be found, repeated Mercier, taken aback. Well, what about his assistants? There's no Mauclair, and there's no assistants. No one at the lights, I tell you. You can imagine, roared the stage manager, that little girl must have been carried off by someone else. She didn't run away by herself. It was a calculated stroke, and we have to find out about it. And what are the managers doing all this time? I gave orders that no one was to go down to the lights, and I posted a fireman in front of the gas man's box beside the organ. Wasn't that right? Yes, quite right, quite right. And now let's wait for the commissary." The stage manager walked away, shrugging his shoulders, fuming, muttering insults at those milksops who remained quietly squatting in a corner while the whole theater was topsy-turvy. Gabrielle and Mercier were not so quiet as all that. Only they had received an order that paralyzed them. The managers were not to be disturbed on any account. Remy had violated that order and met with no success. At that moment, he returned from his new expedition, wearing a curiously startled air. "Well, have you seen them?" asked Mercier. Moncharmin opened the door at last. His eyes were starting out of his head. I thought he meant to strike me. I could not get a word in, and what do you think he shouted at me? "Have you a safety pin?" "No." "Well, then clear out." I tried to tell them that an unheard-of thing happened on the stage, but he roared, "A safety pin! Give me a safety pin at once!" A boy heard him. He was bellowing like a bull, ran up with a safety pin and gave it to him. Whereupon Moncharmin slammed the door in my face, and there you are. "And couldn't you have said Christine Daae?" "I should like to have seen you in my place." He was foaming at the mouth. He thought of nothing but his safety pin. I believe if they hadn't brought him one on the spot, he would have fallen down in a fit. Oh, all this isn't natural, and our managers are going mad. Besides, it can't go on like this. I'm not used to being treated in that fashion. Suddenly Gabriel whispered, "It's another trick of OG's." Remy gave a grin, Mercier a sigh, and seemed about to speak, but meeting Gabriel's eye, said nothing. However, Mercier felt his responsibility increase as the minutes passed, without the managers appearing, and at last he could stand it no longer. "Look here, I'll go and hunt them out myself." Gabriel, turning very gloomy and serious, stopped him. "Be careful what you're doing, Mercier. If they're staying in their office, it's probably because they have to. OG has more than one trick in his bag." But Mercier shook his head. "That's a lookout. I'm going. If people had listened to me, the police would have known everything long ago." And he went. "What's everything?" asked Remy. "What was there to tell the police? Why don't you answer, Gabriel?" "Ah, so you know something. Well, you would do better to tell me too, if you don't want me to shout out that you are all going mad." "Yes, that's what you are. Mad." Gabriel put on a stupid look and pretended not to understand the private secretary's unseemly outburst. "What something am I supposed to know?" he said. "I don't know what you mean." Remy began to lose his temper. "This evening, Richard and Moncharmin were behaving like lunatics, here, between the acts." "I never noticed it," growled Gabriel, very much annoyed. "Then you're the only one. Do you think that I didn't see them? And that Monsieur Parabis, the manager of the Credit Central, noticed nothing? And that Monsieur de la Bauderie, the ambassador, had no eyes to see with? Why, all the subscribers were pointing at our managers." "But what were our managers doing?" asked Gabriel, putting on his most innocent air. "What were they doing? You know better than anyone what they were doing. You were there, and you were watching them, you and Mercier. You were the only two who didn't laugh. I don't understand." Gabriel raised his arms and dropped them to his sides again, which gesture was meant to convey that the question did not interest him in the least. Remy continued. "What is the sense of this new mania of theirs? Why won't they have anyone come near them now?" "What? Won't they have anyone come near them?" "And they won't let anyone touch them." "Really? Have you noticed that they won't let anyone touch them? That is certainly odd." "Oh, so you admit it? And high time, too. Then they walk backward." "Backward? Have you seen our managers walk backward?" "Well, I thought only crabs walk backward." "Don't laugh, Gabriel, don't laugh." "I'm not laughing," protested Gabriel, looking as solemn as a judge. "Perhaps you can tell me this, Gabriel. As you're an intimate friend of the management, when I went up to Monsieur Richard and opened outside the foyer during the garden interval with my hand out before me, why did Monsieur Moncharmin hurriedly whisper to me, 'Go away, whatever you do, don't touch Monsieur le Directeur'? Am I supposed to have an infectious disease? It's incredible. And a little later, when Monsieur de la Baudraye went up to Monsieur Richard, didn't you see Monsieur Moncharmin fling himself between them and hear him explain, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, I entreat you to not touch Monsieur le Directeur. It's terrible. And what was Richard doing meanwhile? What was he doing? Why, you saw him. He turned about, bowed in front of him, though there was nobody in front of him, and withdrew backward. And Moncharmin behind Richard also turned about. That is, he described a semicircle behind Richard and also walked backward. And they went like that to the staircase leading to the manager's office. Backward. If they are not mad, will you explain what it means? Perhaps they were practicing a figure in the ballet, suggested Gabriel, without much conviction in his voice. The secretary was furious at this wretched joke, made at so dramatic a moment. He knit his brows and contracted his lips, and he put his mouth to Gabriel's ears. Don't be so sly, Gabriel. There are things going on for which you and Mercier are partly responsible. What do you mean? Asked Gabriel. Christine Daae is not the only one who suddenly disappeared tonight. Oh, nonsense. There's no nonsense about it. Perhaps you can tell me why. When Mother Giry came down the foyer just now, Mercier took her by the hand and hurried her away with him. Really? Said Gabriel. I never saw it. You did see it, Gabriel, for you went with Mercier and Mother Giry to Mercier's office. Since then you and Mercier have been seen. But no one has seen Mother Giry. Do you think we've eaten her? No, but you've locked her up in the office, and anyone passing the office can hear her yelling, "Oh, the scoundrels! Oh, the scoundrels!" At this point of singular conversation, Mercier arrived, all out of breath. "There," he said in a gloomy voice, "it's worse than ever." I shouted, "It's a serious matter. Open the door. It's I, Mercier." I heard footsteps. The door opened, and Moncharmin appeared. He was very pale, and he said, "What do you want?" And I answered, "Someone has run away with Christine Daae." What do you think he said? "And a good job, too." And he shut the door, putting this in my hand. Mercier opened his hand. Remy and Gabriel looked. "The safety pin!" cried Remy. "Strange, strange," muttered Gabriel, who could not help shivering. Suddenly, a voice made them all three turn round. "I beg your pardon, gentlemen. Could you tell me where Christine Daae is?" In spite of the seriousness of the circumstances, the absurdity of the question would have made them roar with laughter if they had not caught sight of a face so sorrow-stricken that they were at once seized with pity. It was the Vicomte Raoul de Chagny. Chapter 15. Christine. Raoul's first thought after Christine Daae's fantastic disappearance was to accuse Eric. He no longer doubted the almost supernatural powers of the Angel of Music in this domain of the opera in which he had set up his empire. Raoul rushed the stage in a mad fit of love and despair. "Christine! Christine!" he moaned, calling to her as he felt that she must be calling to him from the depths of that dark pit to which the monster had carried her. "Christine! Christine!" And he seemed to hear the girl's screams through the frail boards that separated him from her. He mooed. He bent forward, he listened, he wandered over the stage like a madman. To descend into that pit of darkness, every entrance to which was closed to him, for the stairs that led below the stage were forbidden to one and all that night. "Christine! Christine!" People pushed him aside, laughing. They made fun of him. They thought the poor lover's brain was gone. By what mad road, through what passages of mystery and darkness known to him alone, had Eric dragged that pure-souled child to the awful haunt with the Louis Philippe room opening out to the lake? "Christine, Christine, why don't you answer? Are you alive?" Hideous thoughts flashed through Raoul's congested brain. Of course, Eric must have discovered their secret, must have known that Christine had played him false. What a vengeance would be his. And Raoul thought again of the yellow stars that had come the night before and roamed over his balcony. Why had he not put them out for good? There were some men's eyes that dilated in the darkness and shone like stars or like cat's eyes, who seemed to have a rabbit's eyes by day, had cat's eyes by night. Everybody knew that. Yes, he undoubtedly fired at Eric. Why had he not killed him? The monster had fled up the gutter spout like a cat or a convict who, everybody knew that also, would scale the very skies with the help of a gutter spout. No doubt Eric was at that time contemplating some decisive step against Raoul, but he had been wounded and had escaped to turn against poor Christine instead. Hi, Bakke. Welcome in. I feel like the music's a little loud. Such were the cruel thoughts that haunted Raoul as he ran to the singer's dressing room. Christine! Christine! Bitter tears scorched the boy's eyelids, and he saw scattered over the furniture the clothes which his beautiful bride was to have worn at the hour of their flight. Oh, why had she refused to leave earlier? Why had she toyed with the threatening catastrophe? No worries. Why toyed with the monster's heart? Why, in a final access of pity, had she insisted on flinging, as a last sop to that demon soul, her divine song? Holy angel in heaven blessed, my spirit longs with thee to rest. Raoul, his throat filled with sobs, oaths, and insults, fumbled awkwardly at the great mirror that had opened one night before his eyes to let Christine pass to the murky dwelling below. He pushed, pressed, groped about, but the glass apparently obeyed no one but Eric. Perhaps actions were not enough with a glass of this kind. Perhaps he was expected to utter certain words. When he was a little boy, he had heard that there were things that obeyed the spoken word. Suddenly Raoul remembered something about a gate opening into the Rue Scribe, an underground passage running straight to the Rue Scribe from the lake. Yes, Christine had told him about that, and when he found that the key was no longer in the box, he nevertheless ran to the Rue Scribe. Outside in the street he passed his trembling hands over the huge stones, felt for outlets, met with iron bars. Were those they, or these? Could it be that air hole? He plunged his useless eyes through the bars. How dark it was in there, and he listened, but all was silence. He went round the building and came to bigger bars, immense gates, and it was the entrance to the Cour de l'Administration. Raoul rushed into the doorkeeper's lodge. "I beg your pardon, madame. Could you tell me where to find a gate or door made of bars, iron bars, opening into the Rue Scribe and leading to the lake? You know the lake? Yes, the underground lake, under the opera." "Yes, sir. I know there is a lake under the opera, but I do not know which door leads to it. I have never been there." "And the Rue Scribe, madame, the Rue Scribe. Have you never been to the Rue Scribe?" The woman laughed, screamed with laughter. Raoul darted away, roaring with anger, ran up the stairs, 4 stairs at a time, downstairs, rushing through the whole of the business side of the opera house, found himself once more in the light of the stage. He stopped, and with his heart thumping in his chest, suppose Christine Daae had been found, he saw a group of men and asked, "I beg your pardon, gentlemen. Could you tell me where Christine Daae is?" And somebody laughed. At that same moment, the stage buzzed with a new sound, and amid a crowd of men in evening dress, all talking and gesticulating together, appeared a man who seemed very calm, and displayed a pleasant face, all pink and chubby-cheeked, crowned with curly hair and lit up by a pair of wonderfully serene blue eyes. Mercier, the acting manager, called the Vicomte de Chagny's attention to him and said, "This is the gentleman to whom you shall put your question, monsieur. Let me introduce Monsieur Mifroid, the commissary of police." "Ah, Monsieur le Vicomte de Chagny. Delighted to meet you, monsieur," said the commissary. "Would you mind coming with me? And now, where are the managers?" "Where are the managers?" Monsieur did not answer, and Remy, the secretary, volunteered the information that the managers were locked up in their office, and they knew nothing as of yet of what happened. "You don't mean to say so. Let us go up to the office." And Monsieur Mifroid, followed by an ever-increasing crowd, turned toward the business side of the building. Monsieur took advantage of the confusion to slip a key into Gabriel's hand. "This is all going very badly," he whispered. "You had better let Mother Giry out." And Gabriel moved away. They soon came to the manager's door. Mercier stormed in vain. The door remained closed. "Open in the name of the law," commanded Monsieur Mifroid in a loud and rather anxious voice. At last the door opened. All rushed into the office on the commissary's heels. Leroux was the last to enter. He was about to follow the rest into the room. A hand was laid on his shoulder, and he heard these words spoken into his ear. "Eric's secrets concern no one but himself." He turned around with a stifled exclamation. The hand that was laid on his shoulder was now placed on the lips of a person with ebony skin, with eyes of jade, and with an asterisk. Don't know how to pronounce that. With a cap on his head. The Persian. Keep in mind this book was written in like 1910, so some things haven't aged super well. Stranger kept up with the gesture that recommended discretion, and then, at the moment when the astonished Viscount was about to ask the reason of his mysterious intervention, bowed and disappeared. Chapter 16. Madame Giry's astounding revelations as to her personal relations with the opera ghost. Before following the commissary into the manager's office, I must describe certain extraordinary occurrences that took place in that office which Remy and Mercier had vainly tried to enter, into which Monsieurs Richard and Moncharmin had locked themselves with an object which the reader does not yet know, but which it is my duty, as a historian, to reveal without further postponement.
Good night, writer woman. Thank you for joining tonight. Hope to see you again soon.
I have had occasion to say that the manager's mood had undergone a disagreeable change for some time past, and to convey the fact that this change was due not only to the fall of the chandelier on the famous night of the gala performance. The reader must know that the ghost had calmly been paid his first 20,000 francs. Oh, there had been a wailing and gnashing of teeth indeed, and yet the thing had happened as simply as could be. One morning the managers found on their table an envelope addressed to Monsieur Augy, private, and accompanied by a note from Augy himself. "The time has come to carry out the clause in the memorandum book. Please put 20 notes of 1,000 francs each into this envelope, seal it with your own seal, and hand it to Madame Giry, who will do what is necessary." The managers did not hesitate. Without wasting time in asking how these confounded communications came to be delivered in an office which they were careful to keep locked, they seized this opportunity of laying hands on the mysterious blackmailer. And, after telling the whole story under the promise of secrecy to Gabriel and Mercier, they put the 20,000 francs into the envelope, and without asking for explanations, handed it to Madame Giry, who had been reinstated in her functions. The box-keeper displayed no astonishment. I need hardly say that she was well watched. She went straight to the ghost box and placed the precious envelope on that little shelf attached to the ledge. The two managers, as well as Gabriel and Mercier, were hidden in such a way that they did not lose sight of the envelope for a second during the performance and even afterward. For as the envelope had not moved, those who watched it did not move either, and Madame Giry went away, while the managers, Gabriel and Mercier, was still there. At last they became tired of waiting and opened the envelope, after ascertaining that the seals had not been broken. At first sight, "Hey, Mal, welcome in." Richard and Moncharmin thought that the notes were still there, but soon they perceived that they were not the same. The 20 real notes were gone and had been replaced by 20 notes of the Bank of Saint Farce. The manager's rage and fright were unmistakable.
Hey, Pate.
Moncharmin wanted to send for the commissary of police, but Richard objected. He had no doubt had a plan, for he said, "Don't let us make ourselves ridiculous. All Paris would laugh of us. OG has won the first game. We will win the second." And he was thinking of the next month's allowance. Nevertheless, they had been so absolutely tricked that they were bound to suffer a certain dejection, and upon my word, it is not so difficult to understand. We must not forget that the managers had an idea at the back of their minds all the time that this strange incident might be an unpleasant practical joke on the part of their predecessors, and that it would not do to divulge it prematurely. On the other hand, Moncharmin was sometimes troubled with a suspicion of Richard himself, who occasionally took fanciful whims into his head, and so they were content to await events while keeping an eye on Mother Giry. Richard would not have her spoken to. "If she is a Confederate," he said, "the notes are gone long ago. But in my opinion, she is merely an idiot." "She is not the only idiot in this business," said Moncharmin pensively. "Well, who would have thought it?" moaned Richard. "But don't be afraid. Next time I shall have taken my precautions." The next time fell on the same day that beheld the disappearance of Christine Daae. In the morning a note from the ghosts reminded them that the money was due, and it read, "Do just as you did last time. It went very well. Put the 20,000 in the envelope and hand it to our excellent Madame Giry." The note was accompanied by the usual envelope. They had only to insert the notes. Author's note. Flash notes drawn on the Bank of St. Farce in France correspond with those drawn on the Bank of Engraving in England.
Hi, Tris. Welcome in. Get cozy. It's good to see you. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Ooh. Just make sure not to lose the page. Yeah, I needed that.
This was done about half an hour before the curtain rose on the first act of Faust. Richard showed the envelope to Moncharmin. Then he counted the 20,000 franc notes in front of him and put the notes into the envelope, but without closing it. "And now," he said, "let's have Mother Giry in." The old woman was sent for. She entered with a sweeping courtesy. She still wore her black taffeta dress, the color of which was rapidly turning to rust and lilac, to say nothing of the dingy bonnet. She seemed in a good temper, and she at once said, "Good evening, gentlemen. It's for the envelope, I suppose?" "Yes, Madame Giry," said Richard most amiably, "for the envelope, and something else besides." "At your service, Monsieur Richard, at your service. And what is this something else, please?" "First of all, Madame Giry, I have a little question to put to you." "By all means, Monsieur Richard. Madame Giry is here to answer you." "Are you still on good terms with the ghost?" "Couldn't be better, sir. Couldn't be better." "Oh, we are delighted. Look here, Madame Giry," said Richard in the tone of making an important confidence. "We may just as well tell you, among ourselves, you're no fool." "Why, sir," exclaimed the box-keeper, stopping the pleasant nodding of the black feathers in her dingy bonnet, "I assure you no one has ever doubted that." "We are quite agreed, and we shall soon understand one another. The story of the ghost is all humbug, isn't it? Well, still, between ourselves, it has lasted long enough." Madame Giry looked at the managers as though they were talking Chinese. She walked up to Richard's table and asked rather anxiously, "What do you mean? I don't understand." "Oh, you understand quite well. In any case, you've got to understand. And first of all, tell us his name." "Whose name?" "The name of the man whose accomplice you are, Madame Giry." "I am the ghost's accomplice, eh? His accomplice in what, pray?" "You do all he wants. Oh, he's not very troublesome, you know." and all he does is still tip you. I mustn't complain. How much does he give you for bringing him that envelope? 10 francs. You poor thing, that's not much, is it? Why? I'll tell you that presently, Madame Giry. Just now, we should like to know for what extraordinary reason you have given yourself body and soul to this ghost. Madame Giry's friendship and devotion are not to be bought for 5 francs or 10 francs. That's true enough, and I can tell you the reason, sir. There's no disgrace about it. On the contrary. We're quite sure of that, Madame Giry. Well, it's like this. Only the ghost doesn't like me to talk about his business. Indeed, sneered Richard. This is a matter that concerns myself alone. Well, he was in box 5 one evening. I found a letter addressed to myself, a sort of note written in red ink. I needn't read the letter to you, sir. I know it by heart, and I shall never forget it if I live to be 100. And Madame Giry, drawing herself up, recited the letter with touching eloquence. Madame, 1825. Mademoiselle Ménétrier, leader of the ballet, became Marquise de Cossy. 1832. Mademoiselle Marie Taglioni, a dancer, became Comtesse Gilbert de Vaution. 1846. La Sota, a dancer, married a brother of the King of Spain. 1847. Lola Moyne, a dancer, became the morganatic wife of King Louis of Bavaria and was created Countess of Landsfeld. 1848. Mademoiselle Maria, a dancer, became Baronne d'Anville. 1870. Teresa Hessler, a dancer, married Dom Fernando, brother to the King of Portugal. Richard and Moncharmin listened to the old woman who, as she proceeded with the enumeration of these glorious nuptials, swelled out, took courage, and at last, in a voice bursting with pride, flung out the last sentence of the prophetic letter. 1885. Meg Giry, Empress. Exhausted by this supreme effort, the box-keeper fell into a chair, saying, "Gentlemen, the letter was signed Opera Ghost. I had heard much of the ghost, but only half believed in him. From the day when he declared that my little Meg, the flesh of my flesh, the fruit of my womb, would be empress, I believed in him altogether." And really, it was not necessary to make a long study of Madame Giry's excited features to understand what could be got of that fine intellect with the 2 words ghost and empress. But who pulled the strings of that extraordinary puppet? That was the question. "You have never seen him? He speaks to you, and you believe all he says?" asked Moncharmin. "Yes. To begin with, I owe it to him that my little Meg was promoted to be the leader of Leroux. I said to the ghost, if she is to be empress in 1885, there is no time to lose. She must become a leader at once. He said, 'Look upon it as done,' and he had only a word to say to Monsieur Poligny, and the thing was done." "So you see that Monsieur Poligny saw him?" "No, not any more than I did, but he heard him. The ghost said a word in his ear, you know, in the evening when he left box 5, looking so dreadfully pale." Moncharmin had a sigh. "What a business," he groaned. "Ah," said Madame Giry, "I always thought there were secrets between the ghost and Monsieur Poligny. Anything that the ghost asked Monsieur Poligny to do, Monsieur Poligny did. Monsieur Poligny could refuse the ghost nothing." "Yes, here, Richard, Poligny could refuse the ghost nothing." Yes, I hear. Monsieur Poligny is a friend of the ghost, and as Madame Giry is a friend of Monsieur Poligny, there we are. But I don't care a hang About Monsieur Poligny, he added roughly. The only person whose fate really interests me is Madame Giry. Madame Giry, do you know what is in this envelope? Why, of course not, she said. Well, look. Madame Giry looked into the envelope with a lackluster eye, which soon recovered its brilliancy. 1,000 franc notes, she cried. Yes, Madame Giry, 1,000 franc notes, and you knew it. Sir, I swear. Don't swear, Madame Giry. And now I will tell you the second reason why I sent for you, Madame Giry. I am going to have you arrested. The 2 black feathers on the dingy bonnet, which usually affected the attitude of 2 notes of interrogation, changed into 2 notes of exclamation. As for the bonnet itself, it swayed in menace at the old lady's contemptuous chigon. Surprise, indignation, protest, and dismay were furthermore displayed by little Meg's mother in a sort of extravagant moment of offended virtue, half bound, half slide, that brought her right under the nose of Monsieur Richard, who could not help pushing back his chair. Have me arrested! The mouth that spoke these words seemed to spit at 3 teeth that were left into Richard's face. Monsieur Richard behaved like a hero. He retreated no farther. His threatening forefinger seemed to already be pointing out the keeper of Box 5 to the absent magistrates. I am going to have you arrested, Madame Giry, as a thief. Say that again! And Madame Giry caught Mr. Manager Richard a mighty box on the ear before Mr. Manager Moncharmin had time to intervene. But it was not the withered hand of the angry old beldame that fell on the managerial ear, but the envelope itself, the cause of all the trouble, the magic envelope that opened with the blow, scattering the banknotes, which escaped in a fantastic whirl of giant butterflies. The 2 managers gave a shout, and the same thought made them both go on their knees, feverishly picking up and hurriedly examining the precious scraps of paper. Are they still genuine, Moncharmin? Are they still genuine, Richard? Yes, they are still genuine. Above their heads, Madame Giry's 3 teeth were clashing in a noisy contest, full of hideous interjections. But all that could be clearly distinguished was this leitmotif. I, a thief! I, a thief! I! She choked with rage. She shouted, let Giry say fuck. Hold on. That's worth a pin. I never heard of such a thing. And suddenly she darted up to Richard again. In any case, she yelped, you, Monsieur Richard, ought to know better than I where the 20,000 francs went to. I? Asked Richard, astounded. And how would I know? Moncharmin, looking severe and dissatisfied, at once insisted that the good lady should explain herself. What does this mean, Madame Giry? He asked. And why do you say that Monsieur Richard ought to know better than you where the 20,000 francs went to? As for Richard, who felt himself turning red under Moncharmin's eyes, he took Madame Giry by the wrist and shook it violently. In a voice growling and rolling like thunder, he roared, Why should I know better than you where the 20,000 francs went to? Why? Answer me! Because they went into your pocket, gasped the old woman, looking at him as if he were devil incarnate. Richard would have rushed upon Madame Giry if Moncharmin had not stayed his avenging hand and hastened to ask her, more gently, How can you suspect my partner, Monsieur Richard, of putting 20,000 francs in his pocket? I never said that, declared Madame Giry, seeing that it was myself who put the 20,000 francs into Monsieur Richard's pocket. And she added under her voice, There, it's out, and may the ghost forgive me. Richard began bellowing anew, but Moncharmin authoritatively ordered him to be silent. Allow me. Let the woman explain herself. Let me question her, he added. It is really astonishing that you should take up such a tone. We're on the verge of clearing up the whole mystery, and you're in a rage. You're wrong to behave like that. I'm enjoying myself immensely." Madame Giry, like the martyr she was, raised her head, her face beaming with faith in her own innocence. "You tell me what the 20,000 francs in the envelope which I put into Monsieur Richard's pocket. But I tell you again, I knew nothing about it. Nor Monsieur Richard either, for that matter." "Aha!" said Richard, suddenly assuming a swaggering air with Montchamin did not like. "I knew nothing either. You put 20,000 francs in my pocket, and I knew nothing either." "I'm very glad to hear it, Madame Giry." "Yes," the terrible dame agreed. "Yes, it's true. We neither of us knew anything, but you must have ended by finding out." Richard would certainly have swallowed Madame Giry alive if Montchamin had not been there, but Montchamin protected her, and he resumed his questions. "What sort of envelope did you put into Monsieur Richard's pocket? It was not the one which we gave you, the one which you took to box 5 before our eyes, and yet that was the one which contained the 20,000 francs." "I beg your pardon. The envelope in which Monsieur le Directeur gave me was the one which I slipped into Monsieur le Directeur's pocket," explained Madame Giry. "The one which I took to the ghost box was another envelope just like it, which the ghost gave me beforehand, and which I hid up my sleeve." So saying, Madame Giry took from her sleeve an envelope ready prepared and similarly addressed to that containing the 20,000 francs. The managers took it from her. They examined it and saw that it was fastened with seals stamped with their own managerial seal. They opened it, and it contained 20 Bank of Saint Farce notes, like the ones which had been so astounded them the month before. "How simple," said Richard. "How simple," repeated Montchamin, and he continued with his eyes fixed upon Madame Giry, as though trying to hypnotize her. "So it was a ghost who gave you this envelope and told you to substitute it for the one which we gave you. And it was the ghost who told you to put the other into Monsieur Richard's pocket." "Yes, it was the ghost." "Then would you mind giving us a specimen of your little talents? Here is the envelope. Act as though we knew nothing." "As you please, gentlemen." Madame Giry took the envelope, with the 20 notes inside it, and made for the door. She was on the point of going out when the 2 managers rushed at her. "Oh, no. Oh, no. We're not going to be done a second time. Once bitten, twice shy." "I beg your pardon, gentlemen," said the old woman in self-excuse. "You told me to act as though you knew nothing. Well, if you knew nothing, I should go away with your envelope." "And then how would you slip it into my pocket?" argued Richard, whom Montchamin fixed with his left eye while keeping his right on Madame Giry, a proceeding likely to strain his sight, but Montchamin was prepared to go to any length to discover the truth. "I am to slip it into your pocket when you least expect it, sir. You know, I always take a little turn behind the scenes in the course of the evening, and I often go with my daughter to the ballet foyer, which I am entitled to do as her mother. I bring her shoes when the ballet is about to begin. In fact, I come and go as I please. The subscribers come and go too, and so do you, sir. There are a lot of people about, and go behind you and slip the envelope into the tail pocket of your dress coat. There's no witchcraft about that." "No witchcraft," growled Richard, rolling his eyes like the Jupiter Tormans. "No witchcraft. Why, I've just caught you in a lie, you old witch." Madame Giry bristled, and her 3 teeth sticking out of her mouth. "And why, may I ask?" "Because I spent the evening watching box 5 and the sham envelope which you put there. I did not go to the ballet foyer for a second." "No, sir, and I did not give you the envelope that evening, but at the next performance on the evening when the Under-Secretary of State for Fine Arts—" At these words, Monsieur Richard suddenly interrupted Madame Giry. "Yes, that's true. I remember now. The Under-Secretary went behind the scenes. He asked for me." "I went down to the ballet foyer for a moment. I was on the foyer steps. The Under-Secretary and his chief clerk were in the foyer itself." "Oh, wait, sorry, wrong voice. I went down to the ballet foyer for a moment. I was on the foyer steps. The Under-Secretary and his chief clerk were in the foyer itself. I suddenly turned around." "You had passed behind me, Madame Giry. You seemed to push up against me." Oh, I can see you still! I can see you still!
Yes, that's it, sir, that's it. I had just finished my little business. That pocket of yours, sir, is very handy. And Madame Giry, once more suited to the action of the word, she passed behind Monsieur Richard, and so nimbly that Moncharmin himself was impressed by it, slipped the envelope into the pocket of one of the tails of Monsieur Richard's dress coat.
Of course, exclaimed Richard, looking very pale. It's a very clever thing of the OG. The problem which he had to solve was this: how to do away with any dangerous intermediary between the man who gives the 20,000 francs and the man who receives it. And by far the best thing he could hit upon was to come and take the money from my pocket without my noticing it, as I myself did not know it was there. It's wonderful. Oh, wonderful, no doubt, Moncharmin agreed. Only you forget, Richard, that I provided 10,000 francs of the 20, and that nobody put anything in my pocket.
Just gonna take a quick sip of tea before we go to the next chapter. And after the next chapter, we will take a little commercial break and stretch break. So if you're wondering a good time to maybe go and refresh your tea, take a little breather, it will be after the next chapter. I hope you're all enjoying. Chapter 17. The Safety Pin. Again. Moncharmin's last phrase was so clearly expressed a suspicion in which he now held his partner that it was bound to cause a stormy explanation, at the end of which it was agreed that Richard should yield to all Moncharmin's wishes, with the object of helping him to discover the miscreant who was victimizing them. This brings us to the interval after the garden act, with the strange conduct observed by Monsieur Remy, and those curious lapses from the dignity that might be expected of the managers. It was arranged between Richard and Moncharmin first, that Richard should repeat the exact moments which he had made on the night of the disappearance of the first 20,000 francs, and second, that Moncharmin should not for an instant lose sight of Richard's coat-tail pocket, into which Madame Giry was to slip the 20,000 francs. Monsieur Richard went and placed himself at the identical spot where he had stood when he bowed to the Undersecretary for Fine Arts. Monsieur Moncharmin took up his new position a few steps behind him. Madame Giry passed, rubbed up against Monsieur Richard, got rid of her 20,000 francs in the manager's coat-tail pocket, and disappeared. Or rather, she was conjured away. In accordance with the instructions received from Moncharmin a few minutes earlier, Monsieur took the good lady to the acting manager's office and turned the key on her, thus making it impossible for her to communicate with her ghost. Meanwhile, Monsieur Richard was bending and bowing and scraping and walking backward, just as if he had that high and mighty minister, the Undersecretary for Fine Arts, before him. Only, though these marks of politeness would have created no astonishment if the Undersecretary of State had really been in front of Monsieur Richard, they caused an easily comprehensible amazement to the spectators of this very natural, but quite inexplicable scene when Monsieur Richard had nobody in front of him. Monsieur Richard bowed to nobody, bent his back before nobody, and walked backward before nobody, and a few steps behind him, Monsieur Moncharmin did the same thing that he was doing, in addition to pushing away Monsieur Remy and begging that Monsieur de Lebaudeur and the ambassador, the manager, and the Credit Central not touch Monsieur le Directeur. Moncharmin, who had taken his own ideas, did not want Richard to come to him presently, when the 20,000 francs were gone, and say, "Perhaps it was the ambassador, or the manager of the Credit Central, or Remy." The more so, as at the time of the first scene, as Richard himself admitted, Richard had met nobody in that part of the theatre after Madame Giry had brushed up against him.
Having begun by walking backward in order to bow, Richard continued to do so from prudence, until he reached the passage leading to the offices of the management. In this way he was constantly watched by Moncharmin from behind, and himself kept an eye on any one approaching from the front. Once more, this novel method of walking behind the scenes, adopted by the managers of our National Academy of Music, attracted attention, but the managers themselves thought of nothing but their 20,000 francs. On reaching the half-dark passage, Richard said to Moncharmin in a low voice, "I am sure that nobody has touched me. You had now better keep at some distance from me, and watch me till I come to the door of the office. It is better not to arouse suspicion, and we can see anything that happens." But Moncharmin replied, "No, Richard, no. You walk ahead, and I'll walk immediately behind you. I won't leave you by a step." "But in that case," exclaimed Richard, "they will never steal our 20,000 francs." "I should hope not, indeed," declared Moncharmin. "Then what are we doing? It's absurd." "What we are doing is exactly what we did last time. Last time I joined you as you were leaving the stage and followed close behind you down this passage." "That's true," sighed Richard, shaking his head and passively obeying Moncharmin. 2 minutes later, the joint managers locked themselves into their office. Moncharmin himself put the key in his pocket. "We remained locked up like this last time," he said, "until you left the opera to go home." "That's so. No one came and disturbed us, I suppose." "No one." "Then," said Richard, who was trying to collect his memory, "then I must certainly have been robbed on my way home from the opera." "No," said Moncharmin in a drier tone than ever. "No, that's impossible. For I dropped you in my cab. The 20,000 francs disappeared at your place. There's not a shadow of a doubt of that." "It's incredible," protested Richard. "I am sure of my servants, and if one of them had done it, he would have disappeared since." Moncharmin shrugged his shoulders as though to say he did not wish to enter into details, and Richard began to think that Moncharmin was treating him in a very insupportable fashion. "Moncharmin, I've had enough of this. Richard, I have had too much of it. Do you dare to suspect me? Yes, of a silly joke. One doesn't joke with 20,000 francs. That's what I think," declared Moncharmin, unfolding a newspaper and ostentatiously studying its contents. "What are you doing?" asked Richard. "Are you going to read the paper next?" "Yes, Richard, until I take you home." "Like last time?" "Yes, like last time." Richard snatched the paper from Moncharmin's hands. Moncharmin stood up, more irritated than ever, and found himself faced by an exasperated Richard, who, crossing his arms on his chest, said, "Look here. I'm thinking of this. I'm thinking of what I might think if, like the last time, after my spending the evening alone with you, you brought me home, and if at the moment of parting I perceived that 20,000 francs had disappeared from my coat pocket, like last time. And what might you think?" asked Moncharmin, crimson with rage. "I might think that, as you haven't left me by a foot's breadth, and as, by your own wish, you were the only one to approach me, like last time, I might think that, if that 20,000 francs was no longer in my pocket, it stood a very good chance of being in yours." Moncharmin leapt up at the suggestion. "Oh!" he shouted, "a safety pin! What do you want for a safety pin for? To fasten you up with! A safety pin! A safety pin! You want to fasten me up with a safety pin! Yes, to fasten you to the 20,000 francs. Then, whether it's here, or on the drive from here to your place, or at your place, you will feel the hand that pulls at your pocket, and you will see if it's mine. Oh, so you're suspecting me now, are you? A safety pin!" Obake, I will be streaming at night for the next 2 nights. I'll do night streams sometimes. But yeah, I usually like the mornings. It's nice to have you here, though. It's nice to have you here, too, wizards. And that was the moment when Moncharmin opened the door on the passage and shouted, "A safety pin! Somebody give me a safety pin!" And we also know how, at the same moment, Remy, who had no safety pin, was received by Moncharmin, while a boy procured the pin so eagerly longed for. And what happened was this. Moncharmin first locked the door again, then he knelt down behind Richard's back. I hope, he said, that the notes are still there. So do I, said Richard. The real ones, asked Moncharmin, resolved not to be had this time. Look for yourself, said Richard. I refuse to touch them. Moncharmin took the envelope from Richard's pocket and drew out the banknotes with a trembling hand, for this time, in order frequently to make sure of the presence of the notes, he had not sealed the envelope, nor even fastened it. He felt reassured on finding that they were all there and quite genuine. He put them back in the tail pocket and pinned them with great care. Then he sat down behind Richard's coat-tails and kept his eyes fixed on them, while Richard, sitting at his writing table, did not stir. A little patience, Richard, said Moncharmin. We have only a few minutes to wait. The clock will soon strike 12. Last time we left at the last stroke of 12. Oh, I shall have all the patience necessary. The time passed slow, heavy, mysterious, stifling. Richard tried not to laugh. I shall end by believing in the omnipotence of the ghost, he said. Just now, don't you find something uncomfortable, disquieting, alarming in the atmosphere of this room? You're quite right, said Moncharmin, who was really impressed. The ghost, continued Richard in a low voice, as though fearing lest he should be overheard by invisible ears. The ghost. Suppose, all the same, it were the ghost who puts the magic envelopes on the table, who talks in box 5, who killed Joseph Bouquet, who unhooked the chandelier, and who robs us. For after all, there is no one here except you and me, and if the notes disappear, neither you nor I have anything to do with it, well, we shall have to believe in the ghost. In the ghost. At that moment, the clock on the mantelpiece gave its warning, and the first stroke of 12 struck. The two managers shuddered. The perspiration streamed from their foreheads. The 12th stroke sounded strangely in their ears. When the clock stopped, they gave a sigh and rose from their chairs. I think we can go now, said Moncharmin. I think so, Richard agreed. Before we go, do you mind if I look in your pocket? But of course, Moncharmin, you must. Well, he asked as Moncharmin was feeling at the pocket. Well, I can feel the pin. Of course, as you said, we can't be robbed without noticing it. But Moncharmin, whose hands were still fumbling, bellowed, I can feel the pin. But I can't feel the notes! Come on, no joking, Moncharmin, that isn't the time for it. Well, feel for yourself. Richard tore off his coat. The two managers turned the pocket inside out. The pocket was empty, and the curious thing was that the pin remained, stuck in the same place. Richard and Moncharmin turned pale. There was no longer any doubt about the witchcraft. The ghost, muttered Moncharmin, but Richard suddenly sprang up on his partner. No one but you has touched my pocket. Give me back my 20,000 francs. Give me back my 20,000 francs. On my soul, sighed Moncharmin, who was ready to swoon. On my soul, I swear I haven't got it. Then somebody knocked at the door. Moncharmin opened it automatically, seemed to recognize Mercier, his business manager, exchanged a few words with him, without knowing what he was saying, and, with an unconscious movement, put the safety pin, for which he had no further use, into the hands of his bewildered subordinate. And we will now take a quick commercial break. So, the ads are just about to start. A big stretch. Take a stretch, get something to drink. We are getting close to the end of it now. I can actually check really quick how many pages we've got left. Let's see, 740. Oh yeah, we've got 60 pages left, which is gonna go by really fast. I will see you all soon. Hi again, lovesick. I've been having a lot of fun doing the voices. My throat isn't super warmed up today, and I think it's just because I'm not used to being awake at this moment. Or at least awake and actively doing stuff. But it's still really fun to do the voices. The theater managers are really goofy.
Hi, Seatbelt. Where's Prince? Prince? Baby. Oh, hi, Prince. You getting a good rest? Okay. I love you, Prince. And I love you, Seatbelt. Mwah. Yeah, you're both very good kitties. Maybe I should put in a routine that you girls get treats. I'm gonna give you some treats after the stream today, for sure. Yeah, I can already see that your eyes went a little bit big when I said that word. Are those the 2 words that you know? No, it's the 3 words. It's your name, it's the first meal of the day, and it's the T word. You know what, Seatbelt? Mood. I'm very food driven too. You having a good time? Oh, good. Hi, Mo.
Yeah, I know, I'm just talking to Seatbelt. She's sitting like 2 feet behind me. She has been this whole time. Like moving around a little bit to stretch, but otherwise she's just been chilling 2 feet behind me this whole time. This is actually music from Signalis, but when I was listening to it in preparing this playlist for the book, I was like, it kind of fits. I didn't expect it to fit, but I was like, no, actually it works. Works really well. Timed out well, too. Yeah. I couldn't have picked a better part of the book for it to show up in. No, got a shout out from Sophin M. 2 can play that game. I'm gonna shout you out. I think most of you probably already are, but if you are not, you should go follow Sophin M. They are 2 sisters who stream together and are very sweet and very lovely. I always like chatting with them whenever I bump into them in various streams. Very, very, very sweet and good beans. They play a lot of Honkai Star Rail, which is very cool, and do a lot of really cool art as well. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to it. And for anybody that missed any parts, if you do have any questions, let me know and I can help recap anything that you need. These chapters were released on a periodic basis, though, in a magazine, so there's a lot of rehashing that they do in between chapters, too, of like anything that you really do have to know. Chapter 18. The Commissary, the Viscount, and the Persian. The first words of the Commissary of Police on entering the manager's office were to ask after the missing prima donna. Is Christine Daae here? Christine Daae here? Echoed Richard. No, why? As for Moncharmin, he had not the strength left to utter a word. Richard repeated for the commissary and the compact crowd which had followed him into the office observed. An impressive silence. Why do you ask if Christine Daae is here, Monsieur le Commissaire? Because she has to be found, declared the commissary of police solemnly. What do you mean she has to be found? Has she disappeared? In the middle of the performance? In the middle of the performance? This is extraordinary, isn't it? And what is quite extraordinary is that you should first learn of it from me. Yes, said Richard, taking his head in his hands and muttering, what is this new business? Oh, it's enough to make a man send in his resignation. And he pulled a few hairs out of his mustache without even knowing what he was doing. So she has disappeared in the middle of the performance, he repeated. Yes, she was carried off in the prison act. And at that moment when she was invoking the aid of the angels. But I doubt if she was carried off by an angel. And I am sure that she was. Everyone looked around. A young man, pale and trembling with excitement, repeated, I am sure of it. Sure of what? Asked Mitfreud. That Christine Daae was carried off by an angel. Monsieur le Commissaire, and I can tell you his name. Aha, Monsieur le Vicomte de Chagny. So you maintain that Christine Daae was carried off by an angel of the opera, no doubt? Yes, monsieur, by an angel of the opera. I will tell you where he lives, when we are alone. You are right, monsieur. And the commissary police, inviting Raoul to take a chair, cleared the room of all the rest, excepting the managers, and then Raoul spoke. Monsieur le Commissaire, the angel is called Eric. He lives in the opera, and he is the angel of music. The angel of music, really? That is very curious. The angel of music. And turning to the managers, Monsieur Mitfreud asked, Have you an angel of music on the premises, gentlemen? Richard and Moncharmin shook their heads, without even speaking. Oh, said the Viscount, those gentlemen have heard of the opera ghosts. Well, I am in a position to state that the opera ghost and the angel of music are one and the same person, and his real name is Eric. Monsieur Mitfreud rose and looked at Raoul attentively. I beg your pardon, monsieur, but is it your intention to make fun of the law? And if not, what is all this about the opera ghost? I say that these gentlemen have heard of him. Gentlemen, it appears you know of the opera ghost. Richard rose, with the remaining hairs of his mustache in his hand. No, Monsieur Commissary, no. We do not know him. But we wish that we did, for this very evening he has robbed us of 20,000 francs. And Richard turned a terrible look on Moncharmin, which seemed to say, Give me back the 20,000 francs or I'll tell the whole story. Moncharmin understood what he meant, for with a distracted gesture he said, Oh, tell everything and have done with it. As for Mitfreud, he looked at the managers and at Raoul by turns and wondered whether he had strayed into a lunatic asylum. He passed his hand through his hair. A ghost, he said, who, on the same evening, carries off an opera singer and steals 20,000 francs, is a ghost who must have had his hands very full. If you don't mind, we will take the questions in order. The singer first, the 20,000 francs after. Come, Monsieur le Chagny, let us try to talk seriously. You believe that Mademoiselle Christine Daae has been carried off by an individual called Eric. Do you know this person? Have you seen him? Yes. Where? In a churchyard. Monsieur Mitfreud gave a start, began to scrutinize Raoul again, and said, Of course. That's where ghosts usually hang out. And what were you doing in that churchyard? Monsieur, said Raoul, I can quite understand how absurd my replies may seem to you, but I beg you to believe that I am in full possession of my faculties. The safety of the person dearest to me in the world is at stake. I should like to convince you in a few words, for time is pressing and every minute is valuable. Unfortunately, if I do not tell you the strangest story that was ever from the beginning, you will not believe me. I will tell you all I know about the opera ghost, Monsieur Commissary. Alas, I do not know much. Never mind. Go on, exclaimed Richard and Moncharmin, suddenly greatly interested. Unfortunately for their hopes of learning some detail that could put them on the track of their hoaxer, they were soon compelled to accept the fact that Monsieur Raoul de Chagny had completely lost his head. All that story about perroquets, death's heads, and enchanted violins could only have taken birth in the disordered brain of a youth mad with love. It was evident, also, that Mr. Commissary Mifroid shared their view, and the magistrate would certainly have cut short the incoherent narrative if circumstances had not taken it upon themselves to interrupt it. The door opened, and a man entered, curiously dressed in an enormous frock coat and tall hat, at once shabby and shiny, that came down to his ears, and went up to the commissary and spoke to him in a whisper. It was doubtless a detective came to deliver an important communication. During this conversation, Monsieur Mifroid did not take his eyes off Raoul. At last, addressing him, he said, "Monsieur, we have talked enough about the ghost. We will now talk about yourself a little, if you have no objection. You are to carry off Mademoiselle Christine Daae tonight." "Yes, Monsieur le Commissaire." "After the performance?" "Yes, Monsieur le Commissaire." "All your arrangements were made?" "Yes, Monsieur le Commissaire." "The carriage that brought you was to take you both away. There were fresh horses in readiness at every stage." "That is true, Monsieur le Commissaire." "And nevertheless, your carriage is still outside the rotunda awaiting your orders, is it not?" "Yes, Monsieur le Commissaire." "Did you know that there were 3 other carriages there, in addition to yours?" "I did not pay the least attention." "There were the carriages of Mademoiselle Sorelli, which you could not find room in the Cour de l'Administration, of Carlotta, and of your brother, Monsieur le Comte de Chagny." "Very likely." "What is certain is that, though your carriage and Sorelli's and Carlotta's are still there by the rotunda pavement, Monsieur le Comte de Chagny's carriage is gone." "This has nothing to say to—" "I beg your pardon. Was not Monsieur le Comte opposed to your marriage with Mademoiselle Daae?" "That is a matter that only concerns the family." "You have answered my question. He was opposed to it, and that was why you are carrying Christine Daae out of your brother's reach. Well, Monsieur de Chagny, allow me to inform you that your brother has been smarter than you. It is he who has carried off Christine Daae." "Oh, impossible," moaned Raoul, pressing his hand to his heart. "Are you sure?" "Immediately after the artist's disappearance, which was procured by means which we still have to ascertain, he flung into his carriage, which drove right across Paris at a furious pace." "Across Paris?" asked poor Raoul in a hoarse voice. "What do you mean by across Paris?" "Across Paris and out of Paris, by the Brussels road." "Oh," cried the young man, "I shall catch them!" And he rushed out of the office. "And bring her back to us!" cried the commissary gaily. "Now that's a trick worth 2 of the Angel of Music's." And turning to his audience, Monsieur Mifroid delivered a little lecture on police methods. "I don't know for a moment whether Monsieur le Comte de Chagny has really carried Christine Daae off or not, but I want to know, and I believe that, at this moment, no one is more anxious to inform us than his brother. Now he is flying in pursuit of him. He is my chief auxiliary. This, gentlemen, is the art of the police, which is to be believed so complicated, and which, nevertheless, appears so simple, as soon as you see it, that it consists in getting your work done by people who have nothing to do with the police." But Monsieur le Commissaire de Police Mifroid would not have been quite so satisfied with himself if he had known that the rush of his rapid emissary was stopped at the entrance to the very first corridor. A tall figure blocked Raoul's way. "Where are you going so fast, Monsieur de Chagny?" asked a voice. Raoul impatiently raised his eyes and recognized the cap of an hour ago, and he stopped. "It's you!" he cried in a feverish voice. "You who know Eric's secrets and don't want me to speak of them. Who are you?" "You know who I am. I am the Persian." It's just his name in the book. Again, written in 1910. You think they would give him a name, but they really don't. Chapter 19. The Viscount and the Persian. Raoul now remembered that his brother had once shown him that mysterious person, of whom nothing was known except that he was Persian, and that he lived in a little old-fashioned flat in the Rue de Rivoli. The man with dark skin and eyes of jade, and the cap bent over Raoul. "I hope, Monsieur de Chagny," he said, "that you have not betrayed Eric's secret." "And why should I hesitate to betray that monster, sir?" Raoul rejoined haughtily, trying to shake off the intruder. "Is he your friend by any chance?" "I hope that you said nothing about Eric, sir, because Eric's secret is also Christine Daae's, and to talk about one is to talk about the other." "Oh, sir," said Raoul, becoming more and more impatient, "you seem to know about many things that interest me, and yet I have no time to listen to you. Once more, Monsieur de Chagny, where are you going so fast? Can you not guess? To Christine Daae's assistance. Then, sir, stay here, for Christine Daae is here." "With Eric?" "With Eric." "How do you know?" "I was at the performance, and no one in the world but Eric could contrive an abduction like that." "Oh," he said with a deep sigh, "I recognize the monster's touch." "You know him, then?" The Persian did not reply, but heaved a fresh sigh. "You're picturing the Pokemon!" "Oh, that's a wild visual. Good. New pin. Enjoy. Congratulations." "Sir," said Raoul, "I do not know what your intentions are, but you can do anything to help me. I mean to help Christine Daae." "I think so, Monsieur de Chagny. That is why I spoke to you." "What can you do?" "Try to take you to her, and to him. And if you can do me that service, sir, my life is yours. One word more. The commissary of police tells me that Christine Daae has been carried off by my brother, Count Philippe." "Oh, Monsieur de Chagny, I don't believe a word of it." "It's not possible, is it?" "I don't know if it is possible or not, but there are ways, and ways of carrying people off, and Monsieur le Comte de Philippe has never, as far as I know, had anything to do with witchcraft." "Your arguments are convincing, sir, and I am a fool. Oh, let us make haste. I place myself entirely in your hands. How should I not believe you when you are the only one to believe me? When you are the only one not to smile when Eric's name is mentioned?" And the young man impetuously seized the Persian's hands. They were ice cold. "Silence," said the Persian, stopping and listening to the distant sounds of the theater. "We must not mention that name here. Let us say he and him, and there will be less danger of attracting his attention." "Do you think he is near us?" "It is quite possible, sir, if he is not, at this moment, with his victim in the house on the lake." "Oh, so you know of that house, too?" "If he is not there, he may be here in this wall, in the floor, in the ceiling. Come." And the Persian, asking Raoul to deaden the sound of his footsteps, led him down passages which Raoul had never seen before, even at the time when Christine used to take him for walks through that labyrinth. "If only Darius has come," said the Persian. "Who is Darius?" "Darius? My servant." They were now in the center of a real deserted square, an immense apartment ill lit by a small lamp. The Persian stopped Raoul and, in the softest of whispers, asked, "What did you say to the commissary?" "I said that Christine Daae's abductor was the angel of music, alias the opera ghost, and that his real name was—" "Hush!" "And did he believe you?" "No." "He attached no importance to what you said?" "No." "He took you for a bit of a madman?" "Yes, so much the better," sighed the Persian, and they continued their road. After going up and down several staircases which Raoul had never seen before, the two men found themselves in front of a door which the Persian opened with the master key. The Persian and Raoul were both, of course, in dress clothes, but whereas Raoul had a tall hat, the Persian wore the cap which I had already mentioned. It was an infringement of the rule which insists upon the tall hat behind the scenes. But in France, foreigners are allowed every license, the Englishman his traveling cap, the Persian his cap. "Sir," said the Persian, "your tall hat will be in your way. You would do well to leave it in the dressing-room." "What dressing-room?" asked Raoul. "Christine Daae's." And the Persian, letting Raoul through the door which he had just opened, showed him the actress' room opposite. They were at the end of the passage, the whole length of which Raoul had been accustomed to traverse before knocking at Christine's door. "How well you know the opera, sir." Not so well as he does, said the Persian modestly. And he pushed the young man into Christine's dressing room, which was as Raoul had left it a few minutes earlier. Closing the door, the Persian went to the very thin partition that separated the dressing room from a big lumber room next to it. Oh, hey! Hello, hello! Here, let me make sure I don't lose my spot. Welcome on in, Chuligan's Raid! Hi, everybody! Hi, Em. Hi, Soph. I hope you had a very good stream. What were you up to today? Hi, let's see. Hi, Cryo. I already said hi to you, Bake. You've been here. Sorry, I was in reading brain. Welcome on in. And thank you earlier for the shout out. I gave you a shout out back because it was well deserved. I hope that you had a wonderful stream. Raiders, if you have to raid and run, do anything to decompress post-stream, please feel free to. If you are going to stay, or whether you're going to stay for just a little bit. Hi, I'm Ale, any pronouns, and welcome into the CatBaronCafe. It was very good to have you. We are finishing The Phantom of the Opera today, which we started on a previous stream. Hi, Jag. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Jack, that happens to me all the freaking time. Don't even worry about it at all. How have you been? I hope your art has been good. Jack, if you want to share any of your recent art, by the way, feel free to drop a link in chat. That goes for anybody. Links are open. If you ever have any art of yours to share, please always feel free to. I always like seeing everybody's art in here. High time to actually do... Oh, you did art! Yeah, show some art if you have it. I will take it. And hi again, damsel. I hope you're having a good night too, and I hope your stream earlier was good. But yeah, open table. If anybody wants to pay an art tax, you are more than free to. But yeah, we're finishing up. We're in the last 50 pages now of The Phantom of the Opera. This is the original book that inspired the movies, the musical, everything. It's very fun, and I think very good. It is a bit dated in places, but it is very exciting too. It's written in a really quick, fast-paced fashion. Right now, we're starting to go underneath the opera house because Christine Daae has been kidnapped. And we have met a mysterious figure who is only known as the Persian. No, it was written in 1910. And he is leading Raoul de Chagny, our love-torn lover, who is trying to find his poor, now kidnapped romance interest of Christine Daae away, and leading him down into the labyrinth below the opera house, into the lair of the opera ghost, who is now known as Eric, and who has taken away Christine, and we're going to see what's going to happen next. And everybody else is just freaking out. So, just generally think anybody else in the story freaking out is pretty much true anytime they're not on an active role in the book. But yeah, welcome on in. Get cozy. And I'm gonna go back to reading. I hope you have a lovely time here. Let's see, where was I? As he pushed the young man into Christine's dressing room, which was as Raoul had left it a few minutes earlier. Closing the door, the Persian went to a very thin partition that separated the dressing room from a big lumber room next to it. He listened and then coughed loudly. There was a sound of someone stirring in the lumber room, and a few seconds later, a finger tapped at the door. "Come in," said the Persian. A man entered, also wearing a cap and dressed in a long overcoat. He bowed and took a richly carved case from under his coat and put it on the dressing table, bowed once again, and went to the door. "Did no one see you come in, Darius?" "No, master. Let no one see you go out." The servant glanced down the passageway and swiftly disappeared. The Persian opened the case. It contained a pair of long pistols. When Christine Daae was carried off, sir, I sent word to my servant to bring me these pistols. I have had them a long time, and they can be relied upon. Do you mean to fight a duel? Asked the young man. It will certainly be a duel which we will have to fight, said the other, examining the priming of his pistols. And what a duel! Handing one of the pistols to Raoul, he added, In this duel we shall be 2 to 1. But you must be prepared for everything, for we shall be fighting the most terrible adversary that you can imagine. But you love Christine Daae, do you not? I worship the ground she stands on. But you, sir, who do not love her, tell me why I find you ready to risk your life for her. You must certainly hate Eric. No, sir, said the Persian sadly, I do not hate him. If I hated him, he would long ago have ceased doing harm. Has he done you harm? I have forgiven him the harm which he has done me. I do not understand you. You treat him as a monster. You speak of his crime. He has done you harm, and I find you in the same inexplicable pity that drove me to despair when I saw it in Christine. The Persian did not reply. He fetched a stool and set it against the wall facing the great mirror that filled the whole of the wall opposite. Then he climbed on the stool, and with his nose to the wallpaper seemed to be looking for something. Ah, he said after a long search, I have it. And raising his finger above his head, he pressed against a corner in the pattern of the paper. Then he turned round and jumped off the stool. In half a minute, he said, we shall be on his road, and crossing the whole length of the dressing room. He felt the great mirror. No, it is not yielding yet, he muttered. Oh, are we going out by the mirror? Asked Raoul. Like Christine Daae. So you knew that Christine Daae went out by the mirror. She did so before my eyes, sir. I was hidden behind the curtain of the inner room, and I saw her vanish not by the glass, but in the glass. And what did you do? I thought it was an aberration of my senses, a mad dream. Or some new fancy of the ghosts, chuckled the Persian. Monsieur de Chagny, he continued, still with his hand on the mirror, would that we had to do with a ghost. We could then leave our pistols in their case. But down your hat, please. There, now cover your shirt front as much as you can with your own coat, as I am doing. Bring the lapels forward. Turn up the collar. We must make ourselves as invisible as possible. Bearing against the mirror, after a short silence, he said, It takes some time to release the counterbalance. When you press on the spring from the inside of the room, it is different when you are behind the wall and can act directly on the counterbalance. Then the mirror turns at once and is moved with incredible rapidity. What counterbalance? Asked Raoul. Why, the counterbalance that lifts the whole of this wall onto its pivot. You surely don't expect it to move by itself? By enchantment? If you watch, you will see the mirror first rise an inch or two, and then shift an inch or two from left to right. It will then be on a pivot, and it will swing round. It's not turning, said Raoul impatiently. Oh, wait. You have time enough to be impatient, sir. The mechanism has obviously become rusty, or else the spring isn't working. Unless it's something else, added the Persian anxiously. What? He may simply have cut the cord of the counterbalance and blocked the whole apparatus. Why should he? He does not know that we are coming this way. I dare say he suspects it, or he knows that I understand the system. It's not turning. And Christine, sir, Christine, and the Persian said coldly. We should do all that is humanely possible to do. But he may stop us at the first step. He commands the walls, the doors, and the trapdoors. In my country, he was known by a name, which means the trapdoor lover. Weird name, but okay. But why do these walls obey him alone? He did not build them. Yes, sir, that is just what he did. Raoul looked at him in amazement, but the Persian made a sign to him to be silent and pointed to the glass. There was a sort of shivering reflection. Their image was troubled as in a rippling sheet of water, and then all became stationary again. You see, sir, that is not turning. Let us take another road. Tonight there is no other, declared the Persian in a singularly mournful voice. And now, look out, and be ready to fire. He himself raised the pistol opposite the glass. Raoul imitated his movement. With his free arm, the Persian drew the young man to his chest, and suddenly The mirror turned. In a blinding daze of cross-lights, it turned like one of those revolving doors which have lately been fixed to the entrances of most restaurants. It turned, carrying Raoul and the Persian with it, and suddenly hurling them from the full light into the deepest darkness. I'm going to take a moment to look at the art. Let me see the art. And also I pinned the art. Ooh. Oh, your lines are so fluid. They're so swoopy. I love them. This is good line texture. This is looking so good, Em. What the heck? This is great. I can't wait to see the whole thing. That is great line art, though. Everybody look at it and follow Tooligans Hooligans so you can see more M art. Do it. Do it. Do follow. I already shouted you out earlier, so I don't think it'll let me shout you out again, because it does a little stop on repeat shout-outs, which is silly. It should just let us do it, but yeah. Oh. I just need a little tea for my throat, and then we'll keep going. Oh, that's really cool. Also, ooh, and I have to see if Rossie's posted that somewhere. I bet it's very pretty. Ross has such good art. Ross is very good bean. Chapter 20. In the cellars of the opera. Your hand high! Ready to fire! Repeated Raoul's companion quickly. The wall behind him, having... Did the music stop? We had the music stop. Oops-a-doodle. What the heck? Actually, I do have one track that is called The Phantom's Lair Beneath the Opera House. So that might be perfect. The wall behind them, having completed the circle which it described upon itself, closed again, and the two men stood motionless for a moment, holding their breath. At last, the Persian decided to make a movement, and Raoul heard him slip on his knees to feel for something in the dark with his groping hands. Suddenly, the darkness was made visible by a small dark lantern, and Raoul instinctively stepped backward as though to escape the scrutiny of a secret enemy. But he soon perceived that the light belonged to the Persian, whose movements he was closely observing. The little red disc was turned in every direction, and Raoul saw that the floor, the walls, and the ceiling were all formed of planking. It must have been an ordinary road taken by Eric to reach Christine's dressing room and impose upon her innocence. And Raoul, remembering the Persian's remark, thought that it had been mysteriously constructed by the ghost himself. Later, he learned that Eric had found, all prepared for him, a secret passage, long known to himself alone, and contrived at that time of the Paris Commune to allow the jailers to convey their prisoners straight to the dungeons that had been constructed for them in the cellars. For the Federates had occupied the opera house immediately after the 18th of March, and had made a startling place right at the top of their Montgolfier balloons, which carried their incendiary proclamations to the departments, and a state prison right at the bottom. The Persian went on his knees and put his lantern on the ground. He seemed to be working at the floor, and suddenly he turned off his light. Then Raoul heard a faint click, and saw a very pale, luminous square in the floor of the passage. It was as though the window had opened on the opera cellars, which were all still lit. Raoul no longer saw the Persian, but he suddenly felt him by his side, and heard him whisper, "Follow me, and do all I do." Raoul turned to the luminous aperture. Then he saw the Persian, who was still on his knees, hang by his hands from the rim of the opening, with his pistol between his teeth, and slide into the cellar below. Curiously enough, the Viscount had absolute confidence in the Persian, though he knew nothing about him. His emotion when speaking of the monster struck him as sincere, and if the Persian had cherished any sinister designs against him, he would not have armed him with his own hands. Besides, Raoul must reach Christine at all costs. He therefore went on his knees, also, and hung from the trap with both hands. "Let go," said a voice, and he dropped into the arms of the Persian, who told him to lie down flat, closed the trapdoor above him, and crouched down beside him. Raoul tried to ask a question, but the Persian's hand was on his mouth, and he heard a voice which he recognized as that of the commissary of police. Raoul and the Persian were completely hidden behind a wooden partition. Near them, a small staircase led to a little room in which the commissary appeared to be walking up and down, asking questions. The faint light was just enough to enable Raoul to distinguish the shape of things around him, and he could not restrain a dull cry. There were 3 corpses there. The first lay on the narrow landing of a little staircase. The 2 others had rolled to the bottom of the staircase. Raoul could have touched one of the 2 poor wretches by passing his fingers through the partition. "Silence!" whispered the Persian. He, too, had seen the bodies, and he gave one word in explanation. "He!" The commissary's voice was now heard more distinctly. He was asking for information about the system of lighting, which the stage manager supplied. The commissary, therefore, must be in the organ, or its immediate neighborhood. Contrary to one might think, especially in connection with an opera house, the organ is not a musical instrument. At that time, electricity was employed only for very few scenic effects and for the bells. The immense building and the stage itself were still lit by gas. Hydrogen was still used to regulate and modify the lighting of a scene, and this was done by means of a special apparatus which, because of the multiplicity of its pipes, was known as the organ. A box beside the prompter's box was reserved for the chief gasman, who from there gave his orders to his assistants and saw that they were executed. Montclair stayed in his box during all the performances, but now Montclair was not in his box, and his assistants not in their places. "Montclair! Montclair!" The stage manager's voice echoed through the cellars, but Montclair did not reply. I have said that a door opened on a little staircase that led to a second cellar. The commissary pushed it, but it resisted. "I say," he said to the stage manager, "I can't open this door. Is it always so difficult?" The stage manager forced it open with his shoulder. He saw that at the same time he was pushing a human body and could not keep back an exclamation, for he recognized the body at once. "Montclair! Poor devil, he is dead!" But Mr. Commissaire Mifroid, whom nothing surprised, was stooping over that big body. "No," he said, "he is dead drunk, which is not quite the same thing." "It's the first time, if so," said the stage manager. "Then someone has given him a narcotic." "That is quite possible." Mifroid went down a few steps and said, "Look!" And by the light of a little red lantern, at the foot of the stairs, they saw 2 other bodies. The stage manager recognized Montclair's assistants. Mifroid went down and listened to their breathing. "They are sound asleep," he said. "Very curious business. Some person must have known to interfere with the gasman and his staff. And that person, unknown, was obviously working on behalf of the kidnapper. But what a funny idea to kidnap a performer on the stage. Send for the doctor, please." And Mifroid repeated, "Curious. Decidedly curious business." Then he turned to the little room, addressing the people whom Raoul and the Persian were unable to see from where they lay. "What do you say to all this, gentlemen? You are the only ones who have not given your views, and yet you must have an opinion of some sort." Thereupon Raoul and the Persian saw the startled faces of the joint managers appear above the landing, and they heard Moncharmin's excited voice. "There are things happening here, Mr. Commissary, which we are unable to explain." The 2 faces disappeared. "Thank you for the information, gentlemen," said Mifroid with a jeer. But the stage manager, holding his chin in the hollow of his right hand, which is the attitude of profound thought, said, "It is not the first time that Mauclair has fallen asleep in the theatre. I remember finding him one evening, snoring in his little recess, with his snuff-box behind him." "Is that long ago?" asked Monsieur Murfroyd, carefully wiping his eyeglasses. "No, not very long ago. Wait a bit. It was the night." "Of course. Yes. It was the night when Carlotta, you know, Mr. Commissary, gave her famous croak." "Really? The night when Carlotta gave her famous croak." And Monsieur Murfroyd, replacing his gleaming glasses on his nose, fixed the stage manager with a contemplative stare. "So Mauclair takes snuff, does he?" he asked carelessly. "Yes, Mr. Commissary, look. There's his snuff-box on the little shelf. Oh, he's a great snuff-taker." "So am I," said Murfroyd, and put the snuff-box in his pocket. Cups never changes. Raoul and the Persian, themselves unobserved, watched the removal of the 3 bodies by a number of scene shifters, who were followed by the commissary and all the people with him. And their steps were heard for a few minutes on the stage above, and when they were alone, the Persian made a sign to Raoul to stand up. Raoul did so, but as he did not lift his hand in front of his eyes, ready to fire, the Persian told him to resume that attitude and to continue it, whatever happened. "But it tires the hand unnecessarily," whispered Raoul. "If I do fire, I shan't be sure of my aim." "Then shift your pistol to the other hand," said the Persian. "I can't shoot with my left hand." Thereupon the Persian made this queer reply, which was certainly not calculated to throw light into the young man's flurried brain. "It's not a question of shooting with the right hand or the left. It's a question of holding one's hands as though you were going to pull the trigger of the pistol with your arm bent. As for the pistol itself, when all is said, you can put that in your pocket." And he added, "Let this be clearly understood, or I will answer for nothing. It is a matter of life and death. And now, silence, and follow me." The cellars of the opera are enormous, and they are 5 in number. Raoul followed the Persian and wondered what he would have done without his companion in that extraordinary labyrinth. They went down to the 3rd cellar, and their progress was still lit by some distant lamp. The lower they went, the more precautions the Persian seemed to take. He kept on turning to Raoul to see if he was holding his arm properly, showing him how he himself carried his hand as if he was always ready to fire, though his pistol was in his pocket. Suddenly, a loud voice made them stop. Someone above them shouted, "All the door shutters on the stage! The commissary of police wants them!" Steps were heard, and shadows glided through the darkness. The Persian drew Raoul behind a set-piece. They saw passing before and above them old men bent by age and the past burden of opera scenery. Some could hardly drag themselves along, others, from habit, with stooping bodies and outstretched hands, looked for doors to shut. They were the door shutters, the old, worn-out scene-shifters, on whom a charitable management had taken pity, given them the job of shutting doors above and below the stage. They went about incessantly, from top to bottom of the building, shutting the doors, and they were so also called the draft expellers, at least at that time, for I have little doubt that by now they are all dead. Drafts are very bad for the voice, wherever they come from. Author's note. Monsieur Perlot Garhard was himself told me that he created a few additional posts as door shutters for old stage carpenters whom he was unwilling to dismiss from service of the opera. Pedro Garhard would take over as the manager by the time of the writing of this piece. The Persian and Raoul welcomed this incident, which relieved them of inconvenient witnesses, for some of those door shutters, having nothing else to do or nowhere else to lay their heads, stayed at the opera from idleness or necessity and spent the night there. The 2 men might have stumbled over them, waking them up and provoking a request for explanations. Thank you, Bake. Oh, that one's going to go up on my shorts. For the moment, Monsieur Mifroid's inquiry saved them from any such unpleasant encounters. But they were not left to enjoy their solitude for long. Other shades now came down by the same way by which the door shutters had gone up. Each of these shades carried a little lantern and moved it about, above, below, and all around, as though looking for something or somebody. "Hang it!" muttered the Persian. "I don't know what they are looking for, but they might easily find us. Let us get away, quick. Your hand up, sir, ready to fire. Bend your arm more, that's it. Hand at the level of your eye, as though you were fighting a duel and waiting for the word to fire. I will leave your pistol in your pocket. Quick, come along. Downstairs. Level of your eye. Question of life or death. Here, this way. These stairs." They reached the 5th cellar. Oh, what a duel, sir. What a duel. Once in the 5th cellar, the Persian drew breath. He seemed to enjoy a rather greater sense of security than he had displayed when they had both stopped in the 3rd, but he never altered the attitude of his hand. And Raoul, remembering the Persian's observation, "I know these pistols can be relied upon," was more and more astonished, wondering why anyone would be so gratified at being able to rely upon a pistol which he did not intend to use. But the Persian left him no time for reflection. Telling Raoul to stay where he was, he ran up a few steps of the staircase which they had just left and then returned. "How stupid of us," he whispered. "We shall soon have seen the end of those men with their lanterns. It is the firemen going their rounds." Author's note. In those days, it was still part of the fireman's duty to watch over the safety of the opera house outside the performances, but this service has since been suppressed. I asked Monsieur Pedro Gaillard for the reason, and he replied, it was because the management was afraid that, in their utter inexperience of the cellars of the opera, the firemen might set fire to the building. The two men waited 5 minutes longer. Then the Persian took Raoul up the stairs again, but suddenly he stopped him with a gesture. Something moved in the darkness before them. "Flat on your stomach," whispered the Persian, and the two men lay on the floor. They were only just in time. A shade, this time carrying no light, just a shade in the shade, passed. It passed close to them, near enough to touch them. They felt the warmth of its cloak upon them, for they could distinguish the shade sufficiently to see it wore a cloak which it shrouded from head to toe. On its head it had a soft felt hat. It moved away, drawing its feet against the walls and sometimes giving a kick into a corner. "Oof," said the Persian. "We've had a narrow escape. That shade knows me and has twice taken me to the manager's office." "Is it someone belonging to the theatre police?" asked Raoul. "It's someone much worse than that," replied the Persian, without giving any further explanation. Second author's note. Like the Persian, I can give no further explanation touching the apparition of this shade, whereas in this historic narrative everything else will be normally explained. However abnormal the course of events may seem, I cannot give the reader expressly to understand what the Persian meant by the words, "It is someone much worse than that." The reader must try to guess for himself, for I promise Monsieur Pedro Gaillard, the former manager of the opera, to keep a secret regarding this extremely interesting and useful personality of the wandering cloaked shade, which, while condemning itself to live in the cellars of the opera, rendered such immense services to those who, on gala evenings for instance, ventured to stray away from the stage. I am speaking of state services, and upon my word and honor, I can say no more. End of note. It's not he? He. If he does not come behind us, we shall always see his yellow eyes. That is more or less a safeguard for tonight. But he may come from behind, stealing up, and we are dead men if we do not keep our hands as though about to fire, at the level of your eyes. In front. The Persian had hardly finished speaking when a fantastic face came in sight. A whole fiery face, not only 2 yellow eyes. Yes, a head of fire came toward them, at a man's height, but with no body attached to it. The face shed fire, looked in the darkness like a flame shaped as a man's face. "Oh," said the Persian between his teeth, "I have never seen this before. Pampin was not mad after all. He had seen it. What can that flame be? It is not he. But he may have sent it. Take care. Take care. Your hand at the level of your eyes, in heaven's name. At the level of your eyes. I know most of his tricks, but not this one. Come, let us run. It is safer. Hand at the level of your eyes. And they fled down the long passage that opened before them. After a few seconds that seemed to them like long minutes, they stopped. He doesn't often come this way, said the Persian. This side has nothing to do with him. This side does not lead to the lake, nor to the house on the lake. But perhaps he knows that we are on his heels, although I promised him to leave him alone and never to meddle in his business again. So saying, he turned his head, and Raoul also turned his head, and they again saw the head of fire behind their two heads. It had followed them, and it must have run also, and perhaps faster than they, for it seemed to be nearer to them. At that same time, they began to perceive a certain noise, of which they could not guess the nature. They simply noticed that the sound seemed to move and to approach with the fiery face. It was a noise as though thousands of nails had been scraped against a blackboard. The perfectly unendurable noise that is sometimes... Hello there. Ghost Rider. That is sometimes made by a little stone inside the chalk that grates on the blackboard. They continued to retreat, but the fiery face came on, gaining on them. They could see its features clearly now. The eyes were round and staring, and the nose a little crooked, and the mouth large, with a hanging lower lip, very like the nose, the eyes, the lips of the moon, when the moon is quite red, bright red. How did that moon manage to glide through the darkness at a man's height, with nothing to support it, at least apparently? And how did it go so fast, so straight ahead, with such staring eyes? And what was it that was scratching, scraping, grating? The Persian and Raoul could retreat no farther and flatten themselves against the wall, not knowing what was going to happen because of that incomprehensible head of fire, and especially now because of the intense, swarming, living, numerous sound, for the sound was certainly made up of thousands of little sounds that moved in the darkness under the fiery face. And the fiery face came on, with its noise, came level with them, and the two companions, flat against their wall, felt their hair stand on end with horror, for now they knew what the thousand noises meant. They came in a troop, hustled along in the shadows by innumerable little hurried waves, swifter than the waves that rushed over the sands at high tide, little night waves foaming under the moon, under the fiery head that was like a moon, and the little waves passed between their legs, climbing up their legs irresistibly, and Raoul and the Persian could no longer restrain their cries of terror, dismay, and pain, nor could they continue to hold their hands at the level of their eyes. Their hands went down to their legs to push back the waves, which were full of little legs and nails and claws and teeth. Yes, Raoul and the Persian were ready to faint, like Pampin and the firemen, but the head of fire turned round in answer to their cries and spoke to them. "Don't move! Don't move! Whatever you do, don't come after me. I am the rat catcher. Let me pass with my rats." Best character, by the way. And the head of fire disappeared, vanished in the darkness, while the passage in front of them lit up as a result of the change which the rat catcher had made in his dark lantern. They got you. You know, rat catcher, with their moon masks that are on fire and their giant army of rats. Like every rat catcher. You've seen rat catchers, you know. Raoul and the Persian breathed again, though still trembling. "I ought to have remembered that Eric talked to me about the rat catcher," said the Persian. "But he never told me he looked like that. And it's funny that I should have never met him before. Of course, Eric never comes to this part." "Are we very far from the lake, sir?" asked Raoul. When shall we get there? Take me to the lake. Oh, take me to the lake. When we are at the lake, we will call out. Christine will hear us, and he will hear us too. And as you know him, we shall talk to him. Baby, said the Persian, we shall never enter the house on the lake by the lake. I myself have never landed on the other bank, the bank on which the house stands. You have to cross the lake first. It is well guarded. I fear that more than one of those men, old scene shifters, old door shutters, who have never been seen again, were simply tempted to cross the lake. It is terrible. I myself would have been nearly killed there if the monster had not recognized me in time. One piece of advice, sir. Never go near the lake. And above all, shut your ears if you hear the voice singing under the water. The siren's voice. But then, what are we here for? Asked Raoul, in a transport of fever, impatience, and rage. If you can do nothing for Christine, at least let me die for her. The Persian tried to calm the young man. We have only one means of saving Christine Daae, believe me, which is to enter the house unperceived by the monster. And is there any hope of that, sir? Oh, if I had not that hope, I would not have come to fetch you. And how can one enter the house on the lake without crossing the lake? From the third cellar, from which we were so unluckily driven away. We will go back there now. I will tell you, said the Persian with a sudden change in his voice. I will tell you the exact place, sir. It is in between a set piece and a discarded scene from the Roi de Lahore, exactly at the spot where Joseph Bouquet died. Come, sir, take courage and follow me, and hold your hand at the level of your eyes. But where are we? The Persian lit his lamp again and flung its rays down 2 enormous corridors that crossed each other at right angles. We must be, he said, in the part used more particularly for the waterworks. I see no fire coming from the furnaces. He went in front of Raoul, seeking his road, stopping abruptly when he was afraid of meeting some waterman. Then they had to protect themselves against the glow of a sort of underground forge, which the men were extinguishing, and at which Raoul recognized the demons who Christine had seen at the time of her first captivity. In this way they gradually arrived beneath the huge cellars below the stage. They must at this time have been at the very bottom of the tub, and at an extremely great depth, when we remember that the earth was dug out at 50 feet below the water that lay under the whole of that part of Paris. Author's note. All the water had to be exhausted in the building of the opera. To give an idea of the amount of water that was pumped up, I can tell the reader that it was represented by the area of the courtyard of the Louvre and the height half as deep again as the towers of Notre Dame. And nevertheless, the engineers had to leave a lake. End note. The Persian touched a partition wall and said, If I am not mistaken, this is a wall that might easily belong to the house on the lake. He was striking a partition wall of the tub, and perhaps it would be well for the reader to know how the bottom and the partition walls of the tub were built. In order to prevent the water surrounding the building operations from remaining in, the architect was obliged to build a double case in every direction. The work of constructing this double case took a whole year, and it was the wall of the first inner case that the Persian struck when speaking to Raoul in the house of the lake. To anyone understanding the architecture of this edifice, the Persian's actions would have formed a thick wall constructed. The Persian's action would seem to indicate that Eric's mysterious house had been built in the double case, formed of a thick wall constructed as an embankment or dam, then of a brick wall, a tremendous layer of cement, and another wall several yards in thickness. At the Persian's words, Raoul flung himself against the wall and listened eagerly, but he heard nothing, except distant steps sounding on the floor of the upper portions of the theater. The Persian darkened his lantern again. "Look out," he said. "Keep your hand up in silence, for we shall try another way of getting in." Then he led him to the little staircase by which they had come down lately. They went up, stopping at each step, peering into the darkness and the silence, till they came to the third cellar. Here the Persian motioned for Raoul to go on his knees, and in this way, crawling on both knees and one hand, for the other hand was held in positions indicated, They reached the end wall. Against this wall stood a large discarded scene from the Roi de Leroux. Close to this scene was a set piece. Between the scene and the set piece there was just room for a body which one day was found hanging there, the body of Joseph Bouquet. The Persian, still kneeling, stopped and listened. For a moment he seemed to hesitate and looked at Raoul, and then he turned his eyes upward, toward the second cellar, which sent down the faint glimmer of a lantern, though, through a cranny between two boards, this glimmer seemed to trouble the Persian. At last he tossed his head and made up his mind to act. He slipped between the set piece and the scene from the Roi de Leroux, with Raoul close upon his heels. With his free hand the Persian felt the wall. Raoul saw him bear heavily upon the wall, just as he had pressed against the wall in Christine's dressing room. Then a stone gave way, leaving a hole in the wall. This time the Persian took his pistol from his pocket and made a sign to Raoul to do as he did, and he cocked the pistol. And resolutely, still on his knees, he wiggled through the hole in the wall. Raoul, who had wished to pass first, had to be content to follow him. The hole was very narrow. The Persian stopped almost at once. Raoul heard him feeling the stones around him. Then the Persian took out his dark lantern again, stooped forward, examined something beneath him, and immediately extinguished his lantern. Raoul heard him say in a whisper, "We shall have to drop a few yards without making a noise. Take off your boots." The Persian handed him his own shoes. "Put them outside the wall," he said. "We shall find them there when we leave." Author's note. These two pairs of boots, which were placed, according to the Persian's papers, just between the set piece and the scene from the Roi de Leroux on the spot where Joseph Bouquet was found hanging, were never discovered. They must have been taken by some stage carpenter or door shutter. End note. He crawled a little further on his knees, then turned right round and said, "I am going to hang by my hands from the edge of the stone and let myself drop into his house. You must do exactly the same. Do not be afraid. I will catch you in my arms." Raoul soon heard a dull sound, evidently produced by a fall of the Persian, and then dropped down. He felt himself clasped in the Persian's arms. "Hush," said the Persian. And then they kissed. No, just kidding. And then they stood motionless, listening. The darkness was thick around them, the silence heavy and terrible. Then the Persian began to make play with the dark lantern again, turning the rays over their heads, looking for the hole through which they had come, and failing to find it. "Oh," he said, "the stone has closed of itself." And the light of the lantern swept down the wall and over the floor. The Persian stopped and picked up something, a sort of cord, which he examined for a second and then flung away with horror. "The Punjab lasso," he muttered. "What is it?" asked Raoul. The Persian shivered. "It might very well be the rope by which the man was hanged, and which was looked for so long." And suddenly seized with fresh anxiety, he moved the little red disc of his lantern over the red walls. In this way he lit up the curious thing, the trunk of a tree, which still seemed quite alive with its leaves, and the branches of the tree that ran up the walls and disappeared into the ceiling. Because of the smallness of the luminous disc, it was difficult at first to make out the appearance of things. They saw the corner of a branch and a leaf and another leaf, and next to it nothing at all, nothing but a ray of light that seemed to reflect itself. Raoul pressed his hand over that nothing, over that reflection. "Hello." "This wall is a looking-glass." "Yes, a looking-glass," said the Persian, in a tone of deep emotion, and then the hand passed over and passing the hand that held the pistol over his moist forehead, added, "We have dropped into the torture chamber." What the Persian knew of this torture chamber, and what there befell him and his companion, shall be told in his own words, as set down in a manuscript which he left behind him, and which I copy verbatim. But we are about to go to ads, and I need to moisten up my throat. The next part is very fascinating, though, and I think these will probably be the last ads of the stream, because I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to finish within the next hour. So I hope you stick around, and I will see you after the ads. See you back again soon. Yeah, Ezra, happy Pride to them specifically. I like that one too. Rat catchers are always doing this. Thank you for the favorite, Mal. I'll add you back in a bit. I only know how to do it from the dashboard, and I don't want to mess anything up right now. In the whole setup. I hope you all are liking the story so far. Hydrate. Voice is doing okay. I don't have to take I know the last time that I was reading this book, I suddenly had to like stop because I was getting coughing fits, but it is very humid in the house, which is probably why I'm stumbling a little bit, because I'm starting to get a little humided out. And we'll be very grateful to turn the air conditioning on again soon, even though it's not too warm right now. It's just sticky. But yeah, it's not dry, so my voice isn't cracking like the last time, because I did have to stop very suddenly last time. I've been getting a lot of reading stamina. Though that being said, like, I do make mistakes and stuff like that. I would like to improve on my accuracy as well as my stamina. I think the longest readings I've done were like 6 hours. But that was for Howls, and Howls is like my favorite book of all time, so a lot of that was me just kind of like also taking breaks to talk about my favorite parts of the book, and also like really, really getting into character voices and stuff like that. Though that being said, though I guess not everybody can hear this, for the affiliate anniversary, which is coming up on July 20th and July 21st, a little sneak peek for anybody not in ads, I will be rereading Howl's Moving Castle because I did not save the VOD and it is gone forever, and I wish I had the VOD. So I was like, yeah, that's a good way to celebrate the anniversary. It was a time of great comfort on the channel, and I was like, I think that just would be nice to just make a really cozy and chill anniversary. So yeah. And I have been streaming for a year and some change now. And I wasn't sure if I would still be doing it at this point when I started. I really wanted to do it. And I was like, well, I'm going to give it a shot. And if I don't like it, I can always stop. But I really like it a lot. And a lot of that is because of all of you. So thank you. Poor Mal. Yeah, I get very stubborn about restarting. I'll like restart a sentence sometimes, but sometimes I just trudge on and go like, F it, I said that word weird. And just leave it at that. Oh, that could be cute. I should do that for Halloween, maybe. I bet I could find some books that would be more fun for a full cast read. Because there's not a lot of switching of voices in Howls. There is sometimes, but there's long stretches where there's not. But that's a good idea. I'm gonna make a mental note of that and then write it down after the stream. That could be really fun. Thank you, Mal. Alright, let's get back to it, shall we? Whoa, it's getting heavy to open that side of the book. Alright. Chapter 21. Interesting and instructive vicissitudes of a Persian in the cellars of the opera, also known as the Persian's narrative. It was the first time that I entered the house on the lake. I had often begged the trapdoor lover, as we used to call Eric in my country, to open its mysterious doors to me. He always refused. I made very many attempts, but in vain, to obtain admittance. I watched him as I might after I first learned that he had taken up his permanent abode at the opera. The darkness was always too thick to enable me to see how he worked the door in the wall of the lake. One day, when I thought myself alone, I stepped into the boat and rowed toward the part of the wall through which I had seen Eric disappear. It was then that I came into contact with the siren who guarded the approach and whose charm was very nearly fatal to me. I had no sooner put off from the bank than the silence amid which I floated on the water was disturbed by a sort of whispered singing that hovered all around me. It was half breath, half music. It rose softly from the waters of the lake, and I was surrounded by it, though I did not know what artifice. It followed me, moved with me, and was so soft that it did not alarm me. On the contrary, in my longing to approach the source of that sweet and enticing harmony, I leaned out of my little boat over the water, for there was no doubt in my mind that the singing came from the water itself. By this time, I was alone in the boat in the middle of the lake. The voice, for it was now distinctly a voice, was beside me, on the water. I leaned over, leaned still farther. The lake was perfectly calm, and a moonbeam that passed through the air hole in the Rue showed me absolutely nothing on its surface, which was smooth and black as ink. I shook my ears to get rid of a possible humming, but I soon had to accept the fact that there was no humming in the ears so harmonious as the singing whisper that had followed and now attracted me. Had I been inclined to superstition, I should have certainly thought that I had to do with some siren whose business it was to confound a traveller who should venture on the waters on the house on the lake. Fortunately, I come from a country where we are too fond of fantastic things not to know them through and through. I had no doubt that I was face to face with some new invention of Eric's, but this invention was so perfect that, as I leaned out of the boat, I was impelled less by a desire to discover its trick than to enjoy its charm, and I leaned out, until I almost overturned the boat. Suddenly, two monstrous arms issued from the bosom of the waters and seized me by the neck, dragging me down to the depths with irresistible force. I should certainly have been lost if I had not had time to give a cry by which Eric knew me, for it was he, and instead of drowning me, as was certainly his first intention, he swam with me and laid me gently on the bank. "How imprudent you are," he said, as he stood before me dripping with water. "Why try to enter my house? I never invited you. I don't want you here, nor anybody. Did you save my life only to make it unbearable to me? However great the service you rendered him, Eric may end by forgetting it, and you know that nothing can restrain Eric, not even Eric himself." He spoke, but I had now no other wish than to know what I already called the trick of the siren. He satisfied my curiosity for Eric, who is a real monster. I have seen him at work in Persia, at last, is also, in certain respects, a regular child, vain and self-conceited, and there is nothing he loves so much after astonishing people as to prove all the really miraculous ingenuity of his mind. He laughed and showed me a long reed. "It's the silliest trick you ever saw," he said, "but it's very useful for breathing and singing in the water. I learned it from the Tonkin pirates, who are able to remain hidden for hours in the beds of rivers." Author's note. An official report from Tonkin, received in Paris at the end of July 1909, relates how the famous pirate Chef d'État was tracked, together with his men, by our soldiers, and how all of them succeeded in escaping, thanks to this trick of the reeds. End of note. I spoke to him severely. "It's a trick that nearly killed me," I said, "and it must have been fatal to others. You know what you promised me, Eric. No more murders." "Have I really committed murders?" he asked, putting on his most amiable air. "Wretched man," I cried, "have you forgotten the rosy hours of Mazarin?" "Yes," he replied in a sadder tone. "I prefer to forget them. I used to make the little Sultana laugh, though." "All that belongs in the past," I declared. "But there is the present. And you are responsible to me for the present, because if I had wished, there would have been none at all for you. Remember that, Eric. I saved your life. And I took advantage of the turn of conversation to speak to him of something that had long ago been on my mind. Eric, I asked. Eric, swear that... What? He retorted. You know I never keep my oaths. Oaths are made to catch gulls with. Tell me. You can tell me at any rate. Well, the chandelier. The chandelier, Eric. What about the chandelier? Oh, you know what I mean. Oh. He snickered. I don't mind telling you about the chandelier. It wasn't I. The chandelier was very old and worn. When Eric laughed, he was more terrible than ever. He jumped into the boat, chuckling so horribly that I could not help trembling. Very old and worn, my dear Daroga. Very old and worn, the chandelier. It fell of itself. It came down with a smash. And now, Daroga, take my advice and go and dry yourself, or you'll catch a cold in the head. And never get into my boat again. And whatever you do, don't try to enter my house. I'm not always there, Daroga. And I should be sorry to have to dedicate my requiem mass to you. Author's note. Daroga is Persian for Chief of Police. End of note. So saying, swinging to and fro like a monkey and still chuckling, he pushed off and soon disappeared in the darkness of the lake. From that day I gave up all thought of penetrating into his house by the lake. That entrance was obviously too well guarded, especially since he had learned I knew about it. But I felt that there must have been another entrance, for I had often seen Eric disappear in the third cellar, when I was watching him, though I could not imagine how. Ever since I had discovered Eric installed in the opera, I lived in perpetual terror of his horrible fancies. Not so far as I was concerned, but I dreaded everything for others. Author's note. The Persian might easily have admitted that Eric's fate also interested himself, for he was well aware that, if the government of Tehran had learned that Eric was still alive, it would have been all up with the modest pension of the erstwhile Daroga. It is only fair, however, to add that the Persian had a noble and generous heart, and I do not doubt for a moment that the catastrophes which he feared for others greatly occupied his mind. His conduct throughout this business proves it, and is above all praise. End of note. And whenever some accident, some fatal event happened, I always thought to myself, I should not be surprised if that were Eric. Even as others used to say, it's the ghost. How often have I not heard people utter that phrase with a smile? Poor devils. If they had known that their ghosts existed in the flesh, I swear they would not have laughed. Although Eric announced to me very solemnly that he had changed, and he had become the most virtuous of men, since he was loved for himself. A sentence that at first perplexed me most terribly. I could not help shuddering when I thought of the monster. His horrible, unparalleled, and repulsive ugliness put him without the pale of humanity, and it often seemed to me that, for this reason, he no longer believed that he had any duty toward the human race. The way in which he spoke of his love affairs only increased my alarm, for I foresaw the cause of fresh and more hideous tragedies in this event to which he alluded so boastfully. Author's note. Just wanted to say hi. Hi. End of note. On the other hand, I soon discovered the curious moral traffic established between the monster and Christine Daae. Hiding in the lumber room next to the young prima donna's dressing room, I listened to wonderful musical displays that evidently flung Christine into marvelous ecstasy. But all the same, I would never have thought that Eric's voice, which was loud as thunder or soft as angels' voices at will, could have made her forget his ugliness. I understood all when I learned that Christine had yet not seen him. I had occasion to go to the dressing room, and remembering the lessons he had once given me, I had no difficulty in discovering the trick that made the wall with the mirror swing round, and I ascertained the means of hollow bricks and so on, by which he made his voice carry to Christine. as though she heard it close beside her. In this way I also discovered the road that led to the well and to the dungeon, the communist dungeon, and also the trap door which enabled Eric to go straight to the cellars below the stage. That one's funny. They were all funny, but that one was really funny. A few days later, what was not my amazement to learn by my own eyes and ears that Eric and Christine Daae saw each other to catch the monster swooping over the... Let's do that one again. A few days later, what was not my amazement to learn by my own eyes and ears that Eric and Christine Daae saw each other and to catch the monster stooping over the little well in the communist road and sprinkling the forehead of Christine Daae, who had fainted. A white horse, the horse out of the Profeta, which had disappeared from the stables under the opera, was standing quietly beside them. I showed myself it was terrible. I saw sparks fly from those yellow eyes, and before I had time to say a word, I received a blow on the head that stunned me. When I came to myself, Eric, Christine, and the white horse had disappeared. I felt sure that the poor girl was a prisoner in the house on the lake. Without hesitation, I resolved to return to the bank, notwithstanding the attendant danger. For 24 hours I lay in wait for the monster to appear, for I felt I must go out, driven by the need of obtaining provisions. And in this connection, I must say that, when he went out into the streets or ventured to show himself in public, he wore a pasteboard nose, with a mustache attached to it instead of his own horrible hole of a nose. This does not quite take away his corpse-like air, but it made him almost, I say almost, endurable to look at. I therefore watched on the bank of the lake and, weary of long waiting, was beginning to think that he had gone through the other door, the door in the third cellar, when I heard a slight splashing in the dark. I saw the two yellow eyes shining like candles, and soon the boat touched shore. Eric jumped out and walked up to me. "You've been here for 24 hours, he said, "and you're annoying me. I tell you, all this will end very badly, and you will have brought it upon yourself, for I have been extraordinarily patient with you. You think you are following me, you great booby, whereas I, who am following you, and I know all that you know about me. Here, I spared you yesterday in my communist road, but I warn you, seriously, don't let me catch you up here again. Upon my word, you don't seem able to take a hint." He was so furious that I did not think for a moment of interrupting him. After puffing and blowing like a walrus, he put his horrible thought into words. "Yes, you must learn once and for all, I say, to take a hint. I tell you that with your recklessness, for you have already been twice arrested by the shade in that felt hat, who did not know what you were doing in the cellars, and took you to the managers, who looked upon you as an eccentric Persian interested in the stage mechanism and life behind the scenes. I know all about it. I was there in the office. You know I am everywhere. Well, I tell you that with your recklessness, you will end by wondering what you are here for, and they will end by knowing that you are after Eric. And then they will be after Eric themselves, and then they will discover the house on the lake. If they do, it will be a bad lookout for you, old chap. A bad lookout. I won't answer for anything." Again, he puffed and blew out like a walrus. "I won't answer for anything. If Eric's secrets cease to be Eric's secrets, it will be a bad lookout for a goodly number of the human race. That's all I have to tell you. And unless you are a great booby, it ought to be enough for you. Except that you don't know how to take a hint." And literally, it does say booby. I didn't make that up. He had sat down on the stern of his boat and was kicking his heels against the planks, waiting to hear what I had to answer. And I simply said, "It's not Eric that I'm here after." "Who, then?" "You know as well as I do, it's Christine Daae," I answered. He retorted, "I have every right to see her in my own house. I am loved for my own sake." "That's not true," I said. "You have carried her off and are keeping her locked up." Listen, he said. Will you promise never to meddle with my affairs again if I prove to you that I am loved for my own sake? Yes, I promise you, I replied, without hesitation, for I felt convinced that for such a monster the proof was impossible. Well then, it's quite simple. Christine Daae shall leave this place as she pleases and come back again. Yes, come back because she wishes. Come back of herself because she loves me for myself. Oh, I doubt if she will come back, but it is your duty to let her go. My duty, you great booby. It is my wish to let her go, and she will come back, for she loves me. And this will end in a marriage at the Madeleine. You great booby! Do you believe me now, when I tell you that my nuptial mass is written? Wait till you hear the Kyrie. He beat time with his heels on the planks of the boat and sang, Kyrie, Kyrie, Kyrie Elysian. Wait till you hear that mass. Look here, I said. I shall believe you if I see Christine Daae come out of the house on the lake and go back to it of her own accord. And you won't meddle any more in my affairs. No. Very well. You should see that tonight. Come to the mass ball. Christine and I will go and have a look around. Then you can hide in the lumber room and you shall see Christine, who will have gone to her dressing room, delighted to come back by the Communist road. And now, be off, for I must go and do some shopping. To my intense astonishment, things happened as he announced. Christine Daae left the house on the lake and returned to it several times, without apparently being forced to do so. It was very difficult for me to clear my mind of Eric. However, I resolved to be extremely prudent, and to not make the mistake of returning to the shore of the lake, or of going to the Communist road, but the idea of the secret entrance in the third cellar haunted me, and I repeatedly went and waited for hours behind a scene of the Roi de Lahore, which had been left there for some reason or another. At last my patience was rewarded. One day I saw the monster come toward me on his knees. I was certain that he could not see me. He passed between the scene behind which I stood and a set piece, went to the wall and pressed on a spring that moved a stone and afforded him an ingress. He passed through this, and the stone closed behind him. I waited for at least... Music's definitely loud. I waited for at least 30 minutes, and then pressed the spring in my turn. Everything happened as with Eric, but I was careful not to go through the hole myself, for I knew that Eric was inside. On the other hand, the idea that I might be caught by Eric suddenly made me think of the death of Joseph Bouquet. I did not wish to jeopardize the advantages of so great a discovery, which might be useful to many people, to a goodly number of the human race, in Eric's words, and I felt the cellars of the opera after carefully replacing the stone. I continued to be greatly interested in the relations between Eric and Christine Daae, not from any morbid curiosity, but because of the terrible thought which obsessed my mind that Eric was capable of anything. If he once discovered that he was not loved for his own sake, as he imagined, I continued to wander very cautiously about the opera, and soon learned the truth about the monster's dreary love affair. He filled Christine's mind through the terror which he inspired her, but the dear child's heart belonged wholly to the Vicomte Rolle de Chagny. While they played about like an innocent engaged couple on the upper floors of the opera to avoid the monster, they little suspected that someone was watching over them. I was prepared to do anything, to kill the monster if necessary, and explain to the police afterward. But Eric did not show himself, and I felt none the more comfortable for that. I must explain my whole plan. I thought that the monster, being driven from the house by his jealousy, would thus enable me to enter it without danger through the passage in the third cellar. It was important for everybody's sake that I should know exactly what was inside. One day, tired of waiting for an opportunity, I moved the stone and at once heard an astounding music. The monster was working on his Don Juan triumphant, with every door in his house wide open. I knew that this was the work of his life. I was careful not to stir. and remain prudently in my dark hole. He stopped playing for a moment and began walking about his place like a madman. He said aloud, at the top of his voice, "It must be finished first. Quite finished." This speech was not calculated to reassure me, and when the music recommenced, I closed the stone very softly. On the day of the abduction of Christine Daae, I did not come to the theater until rather late in the evening, trembling lest I should hear bad news. I had spent a horrible day, for after reading in a morning paper the announcement of a forthcoming marriage between Christine and the Vicomte de Chagny, I wondered whether, after all, I should not do better to denounce the monster. But reason returned to me, and I was persuaded that this action could only precipitate a possible catastrophe. When my cab set me down before the opera, I was really almost astonished to see it still standing. But I am something of a fatalist, and I entered ready for anything. Christine Daae's abduction in the prison act, which naturally surprised everybody, found me prepared. I was quite certain that she had been juggled away by Eric, that prince of conjurers, and I thought positively that this was the end of Christine and perhaps everybody, so much so that I thought of advising all these people who were staying on at the theater to make their good escape. I felt, however, that they would be sure to look upon me as mad, and I refrained. On the other hand, I resolved to act without further delay. As far as I was concerned, the chances were in my favor that Eric, at that moment, was thinking only of his captive, that this was the moment to enter his house through the third cellar, and I resolved to take with me that poor little desperate Viscount, who, at the first suggestion, accepted with an amount of confidence in myself that touched me profoundly. I had sent my servant for my pistols, and gave one to the Viscount, and advised him to hold himself ready for fire, for, after all, Eric might be waiting for us behind the wall. We were to go by the Communist road and through the trap door. Seeing my pistols, the little Viscount asked me if we were going to fight a duel, and I said yes, and what a duel! But of course I had no time to explain anything to him. The little Viscount is a brave fellow, but he hardly knew anything about his adversary. It was so much the better. My great fear was that he already somewhere was near us preparing the lasso. No one knows better than he how to throw the lasso, for he is the king of stranglers, even as he is the prince of conjurers. When he had finished making the little Sultana laugh at the time of the rosy hours of Mazandaran, she herself used to ask him to amuse her by giving her a thrill. It was then that he introduced her to the sport of the lasso. He had lived in India and acquired an incredible skill in the art of strangulation. He would make them lock into a courtyard to which they brought a warrior, usually a man condemned to death, armed with a long pike and broadsword. Eric had only his lasso, and it was always just when the warrior thought that he was going to fell Eric with a tremendous blow that we heard the lasso whistle through the air. With a turn of the wrists, Eric tightened the noose round his adversary's neck, and in this fashion dragged him before the little Sultana and her women, who sat looking from a window and applauding. The little Sultana herself learned to wield the lasso and killed several of her women, and even several of her friends who visited her. But I prefer to drop this terrible subject of the rosy hour of Mazandaran. I have mentioned it only to explain why, on arriving with the Vicomte de Chagny in the cellars of the opera, I was bound to protect my only companion against this ever-threatening danger of death by strangling. My pistols could serve no purpose, for Eric was not likely to show himself, but Eric could always strangle us, and I had no time to explain all this to the Viscount. Besides, there was nothing to be gained by complicating the position. I simply told Monsieur de Chagny to keep his hand at the level of his eyes with arm bent, as though waiting for the command to fire. With his victim in this attitude, it is impossible, even for the most expert strangler, to throw the lasso with advantage. It catches you not only round the neck, but also round the arm or hand, and this enables you to easily unloose the lasso, which then becomes harmless. After avoiding the commissary of police, a number of door shutters, and the firemen, after meeting the rat catcher, the best of all men, and passing the man in the felt hat unperceived, the Viscount and I arrived without obstacle in the third cellar, between the set piece and the scene from the Roi de Lahore. I worked the stone, and we jumped into the house which Eric had built himself in the double case of the foundation walls of the opera. This was the easiest thing in the world for him to do, because Eric was one of the chief contractors under Philippe Gamier, the architect of the opera, and continued to work by himself when the works were officially suspended during the war, the siege of Paris, and the Commune. I knew my Eric too well to feel at all comfortable on jumping into his house. I knew that he had made certain at the palace at Mazarin. From being the most honest building conceivable, he soon turned it into a house of the very devil, where you could not utter a word but it was overheard or repeated by an echo. With his trapdoors, the monster was responsible for an endless tragedy of all kinds. He hit upon astonishing inventions. Of these, the most curious, horrible, and dangerous was the so-called torture chamber, except in special cases, when the little sultana amused herself by inflicting suffering upon some unoffending citizen. No one was led into it but wretches condemned to death, and even then, when these had enough, they were always at liberty to put an end to themselves with a lasso or bowstring, left for their use at the foot of an iron tree. My alarm, therefore, was great when I saw the room into which Monsieur le Vicomte de Chagny and I had dropped was an exact copy of the torture chamber of the rosy hours of Mazarin. At our feet, I found the lasso, which I had been dreading all evening. I was convinced that this rope had already done duty for Joseph Bouquet, who, like myself, must have caught Eric one evening working the stone in the third cellar. He probably tried it in his turn, fell into the torture chamber, and only left it hanged. I can well imagine Eric dragging the body, in order to get rid of it, to the scene in the Roi de Lahore, and hanging it there as an example, or to increase the superstitious terror that was to help him in guarding the approaches to his lair. Then, upon reflection, Eric went back to fetch the lasso, which is very curiously made out of catgut, and which might have set an examining magistrate thinking. This explains the disappearance of the rope. And now I discovered the lasso at our feet in the torture chamber. I am no coward, but a cold sweat covered my forehead as I moved the little red disc of my lantern over the walls. Monsieur de Chagny noticed it and asked, "What is the matter, sir?" And I made him a violent sign to be silent. Oh, Tris, absolutely, but it is very funny to say over and over again. Chapter 22. In the torture chamber. The Persian's narrative continued. We were in the middle of a little six-cornered room, the sides of which were covered with mirrors from top to bottom. They did this in the movie. It was kind of cool. The later one. In the corners, we could clearly see the joins in the glasses, the segments intended to turn on their gear. Yes, I recognize them, and I recognize the iron tree in the corner, at the bottom of one of those segments. The iron tree with its iron branch for the hanged men. I seized my companion's arm. The Vicomte de Chagny was all a-quiver, eager to shout to his betrothed that he was bringing her help. I feared that he would not be able to contain himself. Suddenly we heard a noise on our left. It sounded at first like a door opening and shutting in the next room, and then there was a dull moan. I clutched Monsieur de Chagny's arm more firmly still, and then we distinctly heard these words. "You must make your choice, the wedding mass or the requiem mass." I recognized the voice of the monster. There was another moan followed by a long silence. I was persuaded by now that the monster was unaware of our presence in his house, for otherwise he would certainly have managed not to let us near him. He would only have to close the little invisible window through which the torture lovers looked down into the torture chamber. Besides, I was certain that, if he had known of our presence, the tortures would have begun at once. The important thing was not to let him know. I dreaded nothing so much as the impulsiveness of the Vicomte de Chagny, who wanted to rush through the walls to Christine Daae, whose moans we continued to hear at intervals. "The Requiem Mass is not at all gay," Eric's voice resumed, "whereas the Wedding Mass, you can take my word for it, is magnificent. You must take a resolution and know your own mind. I can't go on living like this, like a mole in a burrow. Don Juan Triumphant is finished, and now I want to live like everybody else. I want to have a wife like everybody else and take her out on Sundays. I have intended a mask that makes me look like anybody. People will not even turn round in the streets. You will be the happiest of women, and we will sing all by ourselves till we swoon away with delight. You are crying. You are afraid of me, and yet I am really not that wicked. Love me, and you shall see. All I wanted was to be loved for myself. If you loved me, I should be as gentle as a lamb, and you could do anything with me that you pleased." Soon the moans that accompanied this sort of love's litany increased and increased. I have never heard anything more despairing, and Monsieur de Chagny and I recognized that this terrible lamentation came from Eric himself. Christine seemed to be standing dumb with horror, without the strength to cry out, while the monster was on his knees before her. 3 times over, Eric fiercely bewailed his fate. "You don't love me! You don't love me! You don't love me!" And then more gently, "Why do you cry? You know it gives me pain to see you cry." A silence. Each silence gave us fresh hope. We said to ourselves, perhaps he has left Christine behind the wall. And we thought only of the possibility of warning Christine Daae of our presence, unknown to the monster. We were unable to leave the torture chamber now, unless Christine opened the door to us. And it was only on this condition that we could hope to help her, for we did not even know where the door might be. Suddenly, the silence in the next room was disturbed by the ringing of an electric bell, and there was a bound on the other side of the wall and Eric's voice of thunder. "Somebody's ringing! Walk in, please." A sinister chuckle. "Who has come bothering now? Wait for me here. I am going to tell the siren to open the door." Steps moved away. A door closed. I had no time to think of the fresh horrors that he was preparing. I forgot that the monster was only going out, perhaps to perpetrate a fresh crime. I understood but one thing. Christine was alone behind the wall. The Vicomte de Chagny was already calling to her. "Christine! Christine!" As we could hear what was said in the next room, there was no reason why my companion should not be heard in his turn. Nevertheless, the Viscount had to repeat his cry, time after time. At last a faint voice reached us. "I'm dreaming," it said. "Christine, Christine! It is I, Raoul!" A silence. "But answer me, Christine! In heaven's name, if you are alone, answer me!" Then Christine's voice whispered Raoul's name. "Yes, yes, it is I. It is not a dream." Oh, wrong voice. "Yes, yes, it is I. It is not a dream. Christine, trust me. We are here to save you, but be prudent. When you hear the monster, warn us." Then Christine gave way to fear. She trembled lest Eric should discover where Raoul was hidden. She told us in a few hurried words that Eric had gone quite mad with love, and that he had decided to kill everybody and himself with everybody if she did not consent to become his wife. He had given her to 11 o'clock the next evening for reflection. It was the last respite. She must choose, as he said, between the wedding mass and the requiem. And Eric had then uttered a phrase which Christine had not quite understand. Yes or no? If your answer is no, everybody will be dead and buried. But I understood the sentence perfectly, for it corresponded in a terrible manner with my own dreadful thought. Can you tell us where Eric is? I asked. She replied that he must have left the house. Could you make sure? No, I am fastened. I cannot stir a limb. When we heard this, Monsieur de Chagny and I gave a yell of fury. Our safety, the safety of all three of us, depended on the girl's liberty of movement. But where are you? Asked Christine. There are only 2 doors in my room. The Louis Philippe room, which I told you, Raoul, a door which Eric comes and goes, and another which he has never opened before me, which he has forbidden me ever to go through, because he says it is the most dangerous of doors, the door to the torture chamber. Christine, that is where we are. You are in the torture chamber? Yes, but we cannot see the door. Oh, if only I could drag myself so far. I would knock at the door, and that would tell you where it is. Is it a door with a lock on it? I asked. Yes, with a lock. Mademoiselle, I asked, it is absolutely necessary that you should open the door to us. But how? Asked the poor girl tearfully. We heard her straining, trying to free herself from the bonds that held her. I know where the key is, she said in a voice that seemed exhausted by the effort she had made. But I am fastened so tight. Oh, the wretch! And she gave a sob. Where is the key? I asked, signing to Monsieur de Chagny not to speak and to leave the business to me, for we had not a moment to lose. In the next room, near the organ, with another little bronze key, which was also forbade me to touch. They are both in a little leather bag, which he calls the bag of life and death. Raoul, Raoul, fly! Everything is mysterious and terrible here, and Eric will soon have gone quite mad. And you are in the torture chamber. Go back the way you came. There must be a reason why the room is called that name. Christine, said the young man, we will go from here together or die together. We must keep cool, I whispered. Why has he fastened you? Mademoiselle, you can't escape from his house, and he knows it. I tried to commit suicide. The monster went out last night after carrying me here, fainting and half chloroformed. He was going to his banker, so he said. When he returned, he found me with my face covered with blood. I had tried to strike my forehead against the walls. Christine, groaned Raoul, and he began to sob. Then he bound me. I am not allowed to die until 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. Mademoiselle, I declared, the monster bound you, and he shall unbind you, and you have only to play the necessary part. Remember that he loves you. Alas, we heard, am I likely to forget it? Remember it and smile to him, entreat him. Tell him that your bonds hurt you. But Christine Daae said, Hush! I hear something in the wall in the lake. It is he. Go away! Go away! Go away! We could not go away, even if we wanted to, I said, as impressively as I could. We cannot leave this. We are in the torture chamber. Hush! Whispered Christine again. Heavy steps sounded slowly behind the wall, then stopped and made the floor creak once more. Next came a tremendous sigh, followed by a cry of horror from Christine when we heard Eric's voice. I beg your pardon for letting you see a face like this. What a state I am I not? It's the other one's fault. Why did he ring? Do I ask people who pass to tell me the time? He will never ask anybody the time again. It is the siren's fault. Another sigh, more tremendous still, came from the abysmal depths of a soul. Why did you cry out, Christine? Because I'm in pain, Eric. I thought I had frightened you. Eric, unloose my bonds. Am I not your prisoner? You will try to kill yourself again. You have given me until 11 o'clock tomorrow evening, Eric. The footsteps dragged along the floor again. After all, as we are to die together, and as I am... Wait, whose voice was this? No. Okay. He starts to put the dialogue really close together, and it starts to become hard to tell who is saying what, because it's not necessarily anyways. After all, as we are to die together, and I am just as eager as you. Yes, I have had enough of this life, you know. Wait, don't move. I will release you. You have only one word to say. No. And it will be at once over with everybody. You are right. You are right. Why wait till 11 o'clock tomorrow evening? True, it would have been grander, finer, but that is childish nonsense. We should only think of ourselves in this life, of our own death. The rest doesn't matter. You're looking at me because I am all wet. Oh, my dear, it's raining cats and dogs outside. Apart from that, Christine, I think I am subject to hallucinations. You know the man who rang at the siren's bell just now? Go and look if he's ringing at the bottom of the lake. Well, he was rather like, there, turn around. Are you glad? You're free now. Oh, my poor Christine, look at your wrists. Tell me, have I hurt them? That alone deserves death. Talking of death, I must sing his requiem. Hearing these terrible remarks, I received an awful presentiment. I, too, had once rung at the monster's door, and, without knowing it, must have set some warning current in motion. And I remembered the two arms that had emerged from the inky waters. What poor wretch had strayed to that shore this time? Who was the other one, the one whose requiem we now heard sung? Eric sang like the god of thunder, sang a dies irae that enveloped us in a storm. The elements seemed to rage around us. Suddenly the organ and the voice ceased so suddenly that Monsieur de Chagny sprang back on the other side of the wall with emotion, and the voice changed, transformed, distinctly grated out these metallic syllables. What have you done with my bag? What have you done with it, Prince? Chapter 23. The tortures begin. The Persian's narrative continued. The voice repeated angrily, What have you done with my bag? So it was to take my bag that you asked me to release you. We heard hurried steps, Christine running back to the Louis Philippe room, as though to seek shelter on the other side of our wall. What are you running away for? Asked the furious voice, which had followed her. Give me back my bag, will you? Don't you know that is the bag of life and death? Listen to me, Eric, sighed the girl. As it is settled that we are to live together, what difference can it make to you? You know there are only 2 keys in it, said the monster. What do you want to do? I want to look at this room, which I have never seen, and which you have always kept from me. It's woman's curiosity, she said, in a tone which she tried to render playful. But the trick was too childish for Eric to be taken in by it. I don't like curious women, he retorted. And you had better remember the story of Bluebeard, and be careful. Come, give me back my bag. Give me back my bag! Leave the key alone, will you, you inquisitive little thing? And he chuckled while Christine gave a cry of pain. Eric had evidently recovered the bag from her. At that moment, the Viscount could not help uttering an exclamation of impotent rage. Why, what's that? Said the monster. Did you hear that, Christine? No, replied the poor girl. I heard nothing. I thought I heard a cry. A cry? Are you going mad, Eric? Whom do you expect to give a cry in this house? I cried out because you hurt me. I heard nothing. I don't like the way you said that. You're trembling. You're quite excited. You're lying. That was a cry. There was a cry. There's someone in the torture chamber. I understand now. There's no one there, Eric. I understand. No one. The man you want to marry, perhaps. I don't want to marry anybody. You know I don't. Another nasty chuckle. Well, it won't take long to find out. Christine, my love, we need not open the door to see what is happening in the torture chamber. Would you like to see? Would you like to see? Look here. If there is someone, if there really is someone there, you will see the invisible window light up at the top, near the ceiling. We need only draw back the curtain and put out the light in here. There, that's it. Let's put out the light. You're not afraid of the dark when you're with your little husband. Then we heard Christine's voice of anguish. No, I'm frightened. I tell you, I'm afraid of the dark. I don't care about that room now. You're always frightening me like a child with your torture chamber. And so I became inquisitive. But I don't care about it now, not a bit. Not a bit. And that which I feared above all things began, automatically. We were suddenly flooded with light. Yes, on our side of the wall, everything seemed aglow. The Vicomte de Chagny was so taken aback that he staggered, and the angry voice roared. I told you there was someone. Do you see the window now? The lighted up window right there. The man behind the wall can't see it, but you shall go up the folding steps. That is what it is there for. You have often asked me to tell you, and now you know. There they are, to give a little peep into the torture chamber, you inquisitive little thing. What tortures? Who is being tortured? Eric? Eric, say you are only trying to frighten me. Say it if you love me, Eric. There are no tortures, are there? Go and look at the window, dear. I do not know if the Viscount heard the girl's swooning voice, for he was too much occupied by the astounding spectacle that now appeared before his distracted gaze. As for me, I had seen that sight too often, though usually through the little window, at the time of the rosy hours of Mazanderan. I cared only for what was being said next door, seeking for a hint how to act, what resolution to take. Oh, thank you, Bucky. Go and peep through the little window. Tell me what he looks like. We heard the steps being dragged against the wall. Up with you. No. No, I will go up by myself, dear. Oh, very well, I will go up. Let me go. Oh, my darling, how sweet of you, how nice of you to save me the exertion at my age. Tell me what he looks like. At that moment, we distinctly heard these words above our heads. There's no one there, dear. No one? Are you sure there is no one? Why, of course not. No one. Oh, that's all right. What's the matter, Christine? You're not going to faint, are you? As there is no one there. Here, come down. There. Pull yourself together, as there is no one there. But how do you like the landscape? Oh, very much. There, that's better. You're better now, are you not? That's all right. You're better. No excitement. And what a funny house, isn't it? With landscapes like that in it. Yes, it's like the Monsieur Gravin. But I say, Eric, there are no tortures in there. What a fright you gave me. Why, as there is no one in there? Did you design that room? It's very handsome. You're a great artist, Eric. Yes, a great artist in my own line. But tell me, Eric, why did you call that room a torture chamber? Oh, it's very simple. First of all, what did you see? I saw a forest. And what was in that forest? Trees. And what is a tree? And what is in it? There's birds in it. Did you see any birds? No, I did not see any birds. Well, what did you see? Think. You saw branches, and what are the branches? Asked the terrible voice. There's a gibbet. That is why I call my wood the torture chamber. You see, it's all a joke. I never express myself like other people, but I am very tired of it. I am sick and tired of having a forest and a torture chamber in my house, and of living like a mountebank in a house with a false bottom. I'm tired of it. I want to have a nice quiet flat with ordinary floors and windows and a wife inside of it, like anybody else. A wife whom I could love and take out on Sundays and keep amused on weekdays. Here, shall I show you some card tricks that will help us pass a few minutes while waiting for 11 o'clock tomorrow evening? My dear little Christine, are you listening to me? Tell me you love me. No, you don't love me. But no matter, you will. Once you could not look at my mask because you knew what was behind it, and now you don't mind looking at it, and you forget what is behind it. One can get used to everything if one wishes. Plenty of young people who did not care for each other before marriage have adored each other since. Oh, I don't know what I am talking about. But you would have lots of fun with me. For instance, I am the greatest ventriloquist that ever lived. I am the first ventriloquist in the world. You're laughing. Perhaps you don't believe me. Listen. The wretch, who really was the first ventriloquist in the world, was only trying to divert the child's attention from the torture chamber. But it was a stupid scheme, for Christine thought of nothing but us. She repeatedly besought him, in the gentlest of tones which she could assume. Put out the light in the little window. Eric, do put out the light in the little window. For she saw that this light, which apparently so suddenly, and of which the monster had spoken in so threatening a voice, must mean something terrible. One thing must have pacified her for a moment, and that was seeing the two of us behind the wall, in the midst of that resplendent light, alive and well, but she would have certainly felt much easier if the light had been put out. Meantime, the other had already begun to play the ventriloquist, and he said, Here, I raise my mask a little. Ooh, only a little. You see my lips? Such lips that I have, they're not moving. My mouth is closed. Such mouth as I have. And yet you hear my voice. Well, will you have it? In your left ear? In your right ear? In the table? In those little ebony boxes on the mantelpiece? Listen, dear. It's in the little box on the right of the mantelpiece. What does it say? Shall I turn the scorpion? And now, crack. What does it say in the little box on the left? Shall I turn the grasshopper? And now, crack. Here it is in the little leather bag. What does it say? I am a little hag of life and death. And now, crack. It is in Carlotta's throat. In Carlotta's golden throat. In Carlotta's crystal throat, as I live. What does it say? It says, It's I, Mr. Toad. It's I singing, I feel, without alarm. Grrr, with its melody and wind me. Grrr, and now, crack, is on the chair in the ghost box, and it says, Madame Carlotta is singing tonight to bring the chandelier down. And now, crack. Where's Eric's voice now? Listen, Christine, darling. Listen. It is behind the door of the torture chamber. Listen. It's myself in the torture chamber. And what do I say? I say, woe to them that have a nose, a real nose, and come to look round the torture chamber. Oh, the ventriloquist's terrible voice. It was everywhere. Everywhere. It passed through the little invisible window, through the walls. It ran around us, between us. Eric was there, speaking to us. We made a movement as though to fling ourselves upon him, but already swifter, more fleeting than the voice of the echo. Eric's voice had leaped back behind the wall. Soon, we heard nothing more at all, for this is what happened. Eric? Eric, said Christine's voice. You tire me with your voice. Don't go on, Eric. Isn't it very hot here? Oh, yes, replied Eric's voice. The heat is unendurable. What does this mean? The wall is getting really quite hot. The wall is burning. I'll tell you, Christine, dear. It's because of the forest next door. What does that have to do with it, the forest? Why, didn't you see it was a desert forest? And the monster laughed so loudly and hideously that we could no longer distinguish Christine's supplicating cries. The Vicomte de Chagny shouted and banged against the walls like a madman. I could not restrain him, but we heard nothing except the monster's laughter, and the monster himself can have heard nothing else. And then there was the sound of a body falling on the floor and being dragged along, and a door slammed, and then nothing. Nothing more around us save the scorching silence of the south in the heart of a tropical forest. Oh, damn. I mispredicted, and the ad break is upon us. Will they live or will they die? Sorry, but this should finally be the last ad break. And we are getting to the very, very end now. We'll be right back. I keep forgetting to put the mask that I made once as a little set piece. It's not the same as the Phantom mask, but hopefully you enjoy it all the same. Yep. I'm gonna get this to stand up. There we go. While we think about the torture room, I figure looking at a dramatic mask made of glass might be appropriate. Hi, Baka. Hello, hello. We'll be back from the break very shortly. Big stretch. Hope you're doing well, Baka. Also, I hope you all like the voice I do for the Phantom. He's very fun. He's crazy, but like it's very fun to voice. The trick is, though, trying to lean more towards first and second generation musical Phantom and not go accidentally into Mark Hamill Joker. And it's tough. But I'm trying. And it's fun either way. So there we go. Thank you, Tris. Welcome back. Oh, thank you. Y'all are very sweet. Hello there. And now we continue on to hopefully now the finale for realsies this time. Chapter 24. Barrels, barrels. Any barrels to sell? The Persian's narrative continued. I have said that the room in which Monsieur le Vicomte de Chagny and I were in prison was a regular hexagon, lined entirely with mirrors. Plenty of these rooms have been seen since, mainly at exhibitions, and they are called Palaces of Illusion, or some such name. But the invention belongs entirely to Eric, who built the first room of this kind under my eyes at the time of the rosy hours of Mazanderan. A decorative object, such as a column for instance, was placed in one of the corners and immediately produced a hall of 1,000 columns. For, thanks to the mirrors, the real room was multiplied by 6 hexagonal rooms, each of which in its turn was multiplied indefinitely. But the little sultana was soon tired of this infantile illusion, whereupon Eric altered his inventions into a torture chamber. For the architectural motive placed in one corner, he substituted an iron tree. This tree, with its painted leaves, was absolutely true to life, and was made of iron so as to resist all the attacks of the patient, who was locked into the torture chamber. We shall see how the scene thus obtained was twice altered instantaneously into 2 successive other scenes. By means of the automatic rotation of the drums or rollers in the corners. These were divided into 3 sections, fitting into the angles of the mirrors, each supporting a decorative scheme that came into sight as the roller revolved upon its axis. The walls of this strange room gave the patient nothing to lay hold of because, apart from the solid decorative object, they were simply furnished with mirrors, thick enough to withstand any onslaught of the victim, who was flung into the chamber empty-handed and barefoot. There was no furniture, and the ceiling was capable of being lit up, an ingenious system of electric heating, which has since been imitated, allowed the temperature of the walls and the room to be increased at will. I am giving all of these details of a perfectly natural invention, producing, with a few painted branches, the supernatural illusion of an equatorial forest blazing under the tropical sun, so that no one may doubt the present balance of my brain or feel entitled to say that I am mad or lying or that I take him for a fool. Author's note. It is very natural that, at the time when the Persian was writing, he should take so many precautions against any spirit of incredulity on the part of those who are likely to read this narrative. Nowadays, when we have all seen this sort of room, his precautions would have been superfluous. End of note. I now return to the facts where I left them. When the ceiling lit up, and the forest became visible around us, the Viscount's stupefaction was immense. That impenetrable forest, with its innumerable trunks and branches, threw him into a terrible state of consternation. He passed his hands over his forehead, as though to drive away a dream. His eyes blinked, and for a moment he forgot to listen. I have already said that the sight of the forest did not surprise me at all, and therefore I listened for the 2 of us to what was happening next door. Lastly, my attention was especially attracted not so much to the scene as to the mirrors that produced it. These mirrors were broken in parts. Yes, they were marked and scratched. They had been starred in spite of their solidity, and this proved to me that the torture chamber in which we were now had already served a purpose. Some wretch whose feet were not bare like those of the victim of the rosy hours of Mazanderan had certainly fallen into this mortal illusion, and mad with rage had kicked against those mirrors which nevertheless continued to reflect his agony. And the branch of the tree on which he had put an end to his own sufferings was arranged in such a way that before dying he had seen, for his last consolation, 1,000 men writhing in his company. Yes, Joseph Bouquet had undoubtedly been through all of this. Were we to die as he had done? I did not think so, for I knew we had a few hours before us, and I could employ them to better purpose than Joseph Bouquet was able to do. After all, I was thoroughly acquainted with most of Eric's tricks, and now or never was the time to turn my knowledge to account.
Aw. I hope you get a good sleep soon, Baka. Thank you for hanging out.
To begin with, I gave up every idea of returning to the passage that had brought us to the accursed theater. I did not trouble about the possibility of working the inside stone that closed the passage, and this for the simple reason that to do so was out of the question. We had dropped from too great a height into the torture chamber. There was no furniture to help us reach that passage, not even the branch of the iron tree, not even each other's shoulders were of any avail. There was only one possible outlet, that opening into Louis Philippe's room in which Eric and Christine Daae were, but through this outlet looked like an ordinary door. But though this outlet looked like an
Bleh. Hold on. That was the rains in Spain.
But though this outlet looked like an ordinary door on Christine's side, it was absolutely invisible to us. We must therefore try to open it without even knowing where it was. When I was quite sure that there was no hope for us from Christine Daae's side, when I had heard the monster dragging this poor girl from Louis Philippe's room, lest she should interfere with our tortures, I resolved to set to work without delay. But I had first to calm Monsieur de Chagny, who was already walking about like a madman, uttering incoherent cries. The snatches of conversation which he had caught between Christine and the monster had contributed not a little to drive him beside himself. Add to that shock of the magic forest and the scorching heat, which was beginning to make the perspiration stream down his temples, and you will have no difficulty in understanding his state of mind. He shouted Christine's name, brandished his pistols, knocked his forehead against the glass in his endeavors to run down the glades of the elusive forest. In short, the torture was beginning to work its spell upon a brain unprepared for it. And yes, literally, Raoul is such a himbo that he sees the mirrors that he saw were mirrors, and once they turn into an infinite mirror trick, he's like, oh, okay, and he keeps running into the mirrors. I love how they wrote him in the book. It's very good. I did my best to induce the poor Viscount to listen to reason. I made him touch the mirrors and the iron tree and the branches and explain to him, by optical laws, all the luminous imagery by which we were surrounded and of which we need not allow ourselves to be the victims, like ordinary ignorant people. We are in a room, a little room. That is what you must keep saying to yourself, and we shall leave the room as soon as we have found the door. And I promised him that, if he let me act without disturbing me, by shouting and walking up and down, I would discover the trick of the door in less than an hour's time. Then he lay flat on the floor, as one does in a wood, and declared that he would wait until I found the door of the forest, as there was nothing better to do, and he added that from where he was, the view was splendid. The torture was working in spite of all that I had said. Myself, forgetting the forest, I tackled a glass panel and began to finger it in every direction, hunting for the weak point on which to press in order to turn the door in accordance with Eric's system of pivots. This weak point might be a mere speck on the glass, no larger than a pea, under by which the spring lay hidden. I hunted and hunted. I felt as high as my hands could reach. Eric was about the same height as myself, and I thought he would not have placed the spring higher than suited his stature. While groping over the successive panels with the greatest care, I endeavored not to lose a minute, for I was feeling more and more overcome with the heat, and we were literally roasting in that blazing forest. I had been working like this for half an hour, and had finished 3 panels when, as ill luck would have it, I turned round on hearing a muttered exclamation from the Viscount. "I am stifling," he said. "All those mirrors are sending out an infernal heat. Do you think you will find that spring soon? If you are much longer about it, we shall be roasted alive." I was not sorry to hear him talk like this. He had not said a word of the forest, and I hoped that my companion's reason would hold out for some time longer against the torture. But he added, What consoles me is that the monster has given Christine until 11 tomorrow evening. If we can't get out of here and go to her assistance, at least we shall be dead before her. Then Eric's mask can serve for all of us." And he gulped down a breath of hot air that nearly made him faint. As I had not the same desperate reasons as Monsieur le Vicomte for accepting death, I returned, after giving him a word of encouragement, to my panel. But I made the mistake of taking a few steps while speaking, and, in the tangle of the elusive forest, was no longer able to find my panel for certain. I had to begin all over again, at random, feeling, fumbling, groping. Now the fever laid hold of me in turn, for I found nothing, absolutely nothing. In the next room all was silence. We were quite lost in the forest without an outlet, a compass, a guide, or anything. Oh, I knew what awaited us if nobody came to our aid, or if I did not find the spring. But look as I might, I found nothing but branches, beautiful branches that stood straight up before me, or spread gracefully over my head, but they gave no shade. And this was as natural enough, as we were in equatorial forests, and the sun right above our heads. Monsieur de Chagny and I had repeatedly taken off our coats and put them on again, finding at one time that they made us feel still hotter, and at another that they protected us against the heat. I was still making a moral resistance, but Monsieur de Chagny seemed to me quite gone. He pretended that he had been walking in that forest for 3 days and nights without stopping, looking for Christine Daae. From time to time he thought he saw her behind the trunk of a tree, or gliding between the branches, and he called to her with words of supplication that brought the tears to my eyes. And then at last, "Oh, how thirsty I am!" he cried, in delirious accents. I too was thirsty, my throat was on fire, and yet squatting on the floor, I went on hunting and hunting for the spring of the invisible door, especially as it was dangerous to remain in the forest as evening drew nigh. Already the shades of night were beginning to surround us. It had happened very quickly. Night falls quickly in tropical countries, suddenly with hardly any twilight. Now, night, in the forests of the equator, it was always dangerous, particularly when, like ourselves, one has not the materials for a fire to keep off the beasts of prey. I did indeed try for a moment to break off the branches, which I would have lit with my dark lantern, but I knocked myself also against the mirrors and remembered in time that we had only images of branches to do with. The heat did not go with the daylight. On the contrary, it was now still hotter under the blue rays of the moon. I urged the Viscount to hold our weapons ready to fire and not to stray from camp, while I went on looking for my spring. Suddenly we heard a lion roaring a few yards away. "Oh," whispered the Viscount, "he's quite close. Don't you see him? There through the trees in that thicket. If he roars again, I will fire." And the roaring began again, louder than before, and the Viscount fired, but I do not think that he hit the lion. Only he smashed a mirror, as I perceived the next morning at daybreak. We must have covered a good distance during the night, for we suddenly found ourselves on the edge of the desert, an immense desert of sand, stones, and rocks. It was really not worthwhile leaving the forest to come upon the desert. Tired out, I flung myself down beside the Viscount, for I had had enough of looking for springs which I could not find. I was quite surprised, and I said so to the Viscount, that we had encountered no other dangerous animals during the night. Usually after the lion came the leopard, and sometimes the buzz of the tsetse fly. These were easily obtained effects, and I explained to Monsieur de Chagny that Eric imitated the roar of a lion on a long tabor or timbrel, with an ass's skin at one end. Over the skin he tied a string of catgut, which was fastened at the middle to another similar string passing through the whole length of the tabor. Eric had only to rub the string with the gloves smeared with resin, and, according to the manner in which he rubbed it, he imitated to perfection the voice of the lion or the leopard, or even the buzzing of the tsetse fly. The idea that Eric was probably in the room beside us, working his trick, made me suddenly resolve to enter into a parley with him, for we must obviously give up all thought of taking him by surprise, and by this time he must be quite aware of who were the occupants of his torture chamber. I called him. "Eric! Eric!" I shouted as loudly as I could across the desert, but there was no answer to my voice. All around us lay the silence and the bare immensity of that stony desert. What was to become of us in the midst of that awful solitude?
Rosie! We're in the climactic finale. You are just in time.
Take a seat, get comfy. I hope you're having a wonderful day. We were beginning to literally die of heat, hunger, and thirst, of thirst especially. At last, I saw Monsieur de Chagny raise himself on his elbow and point to a spot on the horizon. He discovered an oasis. Yes, far in the distance was an oasis with limpid water, which reflected the iron trees. Tush, it was a scene of the mirage. I recognized in it at once, the worst of the three. No one had been able to fight against it, no one. I did my utmost to keep my head and not hope for water, because I knew that if a man hoped for water, the water that reflected the iron tree, and if, after hoping for water, he struck against the mirror, then there was only one thing for him to do: to hang himself on the tree. So I cried to Monsieur de Chagny, "It's the mirage! It's the mirage! Don't believe in the water! It's another trick of the mirrors." Then he flatly told me to shut up, with my tricks of the mirrors, my springs, my revolving doors, and my palaces of illusions. He angrily declared that I must be either blind or mad to imagine that all that water flowing over there among those splendid, numberless trees was not real water, and that the desert was definitely real, and so was the forest, and it was no use trying to take him in. He was an old, experienced traveler. He had been all over the place, and he dragged himself along saying, "Water! Water!" And his mouth was open as though he were drinking. And my mouth was open too, as though I were drinking. For we saw not only water, but we heard it. We heard it flow, we heard it ripple. Do you understand that word, ripple? It is a sound which you hear with your tongue. You put your tongue out of your mouth to listen to it better. Lastly, and this was the most pitiless torture of all, we heard the rain, and it was not raining. This was an infernal invention. Oh, I knew it well enough, how Eric had obtained it. He filled with little stones a very long and narrow box, broken up inside with wooden and metal projections. The stones in falling struck against these projections and rebounded from one to another, and the result was a series of pattering sounds that exactly imitated a rainstorm. You should have seen us putting out our tongues and dragging ourselves toward the rippling riverbank. Our eyes and ears were full of water, but our tongues were hard and dry as horn. When we reached the mirror, Monsieur de Chagny licked it, and I also licked the glass, but it was burning hot, and we rolled on the floor with a hoarse cry of despair. Monsieur de Chagny put the one pistol that was still loaded to his temple, and I stared at the lasso at the foot of the iron tree. I knew why the iron tree had returned in this third change of scene. The iron tree was waiting for me. But as I stared at the lasso, I saw a thing that made me start so violently that Monsieur de Chagny delayed his attempt. I took his arm, and then I caught the pistol from him, and then I dragged myself on my knees toward what I had seen. I had discovered near the lasso, in a groove in the floor, a black-headed nail of which I knew the use. At last, I have discovered the spring. I felt the nail. I lifted a radiant face to Monsieur de Chagny. The black-headed nail yielded to my pressure. And then we saw not a door open in the wall, but a cellar flap released in the floor. Cool air came up to us from the black hole below. We stooped over that square of darkness as though over a limpid well, with our chins in the cool shade, and we drank it in. And we bent lower and lower over the trapdoor. What could there be in that cellar which opened before us? Water? Water to drink? I thrust my arm into the darkness and came upon a stone and another stone, a staircase, A dark staircase leading into the cellar. The Viscount wanted to fling himself down the hole, but I, fearing a new trick of the monsters, stopped him, turned on my dark lantern, and went down first. The staircase was a winding one, and led down into the pitchy darkness. But oh, how deliciously cool were the darkness and the stairs. The lake could not be far away. We soon reached the bottom. Our eyes were beginning to accustom themselves to the dark, to distinguish shapes around us, circular shapes on which I turned the light of my lantern. Barrels! We were in Eric's cellar. It was here that he must have kept his wine and perhaps his drinking water. I knew that Eric was a great lover of good wine, and there was plenty to drink here. Monsieur de Chagny patted the round shapes and kept on saying, "Barrels! Barrels! What a lot of barrels!" Indeed, there was quite a number of them, symmetrically arranged in 2 rows, one on either side of us. There were small barrels, and I thought that Eric must have selected them of that size to facilitate their carriage to the house on the lake. We examined them successively to see if one of them had not been a funnel, showing that it had been tapped at some time or another, but all the barrels were hermetically closed. Then, after half lifting one to make sure it was full, we went on our knees, and with the blade of a small knife which I carried, I prepared to stave in a hole. At that moment, I seemed to hear, coming from very far, a sort of monotonous chant, which I knew well, from often hearing it in the streets of Paris. "Barrels! Barrels! Any barrels to sell?" My hand desisted from its work. Monsieur de Chagny also heard, and he said, "That's funny. It sounds as if the barrel were singing." The barrel's song was renewed farther away. "Barrels! Barrels! Any barrels to sell?" "Oh, I swear," said the Viscount, "that the tune dies away in the barrel." We stood up and went to look behind the barrel. "It's inside," said Monsieur de Chagny. "It's inside." But we heard nothing there, and we were driven to accuse the bad condition of our senses. And we returned to the hole, and Monsieur de Chagny put his 2 hands together underneath it, and with the last effort I burst the hole through. "What's this?" cried the Viscount. "This isn't water." The Viscount put 2 full hands close to my lantern. I stooped to look, and then at once threw away the lantern with such violence that it broke and went out, leaving us in darkness. What I had seen in Monsieur de Chagny's hands was gunpowder. Dun, dun, dun. Chapter 25. The Scorpion or the Grasshopper? Which? The Persian's narrative concluded. The discovery flung us into a state of alarm that made us forget all our past and present sufferings. It's not very hydration of you, Eric. The rest of you, take an actual hydration. We now knew all that the monster meant to convey when he said to Christine Daae, "Yes or no? If your answer is no, everybody will be dead and buried." Yes, buried under the ruins of the Paris Grand Opera. The monster had given her until 11 o'clock in the evening. He had chosen his time well. There would be many people, many members of the human race up there, in the resplendent theater. What finer retinue could be expected for his funeral? He would go down to the tomb escorted by the whitest shoulders in the world, decked with the richest jewels. 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. We were all to be blown up in the middle of the performance. If Christine Daae said no, 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. What else could Christine say but no? Would she not prefer to espouse death itself rather than that of a living corpse? She did not know that on her acceptance or refusal depended the awful fate of many members of the human race. 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. and we dragged ourselves through the darkness, feeling our way to the stone steps, for the light in the trapdoor overhead that led into the room of mirrors was now extinguished, and we repeated to ourselves, 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. At last, I found the staircase, but suddenly I drew myself up on the first step, for a terrible thought came to my mind. What is the time? Oh, what is the time? For after all, 11 o'clock tomorrow evening might be now, might be this very moment. Who could tell us the time? We seem to have been imprisoned in that hell for days and days, years, since the beginning of the world. Perhaps we should be blown up then and there. A sound. A crack. Did you hear that? There, in the corner. Good heavens, like a sound of machinery again. Oh, for a light. Perhaps it's the machinery that is to blow everything up. I tell you, a cracking sound. Are you deaf? Monsieur de Chagny and I began to yell like madmen. Fear spurred us on. We rushed up the treads of the staircase, stumbling as we went. Anything to escape the dark, to return to the mortal light of the room of mirrors. We found the trapdoor still open, but it was now as dark in the room of mirrors as in the cellar which we had left. We dragged ourselves along the floor of the torture chamber, the floor that separated us from the gunpowder magazine. It was the time. We shouted, we called. Monsieur de Chagny to Christine, I to Eric. I reminded him that I had saved his life, but no answer, save that of our despair, of our madness. What was the time? We argued, we tried to calculate the time which we had spent there, but we were incapable of reasoning. If only we could see the face of a watch. Mine had stopped, but Monsieur de Chagny's was still going. He told me that he had wound it up before dressing for the opera. We had not a match upon us, and yet we must know. Monsieur de Chagny broke the glass of his watch and felt the two hands. He questioned the hands of the watch with his fingertips, going by the position of the ring of the watch, judging by the space between the hands, and he thought it must be just 11 o'clock. But perhaps it was not 11 o'clock of which we stood in dread. Perhaps we still had 12 hours before us. Suddenly I exclaimed, "Hush!" I seemed to hear footsteps in the next room. Someone tapped against the wall. Christine Daae's voice said, "Raoul! Raoul!" We were now all talking at once on either side of the wall. Christine sobbed. She was not sure if she would find Monsieur de Chagny alive. The monster had been terrible, it seemed, had done nothing but rave, waiting for her to give him the yes which she refused, and yet she had promised him that yes, if he would take her to the torture chamber. But he had obstinately declined, and had uttered hideous threats against all members of the human race. At last, after hours and hours of that hell, he had that moment gone out, leaving her alone to reflect for the last time. Hours and hours. What is the time now? What is the time, Christine? It is 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, all but 5 minutes. But which 11 o'clock? The 11 o'clock that is to decide life or death. He told me so just before he went. He is terrible. He is quite mad. He tore off his mask and his yellow eyes shot flames. And he did nothing but laugh. He said, "I give you 5 minutes to spare your blushes. Here," he said, taking a key from the little bag of life and death. "Here is the little bronze key that opens the 2 ebony caskets on the mantelpiece in the Louis Philippe room. In one of the caskets you will find a scorpion, in the other a grasshopper, both very cleverly imitated in a Japanese bronze. They will say yes or no for you. If you turn the scorpion round, that will mean to me, when I return, that you have said yes. The grasshopper, will mean no." And he laughed like a drunken demon. I did nothing but beg and entreat him to give me the key of the torture chamber, promising to be his wife if he granted me that request. But he told me that there was no future need for that key, and that he was going to throw it into the lake. And he again laughed like a drunken demon and left me. Oh, his last words were, "The grasshopper. Be careful of the grasshopper. A grasshopper does not only turn, it hops, it hops." and it hops jolly high. The 5 minutes had nearly elapsed, and the scorpion and grasshopper were scratching at my brain. Nevertheless, I had sufficient lucidity left to understand that if the grasshopper returned, it would hop, and with it many members of humanity. There was no doubt but that the grasshopper controlled an electric current intended to blow up the powder magazine. Monsieur de Chagny, who seemed to have recovered all his moral force from hearing Christine's voice, explained to her in a few hurried words the situation which we and all the opera were. He told her to turn the scorpion at once. But there was a pause. "Christine," I cried, "where are you?" "By the scorpion." "Don't touch it!" The idea had come to me, for I knew my Eric, that the monster had perhaps deceived the girl once more. Perhaps it was the scorpion that would blow everything up. After all, why wasn't he there? The 5 minutes were now long past, and he was not back. Perhaps he had taken shelter and was waiting for the explosion. Why had he not returned? He could not really expect Christine ever to consent to become his voluntary prey. Why had he not returned? "Don't touch the scorpion," I said. "Here he comes," cried Christine. "I hear him. Here he is." We heard his steps approaching the Louis Philippe room. He came up to Christine but did not speak, and I raised my voice. "Eric, it is I. Do you know me?" With extraordinary calmness, he at once replied, "So you are not dead in there? Well, then, see that you keep quiet." I tried to speak, but he said coldly, "Not a word, daroga, or I shall blow everything up." And then he added, "The honor rests with Mademoiselle. Mademoiselle has not touched the scorpion." How deliberately he spoke. "Mademoiselle has not touched the grasshopper." With that composure. But it is not too late to do the right thing. There, I open the caskets without a key, for I am a trap-door lover, and I open and shut when I please, and as I please. I open the little ebony caskets. Mademoiselle, look at the little dears inside. Aren't they pretty? If you turn the grasshopper, mademoiselle, we shall all be blown up. There is enough gunpowder under our feet to blow up a whole quarter of Paris. If you turn the scorpion, mademoiselle, all that powder will be soaked and drowned. Mademoiselle, to celebrate our wedding, you shall make a very handsome present to a few hundred Parisians who at this moment applauding a poor masterpiece of Meyerbeer's. You shall make them a present of their lives, for with your own fair hands you shall turn the scorpion, and merrily, merrily, we will be married." A pause, and then, "If in 2 minutes, mademoiselle, you have not turned the scorpion, I shall turn the grasshopper, and the grasshopper, I tell you, hops jolly high." The terrible silence began anew. The Vicomte de Chagny, realizing that there was nothing left to do but pray, went down on his knees and prayed. As for me, my blood beat so fiercely that I had to take my heart in both hands, lest it should burst. At last we heard Eric's voice. "The 2 minutes are past. Goodbye, mademoiselle." "Hop, grasshopper." "Eric," cried Christine. "Do you swear to me, monster? Do you swear to me that the scorpion is the one to turn?" "Yes, to hop at our wedding." "Ah, you see, you said to hop." "At our wedding, ingenious child. The wedding opens the bowl. The scorpion opens it all. But that will do. You won't have the scorpion, then I turn the grasshopper. Eric, enough!" I was crying out in concert with Christine. Monsieur de Chagny was still on his knees praying. "Eric, I have turned the scorpion." Oh, the second through which we passed, waiting to find ourselves in fragments amid the roar and the ruins, feeling something crack beneath our feet, hearing an appalling hiss through the open trapdoor, a hiss like the first sound of a rocket. It came softly at first, then louder, then very loud. But it was not the hiss of fire. It was more like the hiss of water. And now it became a gurgling sound, We rushed to the trapdoor.
Music, come on. This is the most exciting part. Thank you.
All of our thirst, which vanished when the terror came, now returned with the lapping of the water. The water rose in the cellar above the barrels, the powder barrels. Barrels, barrels, any barrels to sell? And we went down to it with parched throats. It rose to our chins, to our mouths, and we drank. We stood on the floor of the cellar and drank. We went up the stairs again in the dark, step by step, went up with the water. The water came out of the cellar with us and spread over the floor of the room. If this went on, the whole house on the lake would be swamped. The floor of the torture chamber had itself become a regular little lake in which our feet splashed. Surely there was enough water now. Eric must turn off the tap. Eric, there's enough water for the gunpowder. Turn off the tap. Turn off the scorpion. But Eric did not reply. We heard nothing but the water rising. It was halfway to our waists. Christine, cried Monsieur de Chagny. Christine, the water is up to our knees. But Christine did not reply. We heard nothing but the water rising. No one in the next room. No one to turn the tap, no one to turn the scorpion. We were all alone in the dark, with the dark water that seized us and clasped us and froze us. Eric! Christine! And by this time we had lost our foothold, and we were spinning round in the water, carried away by an irresistible whirl. For the water turned with us and dashed us against the dark mirror, which thrust us back again, and our throats raised above the whirlpool whirled around and roared aloud. Were we to die here, drowned in the torture chamber? I had never seen that. Eric, at the time of the rosy hours of Mazanderan, had never shown me that through the little invisible window. Eric, I cried, I saved your life, remember. You were sentenced to death, but for me, you would be dead by now, Eric! We whirled around in the water like so much wreckage, but suddenly my straying hand seized the trunk of the iron tree. I called Monsieur de Chagny, and we both hung to the branch of the iron tree, and the water rose still higher. Oh, can you remember how much space there is between the branch of the tree and the dome-shaped ceiling? Do try to remember. After all, the water may stop. It may find its level. There, I think it's stopping. No, oh, horrible, swim for your life. Our arms became entangled in the effort of swimming. We choked, we fought in the dark water. Already we could hardly breathe the dark air above the dark water, in which we escaped, which we could hear escaping through some vent hole or another. Oh, let us turn and turn until we find the air hole, and then glue our mouths to it. But I lost my strength. I tried to lay hold of the walls. Oh, how those glass walls slipped from underneath my fingers. We rolled round again and began to sink. One last effort, a last cry. Eric! Christine! Goggle, goggle, goggle. In our ears. Goggle, goggle, goggle. At the bottom, the dark water, our ears went. Goggle, goggle, goggle. And before losing consciousness entirely, I seemed to hear, between two goggles, barrels, any barrels to sell? My. Are you ready? Chapter 26. The End of the Ghost's Love Story. The previous chapter marks the conclusion of the written narrative which the Persian left behind him. Notwithstanding the horrors of a situation which seemed definitely to abandon them to their deaths, Monsieur de Chagny and his companion were saved by the sublime devotion of Christine Daae, which I had the rest of the story from the lips of the daroga himself. When I went to see him, he was still living in his little flat in the Rue de Rivoli, opposite the Tuileries. He was very ill, and it required all my ardor as a historian, pledged to the truth, to persuade him to live the incredible tragedy over again for my benefit. His faithful old servant Darius showed me into him. The daroga received me at a window overlooking the garden of the Tuileries. He still had his magnificent eyes, but his poor face looked very worn. He had shaved the whole of his head, which was usually covered with a cap. He was dressed in a long, plain coat, and amused himself by unconsciously twisting his thumbs inside of his sleeves. But his mind was quite clear, and he told me his story with perfect lucidity. It seems that, when he opened his eyes, the daroga found himself lying on a bed. Monsieur de Chagny was on a sofa beside the wardrobe. An angel and a devil were watching over them. After the deceptions and illusions of the torture chamber, the precision of the details of that quiet little middle-class room seemed to have been invented for the express purpose of puzzling the mind of the mortal rash enough to stray into that abode of living nightmare. The wooden bedstead, the wax mahogany chairs, the chest of drawers, those brasses, the little square antimacassars carefully placed on the backs of the chairs, the clock on the mantelpiece, and the harmless-looking ebony caskets on either end, lastly the whatnot filled with shells, with red pink cushions, with mother-of-pearl boats, and an enormous ostrich egg, the whole discreetly lighted by a shaded lamp standing on a small round table. This collection of ugly, peaceable, reasonable furniture at the bottom of the opera cellars bewildered the imagination more than all the late fantastic happenings. And the figure of the masked man seemed all the more formidable in his old-fashioned, neat and trim little frame. It bent down over the Persian and said in his ear, "Are you better, daroga? Are you looking at my furniture? Is that all? Well, it is all that I have left of my poor, unhappy mother." Christine Daae did not say a word. She moved about noiselessly like a sister of charity who had taken a vow of silence. She brought a cup of cordial or of hot tea. He did not remember which. The man in the mask took it from her hands and gave it to the Persian. Monsieur de Chagny was still sleeping. Eric poured a drop of rum into the daroga's cup and, pointing to the Viscount, said, "He came to himself long before we knew if you were still alive, daroga. He is quite well. He is asleep. We must not wake him." Hold on. Let's play this one. Eric left the room for a moment, and the Persian raised himself on an elbow, looked around him and saw Christine Daae sitting by the fireside. He spoke to her, called her, but he was still very weak and fell back on his pillow. Christine came to him, laid her hand on his forehead, and went away again. And the Persian remembered that, as she went, she did not give a glance at Monsieur de Chagny, who, it is true, was sleeping peacefully, and she sat down again in her chair by the chimney corner, silent as a sister of charity who had taken a vow of silence. Eric returned with some little bottles which he placed on the mantelpiece, and again in a whisper, so as not to wake Monsieur de Chagny, he said to the Persian, after sitting down and feeling his pulse, "You are now saved, both of you, and soon I shall take you up to the surface of the earth to please my wife." Thereupon he rose, without any further explanation, and disappeared once more. The Persian now looked at Christine's quiet profile under the lamp. She was reading a tiny book with gilt edges, like a religious book. There are editions of the imitation that look like that. The Persian still had in his ears the natural tone in which the other had said, "To please my wife." Very gently he called her again, but Christine was wrapped up in her book and did not hear him. Eric returned, mixed the Daroga a draft, and advised him not to speak to his wife again, nor to anyone, because it might be dangerous to everybody's health. Eventually, the Persian fell asleep like Monsieur de Chagny. They did not wake until he was in his own room, nursed by his faithful Darius, who told him that, on the night before, he was found propped up against the door of his flat, where he had been brought by a stranger who rang the bell before going away. As soon as the Daroga recovered his strength and his wits, he sent to Count Philippe's house to inquire after the Viscount's health. The answer was that the young man had not been seen and that Count Philippe was dead. His body was found on the bank of the Opera Lake, on the Rue Scribe side. The Persian remembered the Requiem Mass, which he had heard from behind the wall of the torture chamber, and had no doubt concerning the crime and the criminal. Knowing Eric as he did, he easily reconstructed the tragedy. Thinking that his brother had run away with Christine Daae, Philippe had dashed in pursuit of him along the Brussels road, where he knew that everything was prepared for the elopement. Failing to find the pair, he hurried back to the opera, remembered Raoul's strange confidence about his fantastic rival, and learned that the Viscount had made every effort to enter the cellars of the theatre, and that he had disappeared, leaving his hat in the prima donna's dressing room beside an empty pistol case. And the Count, who no longer entertained any doubt of his brother's madness, in his turn darted into that infernal underground maze. This was enough, in the Persian's eyes, to explain the discovery of the Comte de Chagny's corpse on the shore of the lake, where the siren, Eric's siren, kept watch. The Persian did not hesitate. He determined to inform the police. Now the case was in the hands of an examining magistrate called Faure, an incredulous, commonplace, superficial sort of person. I write as I think, with a mind utterly unprepared to receive a confidence of this kind. Monsieur Faure took down the Daroga's depositions and proceeded to treat him as a madman. Despairing of ever obtaining a hearing, the Persian sat down to write. As the police did not want his evidence, perhaps the press would be glad of it. And he had just written the last line of the narrative I have quoted in the preceding chapters when Darius announced the visit of a stranger who refused his name, who would not show his face and declared simply that he did not intend to leave the place until he had spoken to the Daroga. The Persian left at once, and at once felt who his singular visitor was and ordered him to be shown in. The Daroga was right. It was the ghost. It was Eric. He looked extremely weak and leaned against the wall as though he were afraid of falling. Taking off his hat, he revealed a forehead white as wax. The rest of the horrible face was hidden by a mask. The Persian rose to his feet as Eric entered. "Murderer of Count Philippe, what have you done with his brother and Christine Daae?" Eric staggered under this direct attack, kept silent for a moment, dragged himself to a chair, and heaved a deep sigh, then speaking in short phrases and gasping for breath between the words. "Daroga, don't talk to me about Count Philippe. He was dead. By the time I left my house, he was dead when the sirens sang. It was an accident. A very sad accident. He fell very awkwardly, but simply and naturally, into the lake." "You lie!" shouted the Persian. Eric bowed his head and said, "I have not come here to talk about Count Philippe, but to tell you that I am going to die. Where are Raoul de Chagny and Christine Daae? I am going to die. Raoul de Chagny and Christine Daae? Of love, Daroga. I am dying of love. That is how it is. I loved her so. And I love her still, Daroga. And I am dying of love for her, I tell you. If you knew how beautiful she was when she left me, when she let me kiss her, alive. It was the first time, Daroga, the first time I ever kissed a woman. Yes, alive. I kissed her alive, and she looked as beautiful as if she had been dead." The Persian shook Eric by the arm. "Will you tell me if she is alive or dead? Why do you shake me like that? Asked Eric, making an effort to speak more connectedly. I tell you I am going to die. Yes, I kissed her alive. And now she is dead? I tell you, I kissed her just like that on the forehead. She did not draw back her forehead from her lips. No, she is a good girl. As to her being dead, I don't think so. But it has nothing to do with me. No, she is not dead. And no one shall touch a hair of her head. She is a good, honest girl. She saved your life, Daroga, at a moment when I would not have given 2 pence for you. As a matter of fact, nobody bothered about you. Why were you there with that little chap? You would have died as well as he. My word. How she entreated me for her little chap. But I told her that, as she had turned the scorpion, she had, through that very fact and of her own free will, became engaged to me, and that she did not need to have 2 men engaged to her, which was true enough. As for you, you did not exist. You had ceased to exist. I tell you, and you were going to die with the other. Only mark me, Daroga. When you were yelling like the devil because of the water, Christine came to me with her beautiful blue eyes wide open and swore to me, as she hoped to be saved, that she consented to be my living wife. Until then, in the depths of her eyes, Daroga, I had always seen my dead wife. It was the first time I saw my living wife there. She was sincere, as she hoped to be saved. She would not kill herself. It was a bargain. Half a minute later, all the water was back in the lake, and I had a hard job with you, Daroga, for upon my honor, I thought you were done for. However, there you were. It was understood that I was to take you both up to the surface of the earth. When at last I cleared the Louis Philippe room of you, I came back alone. What have you done with the Vicomte de Chagny? Asked the Persian, interrupting him. You see, Daroga, I couldn't carry him up like that at once. He was a hostage. But I could not keep him in the house on the lake either because of Christine. So I locked him up comfortably. I chained him up nicely. A whiff of the Mazardan scent had left him as limp as a rag, in the communist dungeons, which is the most deserted and remotest part of the opera below the 5th cellar, where no one ever comes, and where no one ever hears you. Then I came back to Christine, and she was waiting for me. Eric here rose solemnly. Then he continued, but he spoke. He was overcome by all his former emotion, and began to tremble like a leaf. Yes, she was waiting for me. Waiting for me erect and alive, a real living bride, as she hoped to be saved, and when I came forward, more timid than a little child, she did not run away. No, she stayed, she waited for me. I even believed, Daroga, that she put out her forehead a little. Oh, not much. Just a little. Like a living bride. And I kissed her. And she did not die. Oh, how good it was, Daroga, to kiss somebody on the forehead. You can't tell, but my mother, Daroga, my poor, unhappy mother would never let me kiss her. She used to run away and throw me my mask, nor any other woman, ever. You can understand my happiness was so great. I cried. I fell at her feet crying, and I kissed her feet, her little feet, crying. You're crying too, Daroga. And she cried also. The angel cried. Eric sobbed aloud, and the Persian himself could not retain his tears in the presence of that masked man, who, with his shoulders shaking and his hands clutched at his chest, was moaning with pain and love by turns. Yes, Daroga, I felt her tears flow on my forehead. On mine. They were soft, they were sweet, they trickled under my mask, they mingled with my tears in my eyes. They flowed between my lips. Listen, Daroga, listen to what I did. I tore off my mask so as not to lose one of her tears, and she did not run away. And she did not die. She remained alive, weeping over me, with me. We cried together. I have tasted all the happiness the world can offer. And Eric fell into a chair, choking for breath. I am not going to die yet. Presently I shall, but let me cry. Listen, Daroga. Listen to this. While I was at her feet, I heard her say, "Poor, unhappy Eric." And she took my hand. I had become no more, than a poor dog ready to die for her. I mean it, Daroga. I held in my hand a ring, a plain gold ring which I had given her, and she had lost, which I had found again, a wedding ring, I slipped it into her little hand and said, "There, take it for you, and him. It shall be my wedding present, a present from your poor, unhappy Eric. I know you love the boy, so don't cry anymore." She asked me in a very soft voice what I meant, and I made her understand. Where she was concerned, I was only a poor dog ready to die for her. But she could marry the young man when she pleased, because she had cried with me and mingled her tears with mine. Eric's emotion was so great that he had to tell the Persian not to look at him, for he was choking and must take off his mask. The Daroga went to the window and opened it. His heart was full of pity, but he took care to keep his eyes fixed on the trees in the Tuileries gardens, lest he should see the monster's face. "I went and released the young man," Eric continued, "and told him to come with me to Christine. They kissed before me in the Louis Philippe room. Christine had my ring. I made Christine swear to come back one night when I was dead, crossing the lake from the Rue Scribe side, and bury me in the greatest secrecy with the gold ring, which she was to wear until that moment. I told her where she would find my body and what to do with it. And Christine kissed me for the first time, herself, here, on the forehead. No, don't look, Daroga, don't look. But here, on the forehead, on my forehead. My forehead. Don't look, Daroga." And they went off together. Christine had stopped crying, and I alone cried. Daroga, if Christine keeps her promise, she will come back soon." The Persian asked him no questions. He was quite reassured as to the fate of Raoul de Chagny and Christine Daae. No one would have doubted the word of the weeping Eric that night. The monster resumed his mask and collected his strength to leave the Daroga. He told him that, when he left his end to be very near at hand, he would send him in gratitude for the kindness which the Persian had once shown him, that which he held dearest in the world, all Christine Daae's papers, which she had written for Raoul's benefit and left with Eric, together with a few objects belonging to her, such as a pair of gloves, a shoe buckle, and 2 pocket handkerchiefs. In reply to the Persian's questions, Eric told him that the 2 young people, as soon as they found themselves free, had resolved to go and look for a priest in some lonely spot where they could hide their unhappiness, and that, with this object in view, they had started from the northern railway station of the world. Lastly, Eric relied on the Persian, as soon as he received the promised relics and papers, to inform the young people of his death and to advertise it in the Epoch. And that was all. The Persian saw Eric to the door of his flat, and Darius helped him down the street. A cab was waiting for him. Eric stepped in, and the Persian, who had gone back to the window, heard him say to the driver, "Go to the opera." And the cab drove off into the night.
Hi, Joanna.
And the cab drove off into the night. The Persian had seen the poor, unfortunate Eric for the last time. 3 weeks later, the Epoch published this advertisement: "Eric is dead." Epilogue. I have now told the singular but veracious story of the opera ghost. As I declared on the first page of this work, it is no longer possible to deny that Eric really lived. There are today so many proofs of his existence within the reach of everybody that we can follow Eric's actions logically through the whole tragedy of the Shagneys. There is no need to repeat here how greatly the case excited the capital. And the kidnapping of the artist, the death of the Comte Chagny under such exceptional conditions, the disappearance of his brother, the drugging of the gas man in the opera and his two assistants, what tragedies, what passions, what crimes had surrounded the ideal of Raoul and the sweet and charming Christine. What had become of that wonderful, mysterious artist of whom the world was never, ever to hear again? She was represented as the victim of a rivalry between the two brothers, and nobody suspected what had really happened. No one understood that as Raoul and Christine had both disappeared, both had withdrawn far from the world to enjoy a happiness which they would not have cared to make public after the inexplicable death of Count Philippe. They took the train one day from the northern railway station of the world. Possibly, I too shall take that train at that station one day and go and seek around the lakes, or Norway, or silent Scandinavia for perhaps still living traces of Raoul and Christine, and also of Mamma Valerius, who disappeared at the same time. Possibly, some day I shall hear the lonely echoes of the north repeat the singing of her who knew the angel of music. Long after the case was pigeonholed by an unintelligent care of the Monsieur le Juge de l'Instruction Fair, and the newspapers made efforts at intervals to fathom the mystery, one evening paper alone, which knew all of the gossip of the theater, said, "We recognize the touch of the opera ghost." And even that was written away by way of irony. The Persian alone knew the whole truth and held the main proofs, which came to him with the pious relics promised by the ghost. It fell to my lot to complete those proofs with the aid of the Rogav himself. Day by day I kept him informed of the progress of my inquiries, and he directed them. He had not been to the opera for years and years, but he had preserved the most accurate recollection of the building, and there was no better guide than he possible to help me discover its most secret recesses. He also told me where to gather further information, whom to ask, and he sent me to call on Monsieur Poligny at a moment when the poor man was nearly drawing his last breath. I had no idea that he was so very ill, and I shall never forget the effect which my questions about the ghost produced upon him. He looked at me as if I were the devil and answered only in a few incoherent sentences, which showed, however, and that was the main thing, the extent of the perturbation which O.G. in his time had brought into that already very restless life. For Monsieur Poligny was what people would call a man of pleasure. When I came and told the Persian of the poor result of my visit to Monsieur Poligny, the daroga gave a faint smile and said, "Poligny never knew how far that extraordinary blackguard of an Eric humbugged him." That Persian, by the way, spoke of Eric sometimes as a demigod and sometimes as the lowest of low. Poligny was superstitious, and Eric knew it. Eric knew most things about the public and private affairs of the opera. When Monsieur Poligny heard a mysterious voice tell him in Box 5 of the manner in which he used to spend his time and abuse his partner's confidence, he did not want to hear any more. Thinking at first that it was a voice from heaven, he believed himself damned. And then, when the voice began to ask for money, he saw that he was being victimized by a shrewd blackmailer, to whom Debin himself had fallen a prey. Both of them, already tired of management for various reasons, went away without trying to investigate further into the personality of that curious O.G., who had forced such a singular memorandum book upon them. They bequeathed the whole mystery to their successors, and heaved a sigh of relief when they were rid of a business that had puzzled them without amusing them in the least. I then spoke of the two successors, and expressed my surprise that in his Memoirs of a Manager, Monsieur Montchamin should describe the opera ghost's behavior at such length in the first part of the book, and hardly mention it at all in the second. In reply to this, the Persian, who knew the memoirs as thoroughly as if he had written them himself, observed that I could find the explanation of the whole business if I would just recollect the few lines which Moncharmin devotes to the ghost in the second part aforesaid. I quote these lines, which are particularly interesting because they describe the very simple manner in which the famous incident of the 20,000 francs was closed. As for OG, some of whose curious tricks I have related in the first part of my memoirs, I will only say that he redeemed by one spontaneous fine action all the worry which he had caused my dear friend and partner. And I am bound to say myself, he felt no doubt that there are limits to a joke, especially when it is so expensive and when the commissary of police has been informed, for at the moment, when he had made an appointment in our office with Monsieur Mifroid to tell him the whole story, a few days after the disappearance of Christine Daae, we found on Richard's table a large envelope inscribed in red ink with OG's compliments. It contained the large sum of money which he had succeeded in playfully extracting, for the time being, from the treasury. Richard was at once of the opinion that one must be content with that and drop the business. I agreed with Richard. All's well that ends well. What do you say, OG? Of course, Moncharmin, especially after the money had been restored, continued to believe that he had, for a short while, been the butt of Richard's sense of humor, whereas Richard, on his side, was convinced that Moncharmin had amused himself by inventing the whole affair of the opera ghost in order to revenge himself for a few jokes. I asked the Persian to tell me by what trick the ghost had taken 20,000 francs from Richard's pocket in spite of the safety pin. He replied that he had not gone into this little detail, but that, if I myself cared to make an investigation on the spot, I should certainly find the solution of the riddle in the manager's office by remembering that Eric had not been nicknamed the trapdoor lover for nothing. I promised the Persian to do so as soon as I had time, and I might as well tell the reader at once that the results of my investigations were perfectly satisfactory, and I hardly believed that I should ever discover so many undeniable proofs of the authenticity of the feats ascribed to the ghost. The Persian's manuscript, Christine Daae's papers, the statements made to me by the people who used to work under Monsieurs Richard and Moncharmin, by little Meg herself, the worthy Madame Giry, I am sorry to say, is no more, and by Sorelli, who is now living in retirement, and Louveciennes. All the documents relating to the existence of the ghost, which I propose to deposit in the archives of the opera, have been checked and confirmed by a number of important discoveries, of which I am justly proud. I have not been able to find the house on the lake, Eric having blocked up all of the secret entrances. Author's note. Even so, I am convinced that it would be easy to reach it by draining the lake, as I have repeatedly requested the Ministry of Fine Arts. I was speaking about it with Monsieur de Jean-Bermetz, the Undersecretary of the Fine Arts, only 48 hours before the publication of this book. Who knows but that score of Don Juan Triumphant might yet be discovered in the house on the lake. End note. On the other hand, I have discovered the secret passage of the Communists, the planking of which is falling to pieces in parts, and also the trapdoor through which Raoul and the Persian penetrated into the cellars of the opera house. In the Communist dungeon, I noticed numbers of initials traced on the walls by the unfortunate people confined in it. Among these were an R and a C. R. C. Raoul de Chagny. The letters are there to this day. If the reader will visit the opera one morning and ask to leave to stroll where he pleases without being accompanied by a stupid guide, let him go to box 5 and knock with his fist or stick on the enormous column that separates this from the stage box. He will find that the column sounds hollow. After that, do not be astonished by the suggestion that it was occupied by the voice of the ghost. There is room inside the column for 2 men. If you are surprised that, when this various incidents occurred, no one turned round to look at the column, you must remember that it presented the appearance of solid marble, and that the voice contained in it seemed rather to come from the opposite side, for, as we have seen, the ghost was an expert ventriloquist. The column was elaborately carved and decorated with the sculptor's chisel, and I do not despair of one day discovering the ornament that could be raised or lowered at will, so as to admit the ghost's mysterious correspondence with Madame Giry, and of his generosity. However, all these discoveries are nothing to my mind compared with that which I was able to make in the presence of the acting manager in the manager's office within a couple of inches from the desk chair, and which consisted of a trapdoor, the width of a board, and in the flooring and the length of a man's forearm, and no longer a trapdoor that falls back like the lid of a box, a trapdoor through which I can see a hand come and dexterously fumble at the pocket of a swallowtail coat, as the way of the 40,000 francs went, and that is also the way by which, through some trick or another, they were returned. Speaking about this to the Persian, I said, "So we must take it, as the 40,000 francs were returned, that Eric was simply amusing himself with that memorandum book of his." "Don't you believe it," he replied. "Eric wanted money, thinking himself without the pale of humanity. He was restrained by no scruples, and he employed his extraordinary gifts of dexterity and imagination, which he had received by way of compensation for his extraordinary ugliness, to prey upon his fellow men. His reason for restoring the 40,000 francs of his own accord was that he no longer wanted it. He had relinquished his marriage with Christine Daae. He had relinquished everything above the surface of the earth." According to the Persian's account, Eric was born in a small town not far from Rouen. He was the son of a master mason. He ran away at an early age from his father's house, where his ugliness was a subject of horror and terror to his parents. For a time he frequented the fairs, where showmen exhibited him as the living corpse. He seemed to have crossed the whole of Europe, from fair to fair, and to have completed his strange education as an artist, a magician at the very fountainhead of art and magic. A period of Eric's life remained quite obscure, and he was seen at the fair of Nijni Novgorod, where he displayed himself in all his hideous glory. He already sang as nobody on this earth had ever sung before. And he practiced ventriloquism and gave displays of legerdemain so extraordinary that the caravans returning to Asia talked about it during the whole length of their journey. In this way his reputation penetrated the walls of the palace of Mazandaran, where the little sultana, the favorite of the Shah and Shah, was boring herself to death. A dealer in furs, returning to Samarkand from the Nizhny Novgorod, told of the marvels which he had seen performed in Eric's tent. The trader was summoned to the palace of the Daroga of Mazandaran and was told to question him. Next, the Daroga was instructed to go and find Eric. He brought him to Persia, and for some months Eric's will was law. He was guilty of not a few horrors, but he seemed not to know the difference between good and evil. He took part calmly in a number of political assassinations, and he turned his diabolical inventive powers against the Emir of Afghanistan, who was at war with the Persian Empire. The Shah took a liking to him. This was the time of the rosy hours of Mazandaran, of which the Daroga's narrative has given us a glimpse. Eric had very original ideas on the subject of his architecture, and thought out a palace much as a conjurer contrives a trick casket. The Shah ordered him to construct an edifice of his kind. Eric did so, and the building appears to have been so ingenious that His Majesty was able to move about it unseen and to disappear without a possibility of the tricks being discovered. When the Shah found himself the possessor of this gem, he ordered Eric's yellow eyes to be put out. But he reflected that, even when blind, Eric would still be able to build so remarkable a house for another sovereign, and so that, as long as Eric was alive, someone would know the secret of the wonderful palace. Eric's death was decided upon, together with that of all of the laborers who had worked under his orders. The execution of this abominable decree devolved upon the Daroga of Manassaran. Eric had shown him some slight services and procured him many a hearty laugh. He saved Eric by providing him with the means of escape, but nearly paid with his head for his generous indulgence. Fortunately for the Daroga, a corpse half eaten by the birds of prey was found on the shore of the Caspian Sea, and was taken for Eric's body, because the Daroga's friends had dressed the remains in clothing that belonged to Eric. The Daroga was left off with the loss of the imperial favor, and the confiscation of his property, and an order of perpetual banishment. As a member of the royal house, however, he continued to receive a monthly pension of a few hundred francs from the Persian treasury, and on this he came to live in Paris. As for Eric, he went to Asia Minor and thence to Constantinople, where he entered the Sultan's employment. Ah, damn. Okay, I have run out of snoozes. The ads are about to start in 5 seconds. I am so sorry. We will finish the last of the epilogue as soon as it's over. Hang in there. We're almost done. Sorry, guys. I tried to get through it. Sorry. Oh, I tried to get through it on time. Oh, you're so close. But we will get there. Aw, y'all are so kind. Thank you. Oh, Joanna, that rules. I hope it's fun. Past the point of no return. No backward glances. The games we've played till now are at an end. We've passed the point of no return. I miss that musical. It's an interesting adaptation. One day soon, I'm going to do a movie night of the original Phantom of the Opera movie, which was made not too long after this book came out. And it is in the public domain, so we can watch it without any worries. We don't have to do anything weird for it. We can just watch it all together. And I think that will be very fun. We can't do that with the musical. But for those of you who are familiar with the musical, I hope you have an appreciation of the differences, for sure. Thank you, Rosie. Ooh, that's a nice drink. That's one of the more normal ones. Welcome on in. I know. I've been going for a while. I'm really surprised that I only coughed a little bit once, and it was only like a cough and a half. I like willed myself because I was like, no, I want to get through it all. But oh, that one's one of my favorite ones, Joanna. Enjoy. Also, I love that little door chime sound so much. Ooh, what did you get? Oh, I love that one too. I'm excited to finish it though, and I guess now we get to chat about it a little bit before we go off somewhere. So, we'll have a little bit of time to decompress post-Phantom. And then we'll wrap up. Yeah, this is like my longest stream ever. I'm surprised I feel alright. Oh. I will still be awake for a few hours more because I am basically going to sleep when the heat starts going up in the day. And it lets me help encourage the girls to do the same and to stay in the dark and the cool air. Hey girls, how you doing? You want the AC on again soon? Yeah, it's starting to get warm again. It's okay, we're almost done. I'll give you treats too. Yeah. The cats are flopped out. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, the run is finally over. Which was kind of a wild thing to see happen. Are we all back? We're all back, aren't we? I believe so. Thank you all for being with me through this whole time. It's very kind of you all. And very encouraging.
As for Eric, he went to Asia Minor and thence to Constantinople, where he entered the Sultan's employment. An explanation of the services which he was able to render a monarch haunted by perpetual terrors, and he'd only say that it was Eric who constructed all of the famous trapdoors and secret chambers and mysterious strong-boxes which were found at the Yildiz kiosk after the last Turkish revolution. He also invented those automata dressed like the Sultan and resembling the Sultan in all respects. Author's note. See the interview of the special correspondent of the Matin with Muhammad Ali Bey on the day after the entry of the Salinka troops into Constantinople. End note. Which made people believe that the commander of the faithful was awake at one place when in reality he was asleep elsewhere. Of course, he had to leave the Sultan's service for the same reasons that made him fly from Persia. He knew too much. Then, tired of his adventurous, formidable, and monstrous life, he longed to be someone like everybody else, and he became a contractor like any other ordinary contractor, building ordinary houses with ordinary bricks. He tendered for part of the foundations in the opera. His estimate was accepted, and when he found himself in the cellars of the enormous playhouse, his artistic, fantastic wizard nature resumed the upper hand. Besides, was he not as ugly as ever? He dreamed of creating for his own use a dwelling unknown to the rest of the earth, where he could hide from men's eyes for all time. The reader knows and guesses the rest. It is all in keeping with this incredible and yet veracious story. Poor unhappy Eric. Shall we pity him? Shall we curse him? We asked only to be someone. He asked only to be someone, like everybody else, but he was too ugly, and he had found to hide his genius or use it to play tricks with, when, with an ordinary face, he would have been one of the most distinguished of mankind. He had a heart that could have held the empire of the world, and in the end, he had to content himself with the cellar. Ah, yes, we must needs pity the opera ghost. I have prayed over his mortal remains that God might show him mercy notwithstanding his crimes. Yes, I am quite sure that I prayed beside his body the other day, when they took it from the spot where they were burying the photographic records. It was his skeleton. I did not recognize it by the ugliness of the head, for all men are ugly, and they have been dead as long as that, but by the plain gold ring which he wore, and which Christine Daae had certainly slipped on his finger when she came to bury him in accordance with their promise. The skeleton was lying near the little well, in the place where the angel of music first held Christine Daae fainting in his trembling arms, on the night when he carried her down to the cellars of the opera house. And now, what do they mean to do with the skeleton? Surely they will not bury it in a common grave. I say that the place of the skeleton of the opera ghost is in the archives of the National Academy of Music, for it is no ordinary skeleton. Oh, Sage, you're just in time. I just finished. Hola, Sage. ¿Cómo estás? Buenos días. We did it. Good reading. Lovesick. I hope you can sleep soon. Hey. Hola, Linde. But we did it. And that is the Phantom of the Opera. Very different and not different from any of the renditions that we have seen afterwards. I am very fond of the book. I think it's a good written book. It's got its flaws, of course. But I mean, every book does. And it is very interesting, like the way that it's structured and the characters that it has. Like, Eric is kind of a petulant child, honestly. Like, he's just throwing tantrums, and unfortunately, he's also murderous. So, you know, bit of a problem. Christine is almost the smartest character in the whole entire book, but she wasn't enough to hold it on her own, and so they had to introduce the Persian, I think, because everybody else was just absolutely wretchedly stupid. And the Persian is like the only smart character. Because Raoul is such a himbo, and it's amazing. It's wonderful. this is the second time I've cried. Oh, Joanna. Oh. Big hug, Joanna. Big hug. But yeah, this is my longest stream ever. I was mentioning it at the beginning of the stream. I've been streaming for a year and a few weeks now. My affiliate anniversary is on July 20th, and I'm going to be rereading Howl's Moving Castle on July 20th through the 21st. I have that in the calendar for the channel. I need to actually update that calendar with everything else, but that for sure is in there. I'm very much looking forward to rereading that and actually saving the VOD this time. What else? Yeah, and I don't know. I was looking at because I still upload the VODs to my YouTube channel, and I was looking at one of the older ones and just kind of seeing how far the channel has come. In terms of like what I can do with it, my confidence with it and stuff like that. And yeah, but I wouldn't have been able to have any of that confidence or really any of that motivation to keep going and to still be here a year later without all of you. So I'm really grateful for all of you. I see everyone that's in the chat. Don't think I can't look at the users. Wait, who's in there now? What if there's someone I don't want to thank? No, everybody in here is great. But yeah, all of you are wonderful. And I'm very happy to have met all of you at whatever point during the last year. Some more recently than others, some longer than others. Aw, Siege. I hope so. And yeah. Thank you for letting me do this, because it's a lot of fun, and honestly, it keeps me going through a very hard year. It's a very hard year. I'm working hard to make it less hard. And it was a very hard couple of years before that, too. So, I'm tired, very exhausted. But I'm so glad to have the hope and joy in my heart to create and to share things that I love with people again. So very much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for giving me that. Makes everything doable. Let me find some place to send you all off to before I get all emotional and soggy. Ew, soggy. Alright. Let's see. Is anyone on at this time? It's 4 a.m. Let me see if someone's doing something chill. Oh, there's a lot of people on. Oh no, there's too much choice. Oh. Oh my god, I'm not gonna lie to you all. My brain is kind of soupy because I need the AC on badly. Does anybody have any requests of where to send us? Whoever I see request a thing first, that's where I'll send you. Fenrir? I see Fenrir. That makes sense. Usually Fenrir is raiding into me so we can return the favor. Oh, Joanna, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate you sticking around. You're very sweet. You're very sweet and very kind. Okay, that looks good. Let's go to Fenrir. Thank you for making the choice for me. My brain is soupy, and I still have some work to do for a few more hours, so I need to cool down. But yeah, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for staying for such a long stream. And thank you all for being here, and thank you, Em and Soph, for raiding earlier. Let's go raid Fen. How bad is the timer gonna be? Oh, okay. There we go. We're going. We're going. We're going. All right, everyone. Be good. I'm closing the cafe. Be polite. Love you. Bye.